Thank you, Toxicity Toxic 9813. Um, I always knew my mic was on. That was part of the plan. How's everybody doing today? So, set up a schedule with Destiny. Now, he said 3 p.m. Eastern, which is in 10 minutes. However, as of this morning, he's not replied to me. So there's a non-zero chance that this actually doesn't happen, which would be incredibly disappointing to me and everyone who is currently waiting here. So I'm going to keep DMing him and making sure that I can grab on. I think I have to jump into his Discord. Stage 1? Is this what it is? Oh, God. There's so many freaking lobbies. This is why I don't want to make a Discord, because there's just like 8,000 parasocial people waiting in here right now that I'm like staring at and I feel bad about. But that's life. That's life in the big city. Also, sorry I'm wearing a beanie. If anyone's thinking of Tim Pool right now, it's my fault. But it's really freaking cold here. So my ears is freezing. Can you guys hear me all right? I don't see anyone in the chat. Any technical difficulties happening? Yeah, scare them away with facts and logic. Start screaming about the Civil War. Like the upcoming one? Or yeah, the Dem conservative Civil War that Tim Pool keeps trying to like instigate. I only remember Destiny when he went debating right-wingers. No, he went on the anti-progressive tirade and recently had a sex tape leak, though I don't know what his current stances are. So just for, clarification, anyone here who doesn't know, like, I like most of Destiny's politics. He's probably a little more right than I am, excuse me. But I think most of the time he's good faith. I don't think it was in our debate, but, let's see. I don't know. It's because he didn't know me. So this is me trying to establish a rapport, not... not trying to debate him into submission. I've spent, as you can see on screen, a very long time typing out all my evidence into this sort of checkbox walkthrough where I'm going to try to get him to go each stage and see where we lose him. I'm not expecting to convince him all the way. If I do, that'd be insane, but I very, very, very much doubt he would change his position that much. And honestly, there's not a convincing amount of evidence to establish that this is like the mainstream practice, because it all comes out through litigation and leaks, and it's just not as well known as it should be. So at the very most, I think ideally we're going to get him somewhere in the middle there, which is like, hey, insurance companies do intentionally deny payments. Insurance companies do cause financial ruin, serious long-term harm, or even death. And insurance companies stonewall and grind you into the dust with the legal options. I might lose him on convincing him that this is not uncommon. And then the CEO debate, we may not even get to it, but if we do, the whole like whether or not it's justified thing is going to be a whole nother topic. So we'll see if we get there. If someone has to know and like you to treat with good faith, they do not act in good faith. Well, yeah, he was being bad faith. But what I'm saying is he's used to bad faith actors being bad faith to him. So he's like one of those what's it called? Like if a woman who has a lot of bad experiences with men is like adverse to you and you've never met her and you're like, why are you treating me like shit? Like, it's harder to blame her when it's like, oh, like you're just being cautious, right? And Destiny is a woman's name. So have you ever seen Dear Elon from Sam Hyde? I haven't looked at it yet. I saw some people watching it, but I can make it for the first 40 minutes. Let's fucking go. Hey, I hope it happens. Have you seen Dear Elon? Yeah, I didn't watch the Sam Hyde thing. All I know is Sam Hyde is like a very funny person, but probably a Nazi. And I'm just, what is this? Just him going mask off? If you want to, describe what it is in the chat to me, I would just assume. I'm gonna jump into a stage here and message him again. Can you guys hear this nice little stage music right now? One in the chat if you can. It's not too loud. All right, I'm muting the music. Two, you can't hear it, or one? No, don't fuck with me, guys. I swear to God, if you fuck with me on the technical issues, like bad things will happen because I'm gonna try to correct a problem that doesn't exist. It's loud? Yeah, I know. It was loud for me too. I turned it off. All right, I'm gonna DM him again. Okay, just pinging again. Can I come on in 6 minutes? I'm ready to go. All right. unhinged and making some reasonable takes now and then. Calling him a Nazi is oversimplified. He'll never tell his true feelings. Yeah, but like he seems to be, at least alt-right, and he donated to Stormfront, which like even as a joke I would never do. So that's one of those like, are you just being ironic? Does it really matter? Like you gave a bunch of money to Nazis. Now, granted, I almost paid $600 to Matt Gaetz for a meme, but that's not like a whole Nazi movement. That's just one dumb guy, though he is a pedophile allegedly. Um, I'm supposed to be going live with Destiny. He said let's to January 2nd, 3 Eastern time. I have the receipts in case anyone calls me a liar, but I could see this going different ways. Maybe he forgot. I don't know. He has layers on layers of irony. Okay, yeah, but if you do something ironically and that ends up being supporting Nazis, does it make a difference whether you're doing it ironically or not? Like, if I were to tell a racist joke right now and it was ironic, if you knew the intention of that, that's great. But for anyone who doesn't know the intention, that's going to mean that all of the racists are into that joke and think it's funny and it's going to support the racist beliefs. And all the people who would get harmed by that, so any of the people of that race who would be offended, now think, oh shit, this guy's a racist. He just, pissed me off. So it doesn't matter if I'm being ironic. So that's why I don't do that unless it's like very, very, very obvious I'm joking. And with Sam Hyde, it's not. So it's like, all right, like, does it really matter you're joking? I don't know. Thank you, Flink. We always support people spamming that. If a man has a lot of bad experiences and thus treats women badly, we would more easily agree, but that's not an excuse for his behavior. It's not an excuse. It's just understandable, right? Like, I'm not saying Destiny did a good thing by being bad faith. I'm not going to get on my knees and praise him for calling me a liar with no justification. I'm saying, oh, I understand why you're doing this. I don't like it, but I'm not going to completely like say, oh, you're just doing this because you hate me and you're bad faith. It's like, okay, you've been conditioned by hundreds of hours of terrible, terrible debates, and I get it. Would you say that you have a date with Destiny? Not yet. If he just bails on me, I have a one night what's it called? A stand up? Got stood up? I have a stand up. Getting stood up. There's got to be a noun for that, right? I want to say to the chat that I was a hardcore conservative my whole life, watching Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly, but I started to wake up at the end of 2023. Wow, very recent convert. Thank you, Toxic, for coming over. Never fault anyone for changing their mind for the better, especially when they're willing to admit they're wrong. That is a very hard thing to do, so appreciate you coming over. I just got here. Oh, no, I already read that one. Yeah, it's the dark humor argument. I love dark humor, but I also know my audience, and I know, okay, when can I make a dark humor joke, when can I not? It's entirely dependent on whether or not the message of that joke is going to be good or bad. Hey, thanks, Diesel Electric Razor. Just imagining you having to like lawnmower pull a big fucking generator just to get your razor going. It's your time to do. It's your time. So if you think it'll be productive, by then all means try. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try. Look, I mean, let me bring this thing up. I've got like pages and pages and pages and pages of evidence. I laid it out really well. I got a checklist. Like, we're going through this whole fucking thing. So like, I mean, well, or we're not, because again, he said, let's go up in 3 minutes, and he hasn't replied to me yet. So we'll see what happens. Maybe, I wonder if his mods are in the chat. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to go in here if I'm live. Let's see, bots, head regulator, Ninu. I'm going to try to see if any of these people in chat are mods or regulators or something. Supreme Court. What are these? This is why I hate Discord servers. They have all these role names. It's not like, oh, this is a mod. It's like, oh, it's the Supreme Court of Destiny's server. Hi from Denmark, Amcraft. I voted Trump in 2016. I'm tired of people acting like he's uniquely bad. The reason I turned against him is that he isn't different. That's fair. I think he is uniquely bad in the terms of his destruction of the institutions and potential, kowtowing to dictators. But in terms of a lot of his policies, yeah, it's part and parcel Republican policy. Really liked your performance in the debate. Destiny struck me as super inconsistent since he cheered the Trump guy getting slaughtered. Yeah. I don't know if he was just being edgy, though. Hello, chat. Second live stream. Hey, this is my third live stream, actually. Or fourth? Third? Not my first. Yeah, it seems a little inconsistent. Some people tried to point out the whole, like, oh, didn't you want to kill that kid for DDoSing you? And it's like, no, that's not the same thing. Because, again, that would immediately change your situation, whereas this totally wouldn't. Hold on, I'm going to turn on his stream, see what he's doing right now.
For things.
his schedule. He literally has his calendar open. It's
I have
completely
too much
free.
shit that I end up working too late on things sometimes though. And then I wake up late, and then I have to do my emails and DMs, and there's sometimes phone calls and shit I have to make for like a lot of random shit. I need to find a person, a third wife, a fourth wife. I'm just kidding. Do you want your content to be less social media / React oriented in the future? I feel like you could be forgiving.
Does he even read his YouTube
forging
chat?
Your own original path more. Your biggest strength
Is it just the DGG chat?
Or have usually been going your own way.
Just being edgy is the same point as with Sam Hyde.
I don't know. I just don't like the idea of just like reporting the news.
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean, that's not a defense at all.
Interested in that.
Let me turn this off.
I just don't have as big of an interest in that.
What was the first one? Yeah, so I did a Christmas one and then a follow-up for the Luigi one. Do you agree with Destiny for the most part that he has a lot of space or change to grow? Everyone does. Hi, Bootleg.
As far as your debate content is concerned, would you say
I used to be libertarian anti-feminist. I think you were doing the exactly right thing in terms of convincing people and showing we need to be mindful on the left. Comparison is key. Compassion is key. Well, thank you, AMCraft. Again, everyone gets some ones in the chat for AMCraft for converting. Although, I don't know if this is scummy of me to say, but don't you think it's weird that like we like we reward people for overcoming hardship for sure, but then we don't reward people who never like delved into it? Isn't that like, I get it makes sense. Like it's harder. What is the quote? Like it's harder to be born bad and become good than it is to just be born good. But it's like, you know, I don't get rewarded. I've never been a Trump supporter. Someone give me a one, you know? Did I see Adam Conover's recent video? I saw his healthcare video, but also I find the man insufferable, so I try not to watch him. Even if I agree with him. Harder for regular people to get involved in the process in the last 50 years. That's 100% true. I mean, what was it? Representatives used to be for like a very small amount of people. Now it's like thousands and thousands and thousands per person. Are you debating Destiny or just chilling? I'm supposed to be talking with Destiny as per his message that said he would talk to me at 3. It is now 3:01 Eastern time. We'll see what happens. I'm going to stick around for a little bit to see what happens. Worst case scenario, if it's like an hour and he's just totally bailed on me, maybe I'll chill with you guys, answer some questions. But it's very possible he forgot. I mean, I can show you guys the screenshot, but it's you know, I don't. If anyone accuses me of calling me a liar, you know, that's fine. I'll show the screen copy later. But as of yesterday, 1:41 p.m., he said 3 p.m. Eastern time should be okay to come on January 2nd. Then I post a list of things I wanted to talk about. He said, sure thing, mate. Oh, there he is. Hi. Yeah, sure. Okay, looks like I'm coming on soon. Looks like we're good.
Dynamic. I just don't know.
No, we're not getting ghosted. It's good. He just messaged me. 2 minutes late. Bad faith.
In terms of how I want to relate to people.
Oh, I see someone saying stuff about me in the chat.
Like if I think of like a conservative doesn't
I
want
hope
to
that's
talk
one
to
of you
me
guys.
because they know I'm going to be too aggressive. Obviously, I would say that's probably not good. But then like if I go and I talk to Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens for 2 hours and I'm not very aggressive, I feel like I don't know if that's
2 minutes late, it's so over.
And I don't know.
He's not stalling, soy sauce. Stop being bad faith. He's fucking having a normal ass conversation with his chat.
How shit the content is, or how bad the factual reporting is, and all of the inaccuracies. Or would I rather have access to the audience to like very subtly bring people over, even though I'm not like moving them as much as I would want to? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Can you give pushback without being aggressive? I don't think it's possible. I think that anytime you push in a certain area, I think people are always going to be prickly and they're going to push back really hard. And then in order to make progress there, I think you have to be like very confrontational. Not confrontational in a screaming sort of way, but in like a, hey, I need you to acknowledge this sort of way. I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, fuck, I don't know. I'll think about this more.
Destiny sold me Fent. Thanos, what is this thing about Destiny selling you Fent? Where does this come from? Also, can someone explain to me why if I don't currently have the video on screen, you can't see it? That's so frustrating. Like if I tab out to go to Discord, all of you guys suddenly lose the stream. And it's the stupidest thing ever.
I think he has a, yeah, very, 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 very,
and don't suck me off.
demeanor, and I think he's known for that.
If I say something you agree with me. Don't
If
just agree with me because
conservatives
you're my
can do this in a
subscriber.
non-confrontational, soft-spoken way and persuade people, why can't you? Because I think conservatives, like, they literally control the entire media landscape right now, and it's very frustrating and it's very challenging.
Streamer mode blocks videos from being shown inadvertently. Oh, that's so
it's
smart.
very challenging to navigate that.
You don't want to show something you're not
Part of
tapping
what I wanna do
into.
for this, we might do this today.
I infected your brain with soy. Good.
My audience, I need to find out, like, where did most people come from? Because I'm actually not.
I agree that I am a subscriber. Well, good job, nobody.
Are the people that I'm grabbing?
Guys, what meme should I pull? I stand behind everything Amelia Earhart was done.
Am I like going out into?
Get him out of here! Get him out of my chat. He supports a terrorist. I agree with your take about not always agreeing with you. Fuck. That's the catch-22, right? If I tell you not always to agree with me and you agree, that's the one rule. The one rule is that there are
in both cases,
no
but I
rules.
don't know like the percentages. Like it might be the case that like 95% of my friends are not friends. Yeah, we're all friends. 95% of my fans are like conservative converts.
Now you do. I'm not going to be bad faith. I'm going to be super, super nice. Not because I like the guy. Not because I want to clout chase. It's just because I think that is the way I want to approach the conversation.
We'll design the survey today. We need to do this. Yeah.
I don't stand with Amelia Earhart mostly because I'm lying down. Also, you're not in the Bermuda Triangle or whatever.
Fuck, this guy wants to talk about health insurance stuff. Yeah, sure, call whenever.
Yeah, sure, call whenever. Here we go.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me all right? Hello?
Testing 1 2 1 2.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Am I too quiet?
Hello. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
Okay, 1 second.
No.
What about now? Nope. Yes. I can see my thing lighting up.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
I still can't hear you. Your mic is lighting up. I don't even see it lighting up. Oh, no. Now I see it lighting up.
Can you?
Oh, wait.
Is it too quiet?
You know what? Hold on. Give me 1 sec.
No. Guys, come on.
I updated Windows last night, so I bet my audio device is not set correctly.
See, he has technical issues too, guys. 20,000 subscribers,
right.
800 million subscribers. Everyone has technical issues.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me now?
No. Okay. Hold
Not
on.
yet. Still. See, he's not muting my free speech. He's fumbling
5, 6,
like
3,
the boomer
4,
we
5,
all are. I believe in you. You can do it, Destiny.
Wait. Okay, you are. Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Oh, he's out. Real quick. Calling a friend. Calling a mod. Hey, can you hear? If you can hear me, just type something in the chat right now that you can hear me. Not you guys. The person I'm talking to on Discord. You can also say, I can't hear you. You're saying nothing, though. My volume's low. There we go.
All right. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay,
Sweet.
what's up?
How's it going? Thanks for having me on. Sorry, our last interaction was a big shouting match, but yeah, I just wanted to come in here and try to show you why I think what I think on healthcare and see if I can't convince you that it's at least a much bigger problem than I think you were alleging in our debate. And I'm trying to do it in good faith too. But did you get the email? I have a document just full of stuff that you can click on as we go through this. I don't know if that's going to be too overwhelming.
Yeah, sure. Before we go over this, let me just set like the standards of what I'm thinking, so it doesn't feel like I'm moving the goalposts or anything, because these are going to be pretty significant. But okay, so when we identify something that is a problem, there's 2 different elements that I'm looking at here. So one is going to be that the actions themselves are either, one, like out of alignment with historic norms or industry norms, and that might be across US markets or across the country. And then 2, what like the motivation is for that, and if we can discern that at all. So, for instance, let's say that we make a claim that company A is bad because they do X action. If I find out that like X action is an action that every company does worldwide and has been doing more or less in alignment with these things for the past, like 50 years, we're like, okay, well, it doesn't seem like it's as big of a deal as we're saying. And the second thing is like if we can discern like what is the motivation. So if there was like a new regulation passed versus like a new accusation made where something is leaked or whatever, like these are all things that I would consider. But that's just kind of what I'm looking at, if that makes sense. Does that make sense what I've said? Yeah.
That makes perfect sense. Although I do want to question if it turned out that the practice for 50, 60, 70 years was something that you would disagree with. Would that matter as much, right? So like say it was like, hey, like we are like, again, I'm not going to claim this is happening, but like the worst case scenario, they're just like, we love killing people. Our insurance policy says deny 100% of people, kill them all. But that was the industry practice. You would obviously disagree with that. That wouldn't be an argument as to why it would be okay, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I would look to wonder why this has been allowed to go on for so long. And then, I mean, there could be even nefarious reasons there, but yeah, that would be my questions in that direction. But yeah.
Cool. And yeah, just on the same page of like establishing things ahead of time. I'm not expecting to get you all the way to where I am. I mean, all the onus is on me. I'm trying to prove a positive. All you have to do is find one disproof anywhere. And if you bring up this list in the doc I shared, like 7 points I'm going to try to get through. So I've listed it easiest to hardest things to prove. If we fail somewhere in the middle or even on the first point, I completely understand. Maybe you don't see it, but
sure. Real quick, am I able to open this on my stream, or if people have access to the URL, will they be able to fuck with it?
We'll find out really fast. I'm pretty sure only you can edit this, but just so this is like a little, interactive worksheet. I wanted to have fun. If you click on the first point, be seen as good faith, can you click on that and it will take you down to you don't check it, but it'll take you down to the evidence, and then down here in the evidence section, we've got my arguments. Obviously, there's no evidence for me being seen as good faith, but this is just like the little test, little preliminary question you see on the SAT before you take the actual test, right? So this is why I think you should think I'm good faith, because in our discussion, don't get me wrong, it was a little frustrating. You called me a liar a few times, but I know you talked.
What did I call you a liar over?
Oh, a bunch of stuff. I don't know, but it was one of those like sound bites where like I've heard you say that exact wording and those exact cadences, and in that moment I wasn't like personally insulted. It felt more like, all right, you've talked to a bunch of dipshits who don't bring evidence, who don't back things up, who are trying to push an agenda. You don't know who the fuck I am, so this is me saying, hey, like no worries, I get it. Hopefully this will be my way of showing you, at worst, I'm stupid and misinformed, right? So if that's the case, that's the case. But
sure,
yeah, so like I said, already first argument, there's like a bajillion points where you could, say, hey, I've disproved this thing. You have to prove every single positive to me. So if this falls apart, no worries. Yeah, if I was bad faith, I don't think I would create this whole 15-page document, which I've done in the past day and a half, because I really care about this stuff. I think you have a huge platform. And if I can even push you a little bit to the left on this, I think you'd be advocating for better change. But on that note, I do want to say, before you go back and check that I'm good faith, what is your current healthcare position? I mean, obviously you think that there are problems, you want to change it, but like, what's your ideal of where America should be? Or is everything fine the way it is?
So one of the things that I think about when I think about like what works as a monopoly and what doesn't is when you have to duplicate infrastructure. So for instance, ISPs or utilities, having these be not monopolies seems really stupid, because I don't want to have like 50 different sets of pipes or 50 different like internet cables or 50 different like electrical wires around to the same house. So that's like the duplication of huge infrastructure, huge barrier to entry is not good. Probably should be a monopoly. Generally, when things are monopolies, they should either be very heavily regulated or just like made publicly available. When I look at healthcare related stuff, I see a lot of duplicate infrastructure in the forms of like healthcare information or payment stuff. And I think that health insurance companies deal with like payment stuff. So I feel like this is a good area for it to either be a heavily regulated monopoly or like a government run thing. So typically I'm in favor of some sort of, at the very least, like a public option, if not single payer when it comes to health insurance, because I think that government already manages a lot of healthcare related stuff in the form of having social security numbers, unique identifiers, having access to income information in the form of the IRS, the taxes, and having access to healthcare information in the form of like Medicare or Medicaid. So it seems like they naturally already deal with this type of stuff. They already have a lot of the information on file. It seems like they could very easily step in and be the sole insurer. So I'm generally in favor of that when it comes to, at least on the insurance and payment processing side, to have the government be the one doing that. And then in terms of like what that looks like to the citizen, I'm in form of some type of like government subsidized health insurance. I don't know if it would be income based or whatever. I know some people hate means testing. I don't really give a fuck as much about that, but there should probably be some form of income adjusted like copay or deductible, and these should scale accordingly to people's ability to pay. And yeah, basically something along the lines of that. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. And then I guess just to clarify that, would you say like a model, like a Germany model, where it's because I'm not like I'm a Bernie kind of supporter, but I'm definitely to the right of him because he said like abolish all private insurance. Would you be in favor of like a dual system, private plus a public option? Like it sounds like that's kind of what you're leaning towards, but maybe a little.
Yeah, I
less
think
than that?
I used to call this multi-payer, but I think I might have been incorrect on that, or different people called these things different things. But I think private plus I think is good. So like having a public option or having a single payer, and then like what some people say single payer means no private. So, but yeah, having like a publicly available government insurance that everybody is like has some minimum level of care, and then a private insurance market that you can pay into if you want. The rooms with like the scented candles or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So it sounds like from the get-go, like we probably agree on where things should go. And this is, excluding any and all like assassination related conversation. This is just, hey, where do we want the country to be? There are problems now. We can get better healthcare, period. Yeah, that sort of makes sense.
Yeah, although I would be very careful when I say better healthcare, because I'm going to disagree on what is possible. Which is going to be, maybe we'll get into that more in the future, but
Sure.
So like I have a contention that Americans think that we can have the same level of care for everything and have it all be publicly available. I think that would be extremely costly and would never happen. But
Right, the
that's
level
a
of care
different
would
thing,
have to go
but
down, right? There'd be
for
maybe
some
more
people at least,
rationing,
yeah.
there'd be more waiting
However,
times.
yeah, but we might say it's better because like the access is dramatically increased, and things that are probably more important, like preventative care versus getting like cancer treatments for a 96-year-old grandma who's probably going to die soon anyway. Like I think that there's some form of like distributing healthcare to the population that's probably more efficient.
Yeah,
that would be
Obama
better. Yeah,
death
so,
panels, which may or may not actually have to happen if we're going to give it to literally everyone for almost no cost. Yeah.
sure, yeah, but
Okay,
yeah, I
cool.
mean, my
So
argument would be,
I really
I'm
like
sure
the
you'd agree that
assumption.
death panels happen
Yeah,
anyway.
sure.
It'll just be on the form of health insurance companies or hospitals, but yeah,
Exactly,
But,
and
okay,
it's
yeah,
like
okay.
depends on the scale. But yeah, I'm glad we got that out of the way because like I think after that debate, a lot of people in my comments were like, "Oh, like I can't believe he's defending the current healthcare system," when it was really tell me if this is wrong, but you're skeptical. The whole reason I'm doing this is because you're skeptical that these unjust denials are happening to the degree, or maybe at all, or to the degree to which anyone is implying it happens, and then all the way down the line that may or may not justify someone doing something crazy about it. But like just in general, you're skeptical of people criticizing the current healthcare system in the ways they are, not defending it for the way that it exists and isn't able to help everyone, right?
Yeah, basically, that people misidentify what the problems are, and people, because of the misidentification of the problems, can't speak to good solutions. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. All right, awesome. So yeah, that the only other thing for good faith, I mean, so just to tell you my name so you can know me, I'm Niels. I have a background in aerospace and software, and like I said, I've been watching your stuff for quite a while. I really like the way you debate, so I hope you can get to know me on a more personal level, and this is less about like me trying to come in and be contentious. I'm really trying to change your mind because I think it would do good. So that's just my last argument there. So if you agree, as per the rules of the document, you can go back up to the checklist and check off be seen as good faith.
Gotcha.
If you don't, then we failed on be seen as good faith. But you can't read my mind. You don't know. Sweet. Okay. So the first argument that I'm going to try to establish. So again, this is easiest to hardest. I want to convince you that insurance companies unjustly deny people their payouts. And when I say unjustly, I'm specifically meaning that they would normally otherwise pay this claim, but they are not. So that doesn't mean they don't put a reason on the denial, because like you established in the debate, you have to put a reason, right? You can't just say, I'm denying this, I'm not telling you why. But what I am saying is they find ways around giving people what they usually would give them, or giving them as much as what they need. Does that make sense, what I just said? Just the concept, not that you agree with it. Or if you agree with it, we can check it off right now.
It makes sense. The only thing that we also might fight on here, or that there's going to be a lot of contention on, has to be it's going to be around the what is necessary part. I think that there's a lot of debate on what that means, but yeah.
Sure. And just to show you like a counter argument, have you seen the Michael Moore documentary Sicko? I think Kyle Kalinske is telling everyone to watch it because it's like, oh, look how bad the healthcare system is, right? Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so it's a good documentary, but it does do the whole, almost like Project Veritas level of like, this is a little deceptively edited, like you're putting like the scary music over the healthcare industry. And some of the examples they bring up are what you just described, where there's this big deal about how this woman got denied healthcare for her husband for a bone marrow transplant. And it turns out he'd really didn't like, they couldn't prove it wasn't that it was useful. It was like experimental. And so it's like, yeah, he died, but like this might have been a just denial. So that can happen, and those are not going to be the ones I'm trying to cover. But if we if we click down to the evidence section, my arguments for this are: whistleblower testimony from higher ups, adjusters, and more reveal that claims are denied for the sole basis of profit. Denial reasons are created through loopholes or other tricks.
Wait.
Yep. Sorry.
Where are you reading?
Oh,
this
excuse
from?
me. So if you click on the claim, it'll jump.
Oh no,
down to the
gotcha.
evidence.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Okay. All right.
So leaks that come out after much fighting from insurance companies show that McKinsey advises massive denials, knowing that most won't fight back, and those who do won't find it to be worth it. Number 3, the Senate report from Blumenthal is the most recent example of denials that are unjust. And number 4, all we know that is reported is when it comes out from litigation. So with shoplifting, there's more than likely, or based on the processes that are applied here through leaks that we see are in the company, are going to be underreported cases. Now, I'm not asking you to accept any of this yet. This is just what I'm trying to establish with the following evidence. Do you have any issues with any of these?
The biggest issue that we might run into when it comes down to arguing this is I feel like there's a lot of stuff that serves as a really good foundation for like a hypothesis, but some people assume that it is a conclusion. So for instance, like a whistleblower saying they deny this because they're just looking to increase their profits might be like a simplistic thing that is actually reasonable, or it might not be happening, but because it's just the testimony of one person and it doesn't really say anything about what's happening, like it's like I guess like an example of this might be that like maybe in a I'll just stick to hospital stuff.
Sure.
Maybe in a hospital stuff, maybe hospitals code COVID-19 patients a certain way so that they get a bigger payout from the government. You're aware of this, right? Or a payout from whoever is paying, right?
Right.
And so like arguably, I mean, if money is fungible, the coding for COVID-19 patients is done for profit. That is true on a very strictly factual level, but like on a broader level, it's a bit of a misrepresentation. The reality is, well, of course they have to code COVID-19 patients differently. They expend more on them, whether that's a bed, whether that's a ventilator, different medications, or different protocols. So of course they have to bill more for them to make up for the cost of care. So if a whistleblower were to come out and say like they code COVID-19 patients as more so that the hospital can make more money off it, while that is strictly true, I don't think it's evidence of malpractice. Right? Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah. So
sure.
Yeah.
And I don't disagree with that.
To write off all whistleblower testimony, but I would have to like follow that up a little bit more. But yeah,
I agree. I have, if you scroll just a little bit, there's like this like ranked sources key. This actually might not be a green source. The reason I listed it because it's what she's saying is true. It's like seems dead to rights, but essentially I've ranked it from if this is an internal document or like whistleblower from a higher up testimony. This would seem to be like understood practice within the company that is widespread. Versus the next tier being like if it's an investigation and it comes out, like that might be a little less obvious. Next tier is an employee account. That's a lot less. That could be a begrudged employee. That is a lot less credible. They're not a higher up. They might not understand it as well. And then the last tier, red tier, is anecdotes, right? Because like we can see people saying, this hurt me, this denial killed my friend, whatever. That might not be true, or they just might have a gross misunderstanding of their options and what they could have done, right?
Okay.
But just on that note, real quick, on the anecdotes, like, what is your perception that like these thousands of people coming out and saying, hey, this is bankrupting me, hey, this is killing me, is it like a misinformation problem, or is it like this could be true, but the insurance companies might not be doing it unjustly, it's just the practice that they need to do to survive? Like, what's your explanation for that, just off the top of your head?
It would depend on the particular thing, but it feels like to me, just on the anecdotes that I see pop up on Reddit and on the stuff that gets reported, that a claim will come out, somebody will say, not like an insurance claim, but somebody will say something like, I was denied an essential treatment for an issue. And then when you go into it, one of two things has happened. Either one, the stuff was like very clearly outside of whatever the coverage was that they had originally paid for, or two, that this was like kind of like the example you brought up earlier. There was like a last line, highly experimental treatment with a low likelihood of success, and they'd already exhausted like 6 or 7 other treatments first, and the chance of that last thing even working were questionable at best, and then the insurance company didn't want to spring for it.
Right, and the insurance company jumping in there, like that would be a good thing, right? It's like, hey, I don't want to give you $100,000 for this experimental treatment that may not work when I could be giving that to people who I know need this treatment, who I know like it will work on, right? Something else. So like
I mean, you
theoretically,
could say
that's
that.
not
I don't
even
think
bad.
I wouldn't say that the like insurance company is motivated by their goodwill to do good by more
Sure.
people or whatever. But I mean, like that.
But
I
it's
mean,
possible that it's not
consequentially,
just
you're there
evil,
for.
like, oh, like, fuck you, we don't want to give you this money because we like you to die.
Correct.
I think she implied in the documentary, like, oh, did you do this because my husband was black? And it was very like, really? Like, do you think that's why they did it? But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, maybe, who knows? Okay, so then the first thing which I watched, which is, oh, before I do this, this is old. Are we going to completely discredit anything if it happened in the past?
I mean, no, everything happened in the past, technically, right?
Sure. But I mean, like,
The only thing that's important is that, like, my understanding, I could be wrong, but my understanding is after the ACA, there was a whole bunch of new regulation and everything that
right.
came in that changed the way that a lot of these insurance companies function. So
So
I think
I
it's
think
good to
that's the
look at, like,
one policy I think that you would have to affirm the positive for me on, which is what did the ACA do that would prevent any of these things I'm about to show you from happening now? And like,
sure,
yeah, that would be,
I have no
I would
problem
want to
doing
see
that. Yeah.
that for sure. But
Okay.
how are we going to do this? There's a link there. This Blue Cross testimony from Linda Pino. I think this is like, wow, this is insane. Like, this is just her admitting all of the things that I'm claiming. But how do we watch this on stream? Do we just both click on it and then 3, 2, 1, go, or?
I could click this. Okay. I think I can share screen with you and it'll share the audio, I think.
Oh,
Does that work? Do you see it?
but it won't show up on my stream. Let me see if I can. Give me a sec here. Let me just add a window.
Wait, what are you streaming on?
Not Twitch. Don't worry. It's YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your stream like? I can link your stream at my stream.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, it's Let me just grab that for you. I appreciate that. I mean, is anyone going to jump from your stream to my stream? It's the same.
Well, it's always good for publicity. Get something out of it, you know?
Yeah. I didn't even consider for a second that talking to you could grow my channel.
There you go.
I linked it in chat. There you go. And, oh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, you're sharing your screen. I can see that. Let me see if I can give that window to my...
We could also just push play at the same time if it's
Let's
easier
do
for you
that.
as well.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
probably easier. Just 3, 2, 1, go. If you need to pause it. And do you want to do it in... I know you like watching stuff in 1.5 times speed, right? This is 5 minutes, but like there's a lot of evidence I have, so...
All right, we can 1.5 it.
All right, 1.5, I'm 0. Count me down.
Wait. Let me turn off this bullshit. 1.5, 0. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Linda Pino, and although the witness list does not reflect this, I am a physician. I'm a former medical director and medical reviewer. I did the job that was referred to repeatedly in the first panel as a physician manager for 3 healthcare organizations. I currently, though, primarily work in medical and healthcare ethics. I am here primarily today to make a public confession. In the spring of 1987, as a physician, I denied a man a necessary operation that would have saved his life and thus caused his death. No person and no group has held me accountable for this, because in fact what I did was I saved a company $500,000 for this. And furthermore, this particular act secured my reputation as a good medical director, and it ensured my continued advancement in the healthcare field. I went from making a few $100s a week as a medical reviewer to an escalating 6-figure income as a physician executive. In all my work, I had one primary duty, and that was to use my medical expertise for the financial benefit of the organization for which I worked. And according to the managed care industry, and I think we've heard intimations of that today, and we've seen this in at least 2 cases, it is not an ethical issue to sacrifice a human being for a savings, no matter how that savings occurs. And I was told repeatedly that I was not denying care, I was simply denying payment. I am not an ethicist whose primary background has come from the books. For me, my ethical issues were born in the trenches and fed by the pain that I have come to realize that I caused. And if I am an expert here today, it's because I know how managed care maims and kills patients. So I'm here to tell you about the dirty work of managed care. And this is the kind of straight talk that I wish Ms. Ignani could hear now. And let me explain to you the ways that I was a good medical director. I was regularly consulted by marketing on ways to change expensive benefits or change the language to give me loopholes to make denials when requests came. For example, in one plan, we were able to structure our investigational language exclusion so that I was often able to use it to deny just almost anything that was expensive and particularly out-of-network request. I turned pre-existing exclusions into a game, and as I tried to connect almost any prior medical complaint or visit as a reason to deny payment. There are many more things that I could tell you about, but ultimately, I was only as good, and I put that in quotation marks, as the doctors in my network, for it was their numbers that I needed to prove that I was doing my job. That meant that I did whatever it took to control them. Intimidation, hassling, humiliation, I have done it all. I have used inadequate and inaccurate data to create reports to get doctors to make their numbers better. In other words, decrease their usage. I have used economic credentialing to select the best inexpensive physicians and rarely correlated these with quality factors. I have helped design contract provisions to ensure our payment and monitoring schemes got the results we wanted at the plan, and I have threatened deselection to numerous physicians who were especially difficult or costly. However, there is one last activity that I think deserves a special place on this list, and this is what I call the smart bomb of cost containment, and that's medical necessities denials. Let me take you to the heart of managed care. Even if a plan denies all the other things that I could list, it is impossible for them to deny their use of this practice because it's vital to managed care. That's making medical decisions about access, availability, and use. And even when medical criteria is used, it's rarely developed in any kind of standard traditional clinical processes. It's rarely standardized across the field. The criteria is rarely available for prior review by the physicians or the members of the plan. And so even if a plan has a clear benefit package and has all the perks like free eye exams or free screening tests for cancer, other marketing ploys, the member's physician will never be the final authority on what his or her patient will get. And this might go unnoticed for simple needs like a regular office visit or a bout of the flu. But I can tell you that when something unexpected or expensive happens, it's like a bucolic pasture-turned battlefield. The landmines will start exploding everywhere. And somewhere in every coverage booklet for every managed care plan is a claim that establishes the plan as the final authority for making determination of medical necessity. And what this means is that there is some physician at some plan doing what I did. That person rarely is continuing a clinical practice. They're sitting behind a desk making decisions about a patient they will never see or touch, completely removed from the consequences of their decisions. They're getting paid by someone to make decisions for the benefit of the plan and not for the benefit of the members. I'd like to conclude by saying, what kind of system have we created when a physician can receive a lucrative income for adding to the suffering of patients? I became a physician to care for, not bring harm to my patients. And I'm haunted by the thousands of pieces of paper in which I have written that deadly word, denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Okay, so the reason I wanted to share that, and you're welcome to comment, is that it seemed to me, just to summarize for all the people who may have not had the 5-minute attention span, is that these denials are sometimes created, like you said, they have to have a rule for the denial, but these denials are created with loopholes or spurious reasons that don't really necessarily make sense. They are making these decisions to profit the company, not to help the people, and that's not just, oh, obviously the company's for profit. It's, hey, intentionally do not provide people care for profit because it helps us more. And just in general, that entire speech just seemed to me wow, this is kill shot. This is exactly what I'm describing. Maybe it's changed by then, but what did you think of that?
So one of the, so I'll just go do a couple of things that I had written down. So she says she's a physician, she's a doctor. Obviously, a lot of these things, we have to get into the weeds on. I'd be curious if she's ever said anything about what particularly happened. She said that she denied somebody some type of claim that resulted in their death.
That
this
claim
is one
is
of those
the weakest ones, by the way, because that's the one thing that Humana tried to fight back on and said, hey, this might not have saved him. That was their argument. Sure. So if we let's just ignore that one completely.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just running down the things, just some things I'd written down.
Sure.
So denied someone their life, caused their death in 19 whatever. I'm curious, what did that actually look like? Was this a first line intervention, or was it but you said we can ignore that. That's fine.
Yeah.
She's saying some things that ideologically, I am glad that she would say these as a doctor, maybe. But unfortunately, in other parts of the world, but we have to bring in reality. I don't know how appropriate it is to consider this a moral good or bad. She said it's not ethical. I think I'm paraphrasing. I don't think I got the exact quote, but she's it's not ethical to deny a human being his life in order to save money. Unfortunately, or what do you feel about that statement?
Okay, that is entirely dependent on to what extent it's happening, right? Because it's going to happen, period. You mentioned this in the debate.
Yeah.
If we had single-payer healthcare, there is a non-zero amount of people that will be denied healthcare. It is rationed. It's a zero-sum game. Some people are going to have to be advantaged. Grandma who's 93, who needs cancer treatment to live a week, is not priority over 20-year-old who needs back surgery to be able to walk, right? So that's possible. I think the issue here is you would agree that in principle, inherently, that is not a bad thing, because sometimes you just have to do it in any system. It's impossible to help everyone, but that these people are doing it when they don't need to because they want to make more money. That is the claim I believe she is making. That's the claim I'm convinced is happening pretty much based on what I've read. If you could show me that's not happening, then I would admit, hey, I guess this is just
sure. Yeah, I guess it's just the issue is, are you familiar with the concept of the fungibility of money?
More or less. I know how tokens are non-fungible.
Jesus. So I guess I'll explain for you so we're on the same page, or for my audience so they understand. So fungibility of money means that let's say that you're going to go and buy drugs for $10, okay? And let's say that you also have to buy food, and food is $10. And let's say that I know that you're kind of broke, all right? And I want to give you $10. If I give you $10, I'm going to say, here's $10, but I'm only giving this to you for food. Don't buy drugs, okay? And let's say you already have $10, and I know you really want to buy drugs. If I give you $10 for food, and I tell you it's for food, and then you go out and you spend $10 on food, and then you use your $10 on drugs, by, some people would say, well, because of the fungibility of money, it doesn't really matter what you give them the money for. You've essentially subsidized some behavior that you might not like. Does that make sense? So like, even though I gave it to you for
because they
food,
were
now
only
you spend
able
your,
to buy the drugs because you gave them the $10. They would have needed to buy food, but yeah, no, I see what you're saying.
something like that, yeah. So the one challenging thing is when we say that like a medical company is doing something for profit, like I could argue that literally every single billing that they do is for profit, because at the end of the day, like all of it is them. Like if I make $100 million and 1 million is profit,
Right.
I mean, if I
so it's
wouldn't
like,
have built,
what's
yeah.
the difference between we need to do this to operate and the hey, we are doing this because we want to make more money. We don't need to. We're denying people because we just want to make extra money, right? That is the distinguishing factor here. Either you're doing it because it's the basic operation of your for-profit care, which I might argue is just like inherently, I don't want a system that does that. But let's just say like it's not malicious. Yeah, like how do I distinguish those two? So I'm going to try to establish that. We're not there yet. This is just that they did, like, this first claim is they deny claims that they don't need to. Well, actually, not even that. They deny claims more than they should, and that is what we're seeing here. And then I think the third one, or even the fourth one, might be that it's on purpose.
Maybe, yeah, sure. I'm just right now. I'm still just going through the notes, just the notes that I took on the conversation right now. So because like apparently
my chat, by the way, I see a bunch of your DGGers in my chat. I love you all guys, and I'm not telling you what Amelia Earhart did. She knows what she did.
Nice. So like supposedly, for instance, so for the patient that she referenced that was denied coverage, apparently like the insurance that they had like literally just didn't cover heart
exactly.
transplants.
That's why I didn't want to talk about that one specifically, because I think she might have been indulging in that specific claim. It's more of the other claims.
Yeah. She mentioned the part on pre-existing exclusions, which I don't think matter as much because of the ACA now.
Yeah, that's the biggest one that would have changed.
So I can dump that.
Yep.
So since I've started reading more legal stuff, she brings up a word, and I would have to see this illustrated, where the word she brings up is loopholes. Oftentimes I find that when people say loopholes, they just mean like a thing they didn't read. Now, that's not to say that loopholes don't exist. I'm sure there are some, but I would have to see, and this unfortunately gets like very much into the nitty gritty or into the weeds. Like when we say loophole,
really
what are we saying?
Let me stop you there, because I do want to ask. So let's say it is a thing they didn't read. So there are claims in that delay, deny, defund book that are some of the practices of the insurance companies are, hey, we know that if we let you know your rights to a lawyer will come in, you will pay for that lawyer, and you might get 2 to 5 times more on your claim than you otherwise would have. So it is company practice, and this is later in the doc, but I want to bring it up now. It's company practice to try to do everything in our power to omit the fact that you have a right to a lawyer, and in fact, drive you away from getting a lawyer. None of that's illegal. It's not technically lying because you're not telling them they can't get a lawyer, but I would consider that unethical practice because you are trying to steer someone away from their, their legal rights because you know it'll make you more money. What do you think about that? Like, is that a loophole? Is that, like, how would you consider that?
I mean, I wouldn't consider it a loophole. I'd have to see how that plays out, because I mean, I feel like this could apply to literally almost every single thing in life that you do with another party, where you technically have the right to pursue legal representation and get it. But I don't know if everybody makes it clear to you that, like, if you want, you can go and pursue like legal representation. I guess I would have to see what that looks like in practice. How, like, they
read you Miranda rights when they arrest you. It's specifically so that you can never say, I didn't know I could have a lawyer. Like, maybe not everyone listens to them. Probably most people don't. But the point is, like, it is a legal requirement to tell you that you have this right, because if we don't, it might be tantamount to depriving you of your right. Because if you don't,
I understand what you're saying there. I feel like that's a really bad example, though, because I feel like cops do engage in unethical behavior. And
they do. And not reading your Miranda rights would be one, right?
Sure. I'm not even talking Miranda rights or any weird lefty shit, but like, for instance, when a cop is asking you questions, like if a cop comes up and he says, hey, can I look through your car? The cop probably doesn't have PC to do it, but they know that if they ask the question, you'll say yes, but citizens just don't know they have the right to say no. So you're literally just fucking yourself there. Whereas somebody saying that, not informing you of the right to like go and buy a lawyer, like that's a whole bigger process. But I would just have to see how this plays out. Like, there's a world where I agree with you. I don't think I would ever call this a loophole, though. I would just say this is kind of like skeevy or unethical.
Okay.
But like, so in my mind, when I'm thinking loophole, I'm thinking like, you've bought insurance and this insurance authorizes all transplants. And then you find out that like transplant actually means we'll transplant you into a different hospital, LOL, or like something like really stupid like that. That's what I'm thinking. Is like
legally it's not wrong, but you've really kind of skewed the reasonability of what those words mean.
Something like that. Like if a good faith person is like doing doing what we would consider a reasonable amount of investigation into their policy, and that doesn't mean printing off and reading a 500-page EULA. But it would just mean that like you've read through like the basic policy things. Like if there's something that you've missed there that you don't understand immediately, then I would say that that's unethical. That would be kind of like a loophole. Oh, so like the best real life example I can think of a loophole is phone companies will oftentimes say that we do not throttle your connection ever on a cell phone. You have unlimited bandwidth, but almost all of them will say after you've consumed like 23 gigabytes of data, we're going to deprioritize you, which in effect is almost always throttling you to like 700 kilobits.
Oh, yeah. No, I had a cell phone company that said 5G unlimited plan, but what it really was is 2 gigs of 5G and then unlimited 2G. And at the time, 2G towers didn't exist anymore, so it was really just 2 gigabytes. It was actually fraud.
So I feel like that. So that would be like these would be things that I would consider loopholes. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So we may get to those. I don't know if we'll find any specific that is a loophole, but I would consider telling someone they're denied for a reason where the reason they make up is like based on what her claim is, the reason they give you is something that normally would not be a reason, but it's like, hey, what can we find here that's like, you didn't submit this document within this specific time window that we don't normally enforce, or technically that's allowed, but it's trying to find reasons that just like you or I would probably consider bullshit, but are used to overly deny these claims that would otherwise they'd have to pay out.
Sure. Theoretically, I think that could be bad, depending on how it plays out. But in terms of what you've just said there, taking at face value, that sounds like it would be a bad thing. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. So I don't know 100%. Like in my mind, after everything I've read, I don't have like, oh, they are 100% doing this. Here's the legal document that is showing, let's do this. Let's be bullshit about it, right? I only have this testimony, so I understand the skepticism. No, but what I'm saying is, the only reason it seems at this current point on that specific thing that we would even disagree is you are just more skeptical than me, which is totally fair. And that's why I'm just saying like, hey, like in the totality, all this stuff combined, none of it is dead to rights. Hey, this is the exact thing that is happening. This is exactly how many people are affected. Every company is doing it. It is more the totality of all this evidence combined seems to point that every time this comes out, which is very rare because it's only in litigation or whistleblowers, it points to the fact that a lot of people are doing this at much, much, much higher rates than they should be. That's kind of where I'm from. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Sure.
So the next.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm still just going through just the little. I got two more things for notes that I had written on the conversation. Yeah.
I have way more things to go through, so you can go through as many things as you want.
Sure, that's fine. All I did is I took notes on the 5.5 minute thing. So I got 2 more points that I written down. One is she said that the plan is the final authority for managed care or whatever. As the payer, I mean, that just sounds like that would be true. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. Obviously, this would depend specifically on how it plays out. And then she dropped that line of the goal is to profit the company and not help the people, which I would agree, but I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just depends on how that plays out.
It's enacted. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So these are the things that
Okay, cool. So I almost want to jump to a third point now, because what really I think the kill shot here for whether or not these people are doing it in a way that is what you might consider unethical are the leaked business practices from any of these companies that say, hey, we are doing this specifically for profit and we are told to ignore the needs of the people. But let's just go through, because we will get there real quick, because the other big thing, by the way, we're going to skip a good chunk of this evidence. Pretty much anything in red and yellow is just like, it's there for if you want to look at it. I don't know if actually you can link this to your viewers as like, hey, they can go through and click on these links and explore, maybe debunk any of them. But yeah, they're just there for you.
Okay. I'll link it at the end of the stream, because if a bunch of people access a Google Doc, sometimes it rate limits it, and then we won't be able to use it. So I'll just
sweet. Yeah, if anyone's like looking at my stream, they might type the entire URL meticulously. But let me just.
That's fine. I have the URL shown as well. That's fine. But I'm just saying I don't want to spam it in my chats because it might shut the thing down. Yeah, but go ahead.
Cool. So the second thing would be the AI denials in the Senate report, which I'm assuming you haven't looked at it again since the.
No, but I read through about half of it on stream. Yeah.
Cool. So basically what I get from this is it suggests that Medicare Advantage insurers are intentionally targeting a costly but critical area of medicine. So that is important. Like, you're right. They are doing this because it is a costly area, but they're substituting judgment about medical necessity with a calculation about financial gain, which is to say they're prioritizing profit over whether or not this person really needs the care and what that will do to them.
Sure. On the flip side of this, this is again where the fungibility thing comes in. So we say substituting judgment about medical necessity with a calculation about financial gain. Mm-hmm. So the assumption is that financial gain is for profits only. Would you acknowledge that if they indeed did fulfill every single claim about like post-acute care, that it would necessarily mean either premiums have to go up or less people would be covered?
Necessarily, maybe not.
Because
It
it's more
depends.
expensive.
Yeah,
Well, it
so
has to, or where would the extra money come from? Yeah.
well, that's the thing is like how much. Again, that could be true. I wouldn't say it's necessarily true, just because what if the extra profit that they're getting from, like I said, I think they got like $2 billion in profit from this AI denial system from the extra claims they're denying. What if that profit could then be directly translated to, well, maybe all of this could have been paid out to those denied claims, and the actual, what's the word I'm looking for? Bottom line of the company doesn't change, right? It's like, oh, okay, like we just made extra money. We don't need to be paying out these claims, or we could put that back into the claims that we denied. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's possible. At that point, I would start looking at the profit margin of these companies, which is already pretty lean. But
It is lean.
We can get into that,
United Health, I think, has the highest one. And this is one of the 3 companies that is implicated in this.
Okay. What margin did you read? Because I thought I saw 6%.
6%. Well, that might be the highest one. Are you asking me which company is the most profitable? Which healthcare company?
Or my understanding for UHC was 6% was their profit for 2023, which is pretty lean, I think, when it comes to
compared to any
profit.
other business, like insurance, like you said, is incredibly regulated. They literally have like all the insolvency funds that are regulated. They have like what they can invest in is regulated. They can't take risky investments. So like you're right, like compared to any other industry, this is ridiculously small. But in terms of comparing it to the other healthcare industry people, they have the largest profit of the healthcare industry. That was my understanding.
Okay. We can look at those numbers, I guess, when that comes up then.
It's also not like that big of a deal if it's the biggest or like first 3. The point is that they make a large profit compared to others. Now, maybe it's not enough for them to pay it back in. So, okay, so I guess what you would need to see here then is, are any of these denials causing pain or care, or like is it like a zero-sum game where they have to do it to help other people? Like what would your assessment here be to see that this is unjust denial? Because
wait, what do you mean? Say that again.
So like what would you need to see from the Senate report to say that, oh, some of these denials are unjust? Because what I read is
for the Senate report, none of this says that anything is unjust. This is like a hypothesis. So one of the things I said at the beginning of this is I think a lot of people take hypotheses and they assume them to be conclusions. What the Senate report did was the Senate report just basically ran through a whole bunch of numbers and percentages, and they basically come to the conclusion that it looks like there might be something going on here that's worth further investigation. I don't know if anything new has come out that has further investigated it, but like even the sentence that you've copied here is it just says it suggests that Medicare Advantage insurers are intentionally targeting costly but critical area of medicine, substituting judgment about medical necessity with a calculation about financial gain.
So it doesn't prove it. It's saying it looks like you're doing this.
Yeah, it's suggesting that might be the case because of the numbers. And then it's also measuring that time period of like 2019 through 2022, where there's a whole bunch of weird shit going on in healthcare as well.
A lot of
this like it's a good foundation.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it's a good foundation maybe for further investigation, but there's no conclusions about like improper behavior or even any accusations really of improper behavior, just saying that there's a suggestion that something bad might be happening here. Yeah.
Okay. So then at the end of this conversation, if I get you, do you think I could get you to at least agree this looks incredibly sketchy given the numbers, given the one kill shot I think in this document is you are claiming that you're doing this to save on administrative cost. The administrative cost that you're saving is a couple million, and the number of denials that you're saving with is billions, right? So it's like a times 100 increase of what you're actually saving on and what you're implying that the reason you're doing this is. Would you at least see that as, hey, this is pretty sketchy, we should investigate this, this could be what you're claiming it to be, but it's not proven? Because I would agree with that. I don't have the dead to rights this is happening. I'm combining this implication, this investigation, with the people claiming this is happening to them, and it could be spurious. It could be just misplaced.
I don't understand, Scott. Can you repeat again what you're looking for at the end of that? Say that again.
I'm saying at the end of this conversation, would you at least say, not, oh, this is never happening. Maybe it's not happening, but this looks really suspicious. These people need to answer for this. This should be further investigated. And given this totality of evidence, it would imply, at least with a slightly more positive than negative implication, that this is happening to some degree.
Probably, possibly. I mean, it depends on what you say when you say investigated. Like, I think that we should always be looking through, like, when you say investigated, that implies like criminal investigation, right? But it could just be that like these are numbers that we should always be digging through for like congressional statute or whatever. Like, I think it's always good to be looking at this because it's such a regulated industry and because it's so important to us that like it's always good to be digging through this stuff. Yeah, for sure. Especially if something looks weird or off, for sure.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just intuitively, I know you don't like the word common sense, but you would know that like, all right, if a robotic system who can't individual, like case by case basis analyze, hey, is this worth or not worth investigating, is going to have some cracks in it. No malicious intent implied at all. Just, hey, this thing is not perfect. It's going to get it wrong sometimes, and that wrongness might deny people the care they need.
Yeah. What was the question for that? Like,
it's like common sense, like that could be happening based on the fact that this is increasing by, like, I think some of them are like 16 times more denials than they normally do, right? Like, it's like, oh, like, even if you didn't,
and there are numbers that if they diverge enough, it demands an explanation, right? Yes, I would agree with that.
I would think that this is a case. You don't have to necessarily agree, but cool. All
sure.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So going down, this is car insurance, and we can skip over this if you want to. But the reason, I think a lot of people shit on me and Papa for bringing up car insurance, but the reason we brought it up was because the idea is just to establish that any insurance company could deny you care that you should otherwise get, but don't because of some malicious or a spurious claim or denial. And that can cause long-term health effects on you. So the missed claims are the biggest one here. That's the minor impacts soft tissue, or we call it whiplash normally. The reason I bring those up is whiplash, if not treated properly within 3 months, can cause long-term or permanent health effects. And it would seem, after we read through the McKinsey documents, which I'm not going to make you click on those, they're insanely verbose, but essentially this is what's claimed, and you can look into this later. They were denying missed claims en masse because they knew people wouldn't fight back on most of these because it's not worth it, because the payouts are so small, because litigation costs up to 50 to 100K. It's more worth it to the company to save by not paying these people out what they justly would have gotten had an adjuster come in and just said, hey, look, your claim is right. Here's your money. Do you want to look into this, or do you want to skip it over because it's not health insurance?
We can look into it if you want. The big reason why I say car insurance and health insurance are different is there are a couple things. So I would say that I think that markets solve better for car insurance for a few reasons. One is because your car is a bit less, how do I say this? I don't want to say less important, but like,
I mean, it literally is, right? Like, if your car breaks, you're alive. So it's got less of a,
I mean, if you have no way to get to and from work, that can severely impact you. But like, you don't need to like upkeep your car theoretically as much. Like if I miss, like my oil change in my car, the worst thing that'll happen is the car breaks down. If I miss getting a colonoscopy when I'm 45, I might get like cancer and die when I'm 46. Like, there are much worse penalties for fucking up with that. So I think that like car insurance, I think that markets solve better for this because you can shop around a little bit more for it. It's not provided through your job. You typically go online or you go whatever and you pick a company. So there's a lot more competition in that market. People are competing for lower prices. And then when an accident happens, usually you are in a better position to shop around or negotiate or figure out what's going on, as opposed to when a medical emergency happens. Usually you're much more limited in your ability to shop around.
Yeah, I agree with
the worst thing ever can happen to your car, like an engine can fall off of it, and you can literally get out and call around and, okay, well, who's going to tow truck, who's whatever. But if you're having a heart attack, you're going to be wheeled to whatever fucking hospital, and the majority of your medical expenses might be incurred before you're even awake.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So
but I would say you did bring up, like, hey, losing your car could make you lose your ability to work, make you lose your livelihood. So even in this specific case, I mean, the claim is not just insurance companies are killing people, insurance companies are harming people. This could be something that I would view as, like, once we get to the ethical argument of how people act in retaliation, you could be depriving someone of their right to work and put food on the table and live by saying, I'm not going to pay out your car claim, not because it doesn't deserve to have its claim out based on our normal rules, but more because I've been told, hey, let's just not do this because it will save the company money. So that would be a harm inflicted on them.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. Okay. And then since you've got like stories and anecdotes, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll just rattle one off here. So it might not matter or whatever. Maybe this won't come up or whatever. And I will caution that, of course, it's just a single person's thing or whatever. Okay. So just because I got several emails. I'm getting so many emails about the South Coast shit. But so this is a guy who says, just a little bit of insight and bias. He says, from someone who has worked the legal side of insurance, personal injury, and workers' comp, one of the debaters was up in arms about lack of treatment for whiplash. I think he's referring to you. If you ever work in insurance, you will hate whiplash claims. These are 55-year-old morbidly obese manual labor workers who insist that even though there is no noticeable persistent injury via imaging, that their neck still hurts a year after getting in a 25-mile-per-hour car crash that didn't even total the car. If you have actual injuries such as spinal disc fractures or compression, they show up on X-ray, CT scans, and or MRIs. I will be honest, I'm likely way too biased in the opposite direction. But when I hear people complain about lack of treatment for whiplash, my eyes roll into the back of my head.
So you don't have to do this about anecdotes. This is true. So this is in the book. The reason insurance companies hate whiplash is because it's very hard to prove. A lot of people will claim this unjustly, right? So there is a probably, if I had to guess how many people are fraudulently claiming whiplash, it's probably higher than the average other thing that someone might claim for. And I mean, it's literally happened to me. I got in a car wreck. I rear-ended someone. It was my fault. He got out of the car. He said, hey, I'm totally fine. Like, I'm just going to drive off. I'm not even going to wait for the police report. And then 3 months later, you know, State Farm tells me, hey, you're getting sued for you know, whiplash injury or something. Like, this happens. Maybe he was actually hurt, but I'm sure this is a big thing that they're bothered by. And so that's why when you're in these companies and it's like, this guy's right. Like I would suspect he's the average kind of person you would see in this company who's not like, hey, fuck these people. Let's deny every single whiplash claim because they're all pieces of shit. It's like, hey, there's so many fucking fraudulent cases from these assholes who are just claiming money from, like, stealing. They think they're stealing money from the insurer. They're taking it out of our pockets because they can't prove it, but we have to pay them out. Let's try to stop that, right? So the policy comes from a let's stop injustice, but it is then applied to people who otherwise should be paid out. That's the way I'm seeing it. I don't think it's this malicious hand-rubbing thing necessarily. Although we will get to the malicious hand-rubbing. There's some stuff in here that's like kind of fucking crazy. I can't believe.
Yep. Okay. So following you then. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sweet. So the two things real quick here are these yellow claims. Yellow, I believe, is from employees, so not higher ups, but I guess you could call these whistleblowers. These are just both source, but these are people talking about the systems, the computer systems that are used for determining these claims. Adjusters were repeatedly and severely criticized for using discretion and judgment in evaluation and adjusting these claims, up to and including them being fired for not going with I think those two systems are Colossus and Examinate is what it's called. That's with an X. So these systems are taking in all the data saying, okay, based on X number of weights of what actually happened, we recommend that this should be pursued, not suggested for litigation, etc. And a human being will then come in and say, hey, well, you know, this makes sense, this doesn't make sense. And if they say it doesn't make sense, they are, you know, shit on for that. They're discouraged from doing
I guess that. I would need to know particularly what the jobs are. This just sounds like a standard job to me. I don't understand what there's a process and a procedure for handling a thing. If you're going against that process or procedure, you would need either a really good justification for it or you would probably get in trouble. That seems fine.
Yes. So I guess that would be combined with the evidence that what is said and claimed. I don't know if I have this quote right here. It might be one of the later ones, but more often than not, these systems are going to favor the company when they shouldn't necessarily. It's always going to be like, you know, a house always wins thing. So the next quote was...
Sure. Wait, just to be clear, the systems will always favor the company because if it's not favoring the company, then it's just paying out every single claim anybody ever makes ever always, right?
Well,
like insurance companies aren't going into people's
lives.
Insurance companies aren't going into people's lives looking for, hey, we're just calling you today so we can pay if we can pay money to you for anything, right? An insurance company's never doing that. They're only getting a claim from other people. The only thing they can do is accept or deny. They're obviously not going to accept every single claim. They're going to deny some percentage of claims. So any system is necessarily just benefiting the company because they're looking. Yeah, so of course,
sort of. Yeah. But that's why I bring up Chubb, which is this like one of these like outlying examples of they are literally the hey, let's see what we can do to pay as many claims as physically possible companies. They're like a little more expensive because of that, but they are like constantly trying to pay people out. They have like the greatest like rating of like consumer to insurer like relationship. Like, so this is possible to do. Maybe it's not if it's too expensive. My guess is
going to be this company. These are probably way more expensive to pay premiums
yeah, exactly. Way more. But what I'm saying is it's not necessarily true, but sure. But I think also it's not just, hey, let's always pay out the claims. It's more of if the computer would ambiguously say like, hey, you're on the limit of whether or not this should be flagged, just always deny it. But regardless, that might be reasonable based on the system. Okay. But yeah, this is, but specifically, this is adjusters find that the computer is getting it wrong. As in, normally, before we had this system, we would have approved this claim. Now the system, specifically this computer system, is telling us not to. So it says, my vast experience in evaluating claims was replaced by values generated by a computer. Dietz said in court documents in response to the suit. More often than not, these values were not representative of what I experienced as fair and reasonable. As such, it became difficult to settle claims, and it was at times embarrassing to even make the offer that Colossus, this is me, computer system for claims adjustment, recommended, knowing it would be rejected and suit would be filed. So what this establishes to me is these computer systems get it wrong a lot. They know it gets it wrong a lot. And
wait, real quick. Why would we assume that the computer system that I imagine is working on a much, much, much larger data set, why would we assume that that's wrong and that Dietz himself is not wrong?
I mean, I could find more quotes because those are always going to be anecdotes, but my understanding of how these computer system works, and maybe this isn't intuitive to you, when you're analyzing a large data set, you have to segment everything into some sort of category, right? So based on these 5 events, you're probably in this category. So you had 4 people in the car. Oh, it's a multi-person suit. Oh, you had an old car. Oh, it's an old car suit. And you have to categorize everything into these groups. And then based on that, you've got some algorithm that analyzes them all. But just intuitively, tell me if this doesn't make sense. You're not going to be able to fully rationalize every bit of that information the same way a human would. And what these adjusters are coming out and saying is, hey, more often than not, this would seem like something I would have approved in the past. This computer system saying no, and we were told we can't go against it.
Yeah, but I guess the question would be, why would I assume that the individual would have a better call than the computer system itself, right? Like, it could also be the case that there's an individual that might deny a particular claim, that maybe the computer system say, well, we would approve this one. I mean, like, I don't know why I would assume like an individual.
You'd see more people coming out and saying like, hey, this is over approving claims, right? Which actually, that did happen.
Well, why would you ever come out publicly and say that? That would be like a horrible, I'm the guy that's going to come out and publicly defend my insurance company.
Yeah, no, that's true. But if you look in the Senate report, this is what happened. At least internally, this is what they're claiming. Some system they had been using prior to this AI system was approving claims that they otherwise would not have approved, where it's like, oh, this thing is making way too many false positives. And that's why they tried to apply this one that had better data or better analysis in their opinion. So like, it is possible both ways for sure, but it would appear that at least for Colossus and Examinate, this is the opposite of that. It's, hey, we would normally approve this and it's not. I've read a bunch of accounts from it in that book, but it could be the case. It could be
I would normally approve this. So Dietz himself is saying maybe he would normally approve this. It'd be interesting if he given any particular examples or anything. I don't know if he did or didn't, but or if that's even legal. But
there's a bunch of court cases. I didn't bring each individual one up because they're like anecdotes, right? So it's like, hey, I don't want to like just keep hitting you with those over and over.
Anecdote would give us at least a lot more of a factual foundation than a guy saying I would have approved these, but I can't.
This is a court case. If you click on that link, this is from, what is the case called? Let me see. Is it Farmers versus Dietz?
Farmers Insurance has asked the state court to silence 2 of its former employees who say a new computer program being used throughout the industry places unfair low values on its personal injury claims. This thing, yeah.
Yeah, so this is from court document. I try not to just get like, oh, hey, here's a random guy who said a random thing. Because like I said, like that could be an grudged guy. It could be just someone lying. But like almost all of those things I've linked in here are from the court. So.
Okay. This court case sounds like it had to do with basically silencing prior employees that were working as expert witnesses that were.
Yeah, I think it's a class action lawsuit against farmers for telling them to act a certain way that they weren't okay with. And they either got fired or stepped down or something like that. Yeah.
Sure. Do you know any idea what the outcome of this case was?
I do not off the top of my head. No, sorry.
Of course. Okay. Okay. Do you have any idea if he brings up in particular, like any examples? I don't know if he's allowed to. They might not be allowed to say that because of privacy reasons. But
I can grab one real quick. Let's see. I have my Kindle open. I don't know if you have the book in Kindle, but if you might just have to take my word for it unless I screen share. Give me a sec here. Let me Control F Dietz. For many adjusters, disheartening. Because they have a bunch of anecdotes in this book that I just didn't write down because I'm like, okay, like here's the sob story, boo-hoo, this person got hit, they got denied a claim, but like what does this establish other than this, they got it wrong this time? Actually, let me see, I actually might have some in here. Let's see, financial ruin, long-term death. Let me just type Control F. I'm going to give myself a couple more seconds here, but no, I don't think I have any here.
That's fine. That's not like a pro or minus. That's not a huge deal, but
okay.
But okay.
Okay, let me see what's next in this. So we've got that. We've got the AI denials. We've got the missed claims. Oh, wait, no, right below this. Okay, so first of all, this is the McKinsey document that's like all these documents leaked. It came out after a lot of litigation back and forth. This was in 1990 and they were advising Allstate. I do want to mention, maybe you know this, how the hell do you find what McKinsey's clients are? Because I've been told they advise many other people in the system. I've been told that they advise healthcare companies, car companies, like pretty much everyone under the sun, but I cannot for the life of me find like, hey, these are the specific people that we have gone and done seminars with. Maybe it's just because it's everyone, but I don't think they like telling people.
McKinsey leaks, as I don't know what we would look for.
Oh, sorry, not for the leaks. The leaks are this link right here. I'm gonna copy paste it down to where you are.
I don't know if a client list would ever necessarily be made public. That would just be the prerogative of the company if they want to brag about who their clients are, but maybe the clients want discretion. I don't know if you would, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, before diving into this, the reason I bring it up is if this is like the, dead to rights, okay, these are internal leaked processes that are pushed on this insurance company saying this is how you do things, and it seems pretty damn malicious. Courts have found this malicious. I would assume, although it might not be fair to assume, that they do similar types of consulting at other companies that have done this ad, but maybe they stopped since then. I don't know. It just seems like, all right, like after everything that's come out with the oil industry, with the opioid industry, like that McKinsey has advised on, like they seem to still kind of adhere to this kind of scummy bullshit. But
well, sure, but I mean, I'm sure they probably advised like thousands of clients, huge companies on a lot of things. I'm
they
sure
probably
some
didn't
of
all
it
do
has been
bad, yeah.
But
In fact, most of it
so like the
probably
thing when it comes to consultation too is that like it's not enough to just show like this is a thing that they were given in consultation. Like I think again, this is like a good foundation for a hypothesis, but not for a conclusion. Like I've been consulted on acts that I think I would agree are scummy.
Oh, but they execute these at least these leaked documents. Like so the major denials that McKinsey advises. This is like, hey, we are proven that you followed through on this and did what you were told by McKinsey.
Wait, like proven that they denied the things that McKinsey told them to deny for those reasons, or just that they have some denials that could have potentially fit? Because like if McKinsey says, for instance, like denying the soft tissue stuff would actually help you guys so much, and then following through might have been like 50% denials, when in reality they just continued the 5 to 15% denials, whatever is normal. That wouldn't prove that they took that advice. They were just continuing on the way that they were before. There might not be that link.
Let's read. I have the quotes from the court conclusions on this, but essentially, yeah, like just to reiterate, these what McKinsey said is, hey, these claims won't be worth pursuing litigation on. The payouts are low. Denying them for whatever reason will result in a portion of people, 1, not following up, 2, not knowing that they can follow up, and 3, if they do following up, not doing it because it's not worth the time or money.
Do you have like a link to the case or whatever, where these quotes come from or anything?
Not
like
the case.
To see what
the
actual
documents themselves are that link. The cases are below. So, for example, the first one we're going to look at is Crackle versus Allstate.
Okay, which document do I have to read that thing? Which one is it?
I actually was like, it's like 150,000 pages. I can't find the specific page on this. I just know that I'm trusting that the court claiming that these documents show what they're claiming to show are there. But
okay, real quick, what was the claim over? I can just Control F and just see if I can find it.
Oh, trust me, I tried. But it's essentially, if you look at these documents, by the way, I don't even know if this is all the documents, because of the links in the book to what the documents were have been taken down from the McKinsey website and the Allstate website. So this is just me like finding some archive off of Reddit. This could be not incomplete, but essentially the specific claims for this specific thing is the massive denials of missed claims to make money, and to, I think the quote is, exploit the economics of the practice of the law. So there's also 4 links in that link. Don't waste too much time on it. I did, and I couldn't find it.
Well, then my question would be but then what is the, because we have a claim here. These claims are not worth pursuing litigation because they are low payout. Thus, denying them for whatever reason will result in a portion of people not following up, not knowing they can, and if they do know, not doing it because it's not worth the time. So the claim here is that part of the consultation that McKinsey provided was essentially a way to, in bad faith, scam your clients because they won't pursue things in litigation.
And that claim will be established in the court conclusions, because that is what I'm relying on, not the specific documents, because I could not parse through it. Yeah. So if you're okay with that, can we just go to the Crackle versus Allstate?
Sure.
Yeah. So in Crackle versus Allstate, they quote said, Allstate's conduct was so egregious and abusively defending Mist that it fashioned a new rule of law to provide remedy. The insurance company has decided to draw a line in the sand on all cases like this. The court then posed the question, am I to understand that nothing I might say or point out to you would have any impact on your decision to consider settlement or not? The answer to the court's question was yes, which is to say, hey, we are employing these bad faith, let's deny all of these as much as we can tactics because it makes us money. We will not even take into consideration anything you say to us.
Well, that's one way of phrasing it, but another way of phrasing it might be that they felt like that this had literally nothing to do with the law at all. This is just the policy of the company, and nothing that a judge says is going to change the way that they run their company, assuming they're not actually like breaking the law, right?
Well, I don't think this. Well, first of all, I mean, I think this was found in favor of Crackle, but
I would have to see like what is this? Like what is he? Like what is this in response to? So like the court then posed the question: is this going to be in let's deposition somewhere, or is it going to be?
But let me grab this. Is this the Oregon? Here, let me just grab up Crackle versus Allstate and throw that in there for you. This is the
Well, I've got a court.
Yeah, it's the very first one that should come up, I believe.
Yeah, casetext.com or whatever. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. The court is well aware that sanctions issued under Rule 16 are to be appropriate and just. Hold on. So, like, rule of procedure? What is this? Arizona Rule Civil Procedure,
quick, where are you?
Rule 16. I control F. Sorry. Am I to understand? I'm just curious where that quote came from.
Yeah. So this is under, what's the subsection? This
I'm
is
not
big.
sure.
God, yeah. Oh, appeal. Okay.
Yeah, it says that the court is well aware that sanctions issued under Rule 16 are to be appropriate and just. Several factors loom large in this court's decision to issue the sanctions it has. First, in discussing the potentiality of settlement, counsel stated the insurance company has decided to draw a line in the sand on all cases like this. The court then posed the question, am I to understand that nothing I might say or point out to you would have any impact on your decision to consider settlement or not? The answer to the court's question was yes. Counsel acknowledged during the joint settlement conference that there is no allegation of contributory negligence by plaintiff or anyone else. Both were affirmatively alleged by defendants in their answer. Hold on, wait. I just want to be clear. Who are the plaintiffs and defendants in this? This is
The
Crackle.
defendants
versus
are Allstate.
Allstate.
Plaintiff is Crackle?
Erica Gunther and Tammy Drennan sued Allstate Insurance Company and attorney Blaine Gobb for abuse of process. And then a jury found that Allstate was liable, and they awarded them compensatory but not punitive damages. The jury found in favor of Gobb on appeal. They argued that their trial court abused its discretion in excluding evidence of Allstate's behavior in several other claims and excluding portions of a judicial order sanctioning Allstate and the underlying personal. Personal filed against Allstate and denying the request to produce several Allstate claims files. They also argued the trial properly instructed the jury on the elements of an abuse of process claim. Allstate cross appeals, asserting that the trial court erred in denying its motion for judgment as a matter of law, and that the jury's verdict in favor of necessarily exonerated Allstate as well. We affirm all of this. Okay, so this is just going over that appeal, I think. Okay, sorry. Okay, that there is no allegation of contributory negligence. Both were affirmatively alleged by defendants in their answer. Okay. Procedurally, the outline of the case, as has been pointed out in this minute entry, has appeared to be a war of attrition rather than any reasonable attempt to discuss the merits of the case. Furthermore, by trying to have Gunther and Drannan's attorney stipulate to cancel the settlement conference, defendants made clear that it was their intent to derail the court's directive to appear and participate in good faith negotiations and settlement nearly immediately after the judge's order calling for such conference. The other primary factor preceding the final straw is that counsel's and perhaps defendants' decision. When we say counsel here, counsel is Allstate, I believe, is what we're referring to. Counsel and perhaps defendant's decision to not participate to a meaningful extent was made clear that there was no discussion of any kind between counsel, the insurance adjuster, or the defendant. Or maybe that's not true. Maybe counsel is referring to something else. The insurance adjuster or the defendant conclusion. Those remarks included an inquiry as to whether the expert, Dr. Lawal, would in fact present testimony to attack the necessity of treatment. The response was that the doctor would testify with specificity that Drennan, who the defendants concede was 6 months pregnant at the time of accident, should never have sought a medical exam. Who the defendants concede was 6 months pregnant should never have sought a medical exam of any time. It was at this point the court inquired whether the pretrial settlement memorandum did not contain the doctor's report as was referred to within the memorandum, and a concession was made the doctor had not opined that no medical exam would be needed. Okay, so coming back to this quote,
What are we
trying to?
Nothing. So
yeah,
based on what you just read, maybe
yeah.
tell me if you've interpreted this differently. It seems that there was no open space for any sort of back and forth on these sorts of claims. They were just denying them outright, and it would appear that they
I would say this quote here only refers, it is specifically fighting on this case with regards to this particular settlement.
Sure. With, it might not be establishing a massive procedure for the whole company. This is specifically this case. Yes.
Okay.
So if we're trying to show that the rest of the companies did it, I have a couple more court cases. I don't know if it's going to prove that. I guess what you were trying to establish, what you said at the beginning, did they follow through and do this on a massive scale? I think the only thing I could point to that would show that is the amount of money they began to make from the denials of these missed claims. I don't have that number in this document, but I do remember reading it. That would be the only thing that I can apply. So my argument would be, Mackenzie comes in, advises mass denials of these claims. It would appear that those mass denials do go up, maybe not to the extent Mackenzie referenced, and they're making a lot of money off of it. And you would stop at, tell me if I'm wrong, you can't show that they did this on the massive scale that Mackenzie asked them to. Maybe they just increased it, and that's it, right?
I I guess so. I'm trying to think from your perspective, like evidence that there is an improper denial of claims going on. I feel like things like the obvious gold standard would be like some sort of criminal suit. Although I don't know if that would ever happen. The next would be like a class action suit showing that they
If it
were
was
supposed to
massive,
pay these
right?
things
Yeah,
out.
okay. So at the very least, let me say, like, I'll call this. Well, I don't want to say win because I'm not trying to like win over you, but just like I'll consider this a win, having tried to convince you. At least this court case establishes some of these are unjust stonewalling claims where they really don't have a good reason to say no to you, but they're just doing it to make money. Just this one case.
I mean, it seems like they lost the case, so I don't know exactly
lost the
why
case,
they.
or Allstate lost the case.
Allstate. My understanding is it seems like Allstate lost the case. So in this case, I would guess that at least a jury decided that they were improper in settling this, or in refusing to settle or pay out a claim. That's what it seems to be the case is.
Okay.
I don't know the case, but it seems like
that doesn't establish widespread yet, not at all. I'm just saying, is it like, because this is the point we're still on. This is the longest one, the most evidence, by the way, for everyone watching. Like, this is going to get shorter as we go on, but just this one is, hey, can these people deny just claims? And it seems, at least in this one, they can do that. It might not be company policy, although I would think it would be based on the fact that they seem to increase them after McKinsey advised, but maybe not. I can't prove that. You're totally right on that. I'm just trying to establish that this at least happens. It's not never happening. It maybe not be as wide as people are claiming, though. That's totally okay.
Sure. Yeah. Although, I mean, I would immediately grant that right at the start. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure this happens. Yeah, even in the health insurance industry, I'm sure there have been cases where a health insurance company, even UHC themselves, has probably denied a thing that was challenged in court, and then maybe somebody won eventually where they shouldn't have denied it. I'm sure it happens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we can skip the rest of this. And do you think, does that mean we can check off the first boxes? Insurance companies can unjustly deny people their payouts? Just like on any scale. That's that quote. Right, like I said, I'm doing this easiest to hardest because we're going to get to this is not uncommon, but I have not established that to you.
I'm
not trying to get you to like, this isn't a gotcha. This is just, hey.
No, I understand. Like, I mean, like, it's like if I were to like get you to admit that like you do agree that like black people can kill people without like good reason and be held accountable for it.
If I
like,
laid it out in this document, it's like, can a black person kill a person without good reason? Yeah. But like, I'm not that, it's weird to check that off because I wouldn't, in out of context, want to quote on that 100%. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but that's why I'm saying this isn't a gotcha.
I'm sure, just by a numbers game, I'm sure that there have been claims that have been challenged that are not, like, that end up not winning in court. I'm sure.
Cool. That's all this one is. This is all I'm trying to establish. We're not at the other point.
Okay.
This is not me winning. This is not me having convinced you. This is just.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You're good.
Cool.
You don't have to qualify. You're good. Yeah. Sure.
Well, I want to, because in case you're trying to like not save face for your audience, but essentially say like, look, this is not me conceding the entire point, which you're not exactly. This is why I built it up from.
Listen, I buy more bullets than anybody in the world. I don't care about fighting bullet. You're fine. But go ahead.
Not as many as Brian Thompson. Let's see. Okay, so the next point. So I'm sorry, I didn't click up here. Did you check off the second one? You did. Okay, cool. Sweet. So the third point is, and maybe we can check this off immediately. We don't even have to go into this, that it
I would automatically agree with this. It could cause financial ruin or serious long-term harm, or potentially death, depending on how you define death.
Yeah,
sure.
and specifically in the post-acute care one, this is what, I guess, just on this point, how we can extend this to, what would I say, like a more common practice. I don't know how many people this applies to, but in the stat, and you can see in the green highlighted thing under this evidence, the stat investigation, which is the thing that kind of led to the Senate report. So stat, if you don't know, is like a media corporation that went in and tried to investigate NaviHealth, and that's a subsidiary of, or maybe a sister daughter company of United Health, to see like, hey, what are we cutting off? Who are we denying this post-acute care? And in those specific cases, they see, all right, some of these people, like you said, Medicare Advantage, it could be supplementary or it could be a replacement to A and B, but people that are denied post-acute care can die from it, and on a massive scale, depending on what it is, right? So if it's just, physical therapy or some crap, probably not. But if it's, hey, I need these antibiotics every day, and when you deny me today, I now have a week to find a new health insurance plan, but I might not have my antibiotics, right? So that.
So I'm going to go by, I'm leaning again, unfortunately, so much of this is anecdotal, but I've had a couple physicians email me this, that when we talk about like post-acute care, post-care that's being denied, that it's generally not in the form of like, this patient is septic and he needs to be managed somewhere, or this patient, like you said, needs antibiotics, something like that. Generally, it's in the form of like, this patient needs physical therapy be a doctor might recommend them to physical therapy like place so they could stay up for 6
Yeah,
weeks.
that's
But in
probably the
reality,
majority, right?
wait. But in the reality, the insurer says like they can probably do this physical therapy at home, so they would get like a visiting nurse or something instead. They would do something like this.
Exactly.
It's not, I'm only bringing that up because you just gave the example like they need antibiotics and now they die because they're being discharged without it. I don't believe that those are the kinds of denials that they're doing.
So that's not a
Will it happen,
majority.
like,
I
once,
have
maybe, but-
I have two
Well,
anecdotes
not even
here.
when you say not a majority, I don't think that that's the rule at all. That if it's something that's literally going to lead to your death directly like that, then not only should that not be being rejected, I don't even think a hospital would discharge a patient like that. I don't think hospitals would ever discharge somebody like that. Yeah.
But as far as the two anecdotes that I found in the stat stuff, it seems like at least something that severe is happening. So if we scroll down to the next yellow thing, say patients who are sick and need daily infusions may not have alternatives.
Hold on. Does this look yellow to you or orange?
Yellow orange? I mean, not. I don't know.
Yeah, this is very, very orange to me. So
Okay.
red flag mode. But sorry, go ahead. You're good.
Yeah, no, I'm colorblind. I'm untrustworthy. So it said, this is just a quote from the stat article. I've archived all of them. You can see it below. In 2021, employees raised alarm. So this is like on a massive scale, right? Like the employees plural are saying, maybe it's only two, raised alarms that efforts to bypass the algorithm and pay for longer rehab stays were getting slapped down at higher levels of the organization. Multiple cases involved patients who were still so sick that they needed daily infusions to treat infections. Now, what happens when that doesn't happen? Maybe it's death. Maybe it's exacerbated circumstances. But what this is showing me is that if you need a daily infusion and you are denied care, yeah, maybe you could find a replacement. Maybe you have to pay out of pocket. Maybe there are alternatives. But if you can't get those in time, as in the next day, bad things will happen. That is what this quote is establishing.
That would be very surprising to me. I would have to dig into that a little bit more because that sounds like that seems like it wouldn't be the case. But
what would your skepticism here be like? The hospital would treat you
patient
anyway,
is so sick that they needed daily infusions to treat an infection. I don't even think insurance would come into play there. I don't think that a hospital would discharge a patient like that. Like I don't think the hospital, forgetting insurance or anybody even ability to pay, I don't know if a hospital would discharge that patient.
Okay, maybe not. I mean, I don't have the exact quote that said, and then we discharged them and they died. The next quote, again, anecdote, the one in red, is this kind of story about how something kind of happened in this case. And we'll just read through it, and maybe this is establishing what you're looking for, maybe not, but can I read it too?
Yeah, where are you at?
Yeah, so down below in red, the claim is, even without death, immediate denials can cause severe health outcomes. So and I spelled severe wrong. And I spelled it even wronger. Can I read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so but the concerns voiced by NavaHealth's former employees echo the experiences of family members on the receiving end of denials. People forced to watch their loved ones suffer after being cut off from care prematurely. I felt like we were targeted, said Gloria Bent, 78, the widow of Gary Bent. Now, before I get through this, he did not probably die from this. He died like a few months after this happened. A retired physics professor at the University of Connecticut who needed rehab care after undergoing brain surgery to remove a cancerous lesion. She said she successfully appealed two of NavaHealth's attempts to cut off payment for her husband's stay in a skilled nursing facility in July 2022, but the company's third denial stuck, and her husband was sent home with a fever and a throbbing pain in the head and neck. She gave him the Tylenol and tried to keep him comfortable, but the next morning we could not rouse him, Bent said. When we were able to rouse him, he did not know who he was, where he was, or who I was. Now, maybe he was just old. I'm assuming that was not the case before. She called the emergency help, and her husband was taken to the hospital, where he spent 3 weeks recovering from bacterial meningitis. And then, yeah, he died months later, but I don't think that was, maybe it was because of this, but this appears to me of, hey, we immediately cut them off. We sent them home. They did not get that daily care that they probably needed, but the computer decided they didn't, and it caused bacterial meningitis, which was an incredibly
this would have to
like
this would be things that because this doesn't even look like it involves insurance. This almost seems like medical malpractice. If you're sending a person home who just had a brain surgery and they're having throbbing pain in their head, and then the hospital is trying to discharge that patient, and then they come back the next day and they have meningitis. This is like hospital malpractice. Like I think you could sue hospital for inability to do this type of care.
Okay,
that seems
that's reasonable. I mean,
unless they had like an alternate thing where they're like, we understand that there's a risk and we're going to send you home and give you like outline this type of like in-home care or some type of other facility like that. But I seriously doubt that a hospital discharge a patient who just had brain surgery and then was having throbbing pain in their brain and then they go home and come back the next day with meningitis. That just seems outstanding to me. But
okay, I mean, maybe it's not true.
Yeah.
Maybe it's misinformed. But like this. again,
Or it might be true, but I don't know if this would be like on the fault of the
insurance company, because the insurance company is the ones who are saying, hey, hospital, we're not giving you, or we're not covering this anymore, allowing you to treat them in your hospital. So I guess the hospital's like, okay, well, if you're not going to get covered, I guess we can let you go, which might be malpractice. But it's also to the fact that, like, I don't know, like maybe the hospital were the ones who said, hey, he doesn't need this anymore. Then it's all on them. But I mean, this is appearing in testimonies from people saying this is because of the insurance. I could be wrong.
I'd be really careful
wrong.
about calling it testimony. This is just like
right.
article, like
accounts,
it's not
accounts,
like
excuse me.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that, like, just in terms of knowing like how any of this works, this is I don't understand what this has to do with insurance. This is like medical.
No, maybe
fuck ups. Well, not maybe.
Right.
Like,
well,
like if you went home and you have like meningitis, you're like, and the hospital didn't catch this at all, and that's why you're throbbing pain. Like, that's a big problem, right?
Well, the implication to me was that he might not have immediately had this bacterial meningitis, and because he no longer was on the care and went home, it developed. And it might not have had he still remained in that facility. I could be wrong about that. That was how I had read it.
In the article, it says the company's third denial stuck, and her husband was sent home with a fever and throbbing pain. So her husband
so
was
he
sent
already
home
had the
there,
fever and throbbing pain. Okay.
And then the next morning, he wouldn't wake up.
Okay, yeah, never mind. So it didn't develop. I read that wrong then. Okay, no, fair enough. Maybe that's just completely 100% medical malpractice, and we can ignore this one completely.
Or there's something else going on that I'm not aware of as well, because we don't have like a discharge form or a chart or anything.
I'm
like
not
that,
an expert. I read a book and a bunch of articles, which, yeah, for some reason makes me 95% more than qualified than the people to talk about this. But like, yeah, there's probably people that understand this a lot better, and maybe this is completely part and parcel, not the insurance fault, and completely on the hospital. I completely concede that. The only other thing
Did anything come of this? I'm curious if you read into this. So, because I went down. Navi Health declined to comment on Gary Bent's case, citing the need for his wife to sign a privacy waiver. Earlier this year, I wonder if they asked her to, or if she refused, or what happened there. Earlier this year, she told her story under oath before a Senate subcommittee that launched an investigation of denials by major Medicare Advantage insurers. I wonder if that this investigation is just what led to that Senate subcommittee report.
I'm sure that's why it's come out as part of it. Yeah.
Because that report that you gave me was 2022, right?
The report was 2 months ago. It was released.
Oh, I thought it was 2 years ago. My bad. Okay.
I think the Blumenthal thing was October 17th, 2024. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
all
which
right.
is
okay,
insane that it happened
excellent.
like 2 months. I don't know if it had anything to do with the United Health thing, but that did come out like a month or two before that shooting happened, which is insane.
Sure.
Yeah. The only other thing here is just like another hospital testimony thing about they claim that, hey, we're sending people home that need daily care. So let me just read it. We take patients who are going to die of their diseases within a 3-month period of time, and we force them into a denial and appeals process that lasts up to 2.5 years, says Chris Comfort, that's a funny name, Chief Operating Officer at Calvary Hospital, a palliative and hospice facility in the Bronx of New York. So what happens if the appeal outlasts the beneficiary? So again, this is just, hey, yeah, there is legal means that they can exhaust, but those legal means might not be immediate or enough to deal with the fact that they could die in the meantime. So thoughts on that?
My understanding is that any appeal has to be resolved within 12 months, I believe.
That's
I think that's part of the new.
Well, even if it's 12 months, if they're going to die in 3 months, same thing, right?
Well, if you're going to die that soon, I don't think you can. I just don't understand how these people are being discharged from the hospital if they're like dying.
Humor me, because I don't know if this is true. Let's say I'm taking a cancer drug that suppresses my tumor, and they say, hey, we're not going to give you this drug anymore. Insurance has denied it. Like, that's not something a hospital would be like, yeah, here's your free cancer drug. It's not like you're bleeding out and they need to operate. It's like, I need this to, alleviate my long-term symptoms, and that's not something they might just hand to you if you went into the ER, right?
Hand at the ER, no, but provide treatment at a hospital. I guess I'm not 100% sure how something like that would work. I don't know.
Like, do you know, I guess this is another one where it's like, can you give me a positive? Has anyone ever had a long-term condition that requires not an operation or like a doctor treatment, but like a medication or some sort of treatment that without it would not cause any immediate harm, but will end up killing you because of a tumor or like developing, I don't know, like if you didn't take your PrEP or something, like, and you get HIV, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there must be some things where like the hospital or the doctor does not see it as an immediate necessary emergency that they will deny through insurance, and you can't just go to the hospital and get treated for it. Like, yeah, they're going to get you if you've got a gunshot wound. They might not give you this drug because it's like, look, this is really expensive. We can't just hand it out to you if you don't have insurance.
Yeah, I'm not sure 100% what that process looks like.
Okay. In my
Another thing
mind,
I'll
okay,
point
go
out
ahead.
real quick. Another thing I'm pointing out here too is that like it seems like all of these examples and a lot of these examples have to do with being released from like secondary care stages as well, not like hospitals. But like so like that last example you gave was a guy being discharged from the whatever that rehab facility was, and then this one is being released from a palliative in a hospice facility in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
When they say we take patients who are going to die of their diseases within a 3-month period of time, does he mean they're going to die if they're released or that they're going to die anyway?
I think die if they're released, unless I'm reading that wrong.
Because
that would be my.
I could be
my
wrong, but
thought.
doesn't hospice mean hospice is basically
Hospice
when you
is
go
end
to
of
be
life
like,
care, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm curious what he meant when he said that here.
Yeah, if they're going to die in 3 months anyway, I would consider this way less ethical, because this is what we were talking about, where it's like, look, if we can save costs on people who are like 3 months away from dying, and give it to people that are 20, like I'd obviously think that would be the right decision if it's a zero-sum game. So,
Well, sure, but I mean, like the guy that you're quoting here for the second thing is Chief Operating Officer of Calvary Hospital, which is a palliative and hospice facility in the Bronx. Like that's what it is.
Actually, what is
like,
palliative?
That's
That's not a word. I know.
Palliative care is specialized medical care that focuses on providing relief from pain and other symptoms of a serious illness. I don't know if this is meant to be.
I don't know if it's mutually exclusive from the hospital. I mean, I literally, if you Google it, there's like a Venn diagram, but specifically, I don't know if his facility is, hey, some of these people are not going to die if we treat them. Some of them are going to die anyway.
Okay, for palliative care, I think it's not the assumption that the person will die. For hospice care, I believe it is.
Okay, so we would have to look up specifically, is Calvary Hospital mutually thing? Like, do they specifically do palliative and hospice, not
Well, that's what it
one
says
or
in the
the other?
article you're giving me. But
No. What I'm saying is, are the patients that are admitted, are they both palliative and hospice, right? Like, is it, they're definitely going to die soon, and we are also relieving the pain and from their illness or surgery or whatever? Or is it, we accept palliative patients, we accept hospice patients, we accept both patients? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, the fact they do hospice and palliative, so but okay. Okay.
So,
yeah, what's next? Go ahead.
do we check off? I think you already kind of said this, but yes, this could cause financial ruin, significant long-term harm, or even death. Can. Not always.
Yeah,
not
it can.
majority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course it could. Yeah.
Sweet. All right,
Yeah.
cool. So we do have, this is like next section is supplemental, the idea that the legal options, while in existence, are not always financially viable, known of, or possible. I kind of brought this up when I was talking about the missed claims. So a lot of people just don't even know they can like get a lawyer for these sort of things. Some people just don't even know that like these are possible to pursue, and when they can pursue them, it's not worth the money. But
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
okay. Can we just check this one off then?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. Even if I smell your impatience, I'd still accept any check off.
Well, no.
No, I'm
Stop,
just
going
joking.
back.
I'm
Hold on.
joking.
No,
I'm
no,
joking.
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
joking.
stop. Hold on. Wait, I know, but now I have to clarify. Hold on. Going back through these, I have to clarify, okay? That like a lot of these are like double of the details, right? So when you
Yes.
say that like convincing that insurance companies unjustly deny people their payouts, I would agree that this happens.
Okay.
But the argument isn't that it happens. The argument is that it happens as the result of a rule to dictate it happening.
Right.
And then establish that this
And I
can
failed
cause
to
financial
establish
ruin,
that. I
serious
failed to
long-term
establish
harm.
that
Okay,
within this,
hold on.
right?
I'm just reading through and clarifying on all of these. Hold on. Establish that this can cause financial ruin, serious long-term harm, or even death. Yeah, of course. But like anything related to hospital stuff is, I don't know how big of a deal this is unless we say that convincing that insurance companies unjustly deny people is the result of like a rule that they have, that they by rule they do it unjustly.
Right.
And then for the next one, show that legal options while in existence are not always financially viable. That's true of every single legal thing, but I mean like that's just the reality of like legal stuff. However, if like before the stuff that's happening isn't the result of like a malicious rule, then it's not as relevant here. So just to clarify.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, no, that's true. And I was just poking fun. But I will also, just to clarify, I have failed to establish to you that the missed claims, and I accept this, by the way, the missed claims were a result of McKinsey documentation that is official policy to deny people, right? Like this isn't official.
Well,
so,
to be clear, and again, the McKinsey thing was a consultation thing. We don't know if that was official policy. It
That's what
was
I'm
just
saying.
a
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I
yeah,
have failed to properly, like, there is not a smoking gun. Hello, I am the person who is telling you. Maybe this exists. I couldn't find it. I'm the person telling you that this is the case. Okay, cool.
Sure.
So this is the hardest part. I'll probably lose you here, but this is trying to convince you that this is not uncommon. So yes, so this is much harder to prove. Most of the data is not available, so the only way we know that this is common practice is from insider testimony, which could be exaggerated, misinformed, or begrudged lies. The claims are that this is common and widespread, and if the insurance companies wanted to disprove these claims, they could. For example, like I said, with Chubb Insurance, they release their numbers, they show you what they deny, what they don't deny. They could be, flubbed here or there, but
Just to be clear, real fast, is Chubb insurance, is this for health insurance as well, or is this exclusively for car insurance?
It's a lot of stuff. It's health, it's cybersecurity, it's I want to say it's homeowners. It's a lot. It's all sorts of stuff. Yeah, and it's very expensive. I think compared to the average.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
But just to establish, it's possible to release these numbers. The insurance companies, like we agree that. Well, actually, I want to know your take on this. Why do you think the insurance companies try so hard not to release these numbers?
I don't know if they try hard not to release these numbers or if they just don't. You would never release business information like this unless you're like required to. Why would you? You're giving away competitive advantages. You're giving people a whole bunch of like vectors to attack you for potentially no reason. Like,
well, so like in a free market, would you not say it makes the most sense for, let's say I'm a consumer trying to decide what insurance company do I want to go with? Why wouldn't you say, look, here are my numbers. I pay out the most claims. My company gives the best rates for lawyers,
because I think for
right?
these aren't free markets. These are heavily regulated markets.
Right.
So
they're not. But like, why would you not? They're not free. It's not a free market. It's incredibly regulated. What I'm saying is, why, as an insurance company, would you not want? Because this is, at least from what I understood from Chubb and the people I talked to, this is the reason they do it is because they want to establish that relationship. Like, hey, look how good we are. Look how honest we are. Look how much we pay out. We want you to know that you can trust us, right? So Allstate comes out and they're like, you're in good hands. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is here. They want that same relationship, and they could establish that by releasing these numbers. So why don't they try to do that?
Because one, I don't know if they even would establish that. It might be that literally releasing any numbers would have people cherry pick and make people not trust you. And two, if there's not a law mandating it, why would you be the only one to release it? Like, imagine you come out and you're like, our denials are actually only 10%, and we're very proud of that. And you released your numbers, and nobody else releases their numbers. Well, now everybody's looking at you like, look at this dipshit who just admitted they denied 10% of claims. Like, fuck him, I'm not going with that. That company has 10% denials. Like, these would have to be mandated by law to release. Otherwise, I feel like there'd be no reason. This is like commercially protected information. You would never want to release this stuff.
So I don't remember what part of the document this is, but just to establish this, because the reason I believe this is malicious, first of all, every time people try to fight and find these numbers, so for example, like try the McKinsey documents and say, hey, like what the hell were you guys doing here? Like even when court orders say like, hey, we've subpoenaed these, we're charging you, I think it was like $25,000 a day, they still won't do it. And the only way they're forced to is when a regulator, like an insurance commissioner from the state, comes in and says, you need to give this to us. And then it comes out and it's like, holy shit, this looks really bad. So I
would have to look at the exact process, but like fighting subpoenas and everything, of course, again, you're always going to be doing this. Like subpoenas and the information that you release that becomes part of public record is all incredibly important and protected information that you would want to be very, 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 very careful leaking, right? Like, if you watch my streams, you obviously like that Dominion Fox News case that never even went to trial. If we lived in a better media environment, that information that came out about Fox News as a result of the discovery thing could arguably be incredibly damaging to the company, even though there's not like a verdict on that case. So, and maybe Fox News had a really good reason for why all of those people said the things that they did. It's hard to imagine that, but it could be the case. But in that case, having any of that information, so it's not surprising that everybody would fight subpoenas. Yeah, of course.
I agree, but at the very least, I would say that this seems more like a bad thing than a good thing. That's total vibe-based politics, which is completely dismissible. I understand, but like when you see the testimonies coming out, when I look at the totality of evidence, and I'm in a bubble. I've been reading like all anti-insurance books and articles for the past like week, right, in preparation for this. Like it does kind of like point this picture, but that could just be like, oh, conspiracy brain, you're connecting the dots, there's not really there. So I fully admit that maybe they have really good reasons, but I do want to add just this last thing on this. I think it's the McCarran-Ferguson Act of 1945 kind of established that they don't have to release this information, but also it's the stipulation of antitrust laws apply to most of these companies, except they're allowed to share a lot of this internal data with each other so that they can figure out, not to accuse them of price gouging, but they share this data to say, hey, where are you kind of placing this? Like, where are you kind of placing this? Like, how many claims do you deny? Like, it seems like they share these numbers with each other thanks to that. And maybe it's all good practice. Maybe it's like, hey, we don't want to go too high, too low. But that to me seems a little more like, hey, you're releasing it to each other, but not like, it's not clearly not business secrets. Like you're doing this because, maybe you want to like screw people over more, but maybe not. I don't know. What do you?
Yeah, I would just need any kind of evidence of that whatsoever, I think. Yeah.
The antitrust thing or which thing? Like I can show
the
you
fact that it's done like maliciously or done
that
bad.
it's done maliciously. Yeah.
Like, if you want to do like a vibes based thing, like another thing that hurts too, and this is the same like vibes based. This is just like heuristic that I apply to a lot of conservative claims about like evil.
Fidgeting with my document right now? Are you stimming? I can see your cursor like jumping around.
It does that, yeah.
I'm not blaming. I do that shit all the time. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, if I'm heuristically looking at a thing, if somebody tells me, for instance, that like illegal immigrants are massively murdering people or trans people are abusing bathrooms or whatever, if I see that like the exact same case is brought up for like 10 years or they have like nothing that they can even bring up about it, that makes me kind of look at that a little bit weirdly, when a lot of these claims about like people being denied things and dying for no reason, all of that are being made over and over again, but the cases that come up are like kind of weak or tenuous at best. It makes me wonder what's actually happening. If this is so common and so widespread, why aren't there more like good examples of this happening, or why don't they like bleed out into the numbers anywhere? Why does it seem so hard to like prove or find this particular thing? That just on a heuristic vibes level, that's what makes me question it.
Yeah, and that's fair. And like I would say, obviously, like they're not releasing numbers. They fight and they lobby with the NAIC not to release those numbers, but that could be for completely legitimate reasons. But I would ask you, because I've seen you talk with right wingers about this, and this was like, I didn't think I would be fight you on skepticism in this. I thought we were totally going to be off in the CEO debate thing. So when I heard you question this, I was thinking about how you've debated right wingers and they've said, prove to me Trump's a racist, prove to me this guy's a racist. And they would not accept anything unless you had the kill shot, like dead to rights scribed contract that says, I do not like black people or something like that, versus, hey, let's look at their actions, the way they describe these things, the structure and the system they try to propose. Like, it seems to me that they are racist without having explicitly said something racist. And I feel as if, maybe not an undue amount, but there's a large similar amount of like onus on me to prove this, where I don't think you would necessarily need nearly as much to prove someone else is a racist. What do you think?
Sure. So it's an unfortunate example because I don't think I even necessarily make the claim that Trump is a racist, because it's not like a claim that I care about. Although I understand the general point that you're making, that I'm not looking for like necessarily a smoking gun. But the problem is that all I've gotten in all of this is like hypothesis at best. There's not like, there hasn't been a single evidence of like systemic or rural wrongdoing at all. There has, even though like the individual stories don't seem that compelling. Well, it's an incredibly heavily regulated industry. I am aware of that. I know like the end numbers for survival rates of cancers and all that. Like there's just like, there's a lot of evidence that points in the direction of it doesn't seem like there's some widespread systemic horrible thing. And for all the people claiming that there is, there just doesn't seem to be anything strong pointing towards it. Like, I'm not looking for necessarily a smoking gun. I'm looking for like, even for any smoke or any gun or anything at all. And I just don't see anything.
So you don't think McKinsey having this? Okay, let's do a step by step. Do you think the McKinsey stuff, the advice given by McKinsey seems to be malicious? Just the advice.
So even if I would agree that all of that was real, that would only be a hypothesis. I would need to know, like, was this even implemented? Did it impact anything?
Right. But before we get there,
wait, hold on. For the McKinsey stuff, I don't even know where that comes from, and I still haven't even seen that, because now I'm kind of wondering, like, did they even give that advice at all? Like, I'm really curious about that, because I feel like if these are leaked documents and they did say that particular thing, I feel like this would be like immediately and easily accessible on the internet. And now I'm wondering
if you just say McKinsey, that's what's funny is like they're kind of hidden. But if I just say like, hey, McKinsey leaks Allstate.
Sure. Like, wait. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. What, you find that? 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. All right, DGG. You're mine now. I own you, okay? Everyone subscribe to the soy pill. Everyone type 1 to end the deep state. Everyone go and give me super chats, $5 super chats with no message in them, because I don't care what you know. But thank you all for listening. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Destiny for giving me this time to try to explain. I hope this establishes me as someone who's not fucking crazy, because I'm doing the soy face in the thumbnail in the debate, and I swear to God, the soy thing is ironic. I'm not soying out. I'm not spurging. I just got a little mad for people calling me a liar, when at worst I'm just stupid. All right? It's at worst. So let me find this for him. We got some ones. Thanks, babes. Also, sorry I'm wearing a beanie. I know I look like Tim Pool, but it's really, really, really cold here. Oh, and if you also go subscribe to my Patreon, I can quit my job. So please do that. Please respond, gooning or edging? I thought gooning and edging were the same thing. Where do I live? San Francisco. Bay Area. That's why I'm such a lib. Mr. Soy, at the end of the discussion, ask him what his prior probability was and if it's moved. Oh, yeah, I should do that. Thank you. Can I kiss you? No, I have a girlfriend. I'm sorry. Edges win. I'm sorry. No, get out of my chat. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. What about me? You can kiss me. YouTube hates free speech, but only because I know you in real life. My dad passed away because he had congestive heart failure, and the insurance wouldn't let him stay in the hospital past a few days. He had Medicaid, though. I'm sorry to hear that, Andrew G. But again, I don't know if that's going to convince anyone. It's more of like, hey, could we prove that they should have approved it and they didn't? And then if they do, I'm at the current moment, Tem, I'm going to try to stream every Friday and have a little more structure. Say like, hey, let's talk about these two things and then play some games in chat. But I really still want to make videos and I don't want to be distracted too much to make my like actual long form video essays. Squid, are you upside down? Edges when you don't let yourself finish. You never get to finish? That's awful. So obviously the other one, Yee or Peepee. Or is it Yee or Pepe? Oh my god, you're putting on the schedule? Thank you, Tim. All right. Let me see if this is what I wanted, though.
Okay, I'm here.
Hey, welcome back. So, I mean, I think if you just Google, I mean, this is just the first one that came up, but if you just take any, like, hey, McKinsey Allstate leaks, like, you will find, like, this, like, no one's, like, disputing this as, like, oh, this didn't happen. It's just like, yep, this happened. They fought really hard. It finally came out. It established these things. I just, I understand the skepticism, but like it appears to me that like no one is contesting this, including Allstate. The only thing that would even indicate that is they're taking it off their website. So the links that were live in like 2009 through like 15 are no longer live. So that I have to find it through, you know, archives and links and crap, which is weird, but it still seems like it happened. Yeah. But the point I'm even trying to bring up is,
Wait.
yeah.
Hold on. What happened? That's what I'm curious about. So
McKinsey was hired to consult. They did a lot of stuff. If you go through those documents, most of it's probably totally fine. It's like, hey, like here's how you save money in arson cases. Here's how you save money in this and here and administrative and blah blah blah. But a chunk of it that seemed malicious was that McKinsey said, hey, you should massively deny misclaims because it will save you money because people will not pursue them. That is the claim.
So if I read this, is this going to be in this thing that claim is made? Allstate has released approximately 150,000 pages of documents pertaining to its review of its claim practices conducted in the 1990s, referred to as the McKinsey documents, in order to dispel what it says are inaccurate portrayals of its business practices. The documents, which are available at Allstate's website, have been the subject of a book written by David Berardinelli called
Are you done reading, or are you just trying to stop there to show that like Allstate is contesting it?
Oh no, I was just going to read this page.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Do you, you can read faster than I did. Go ahead.
In the book, Berardinelli discusses how the consulting firm McKinsey... Oh, yeah. McKinsey & Co. allegedly re-engineered Allstate's claim management system, referred to as Claim Core Process Redesign, in order to unfairly maximize profits. It has been speculated that these techniques involved offering low initial settlements followed by a tougher hardball approach. If the settlement was not quickly agreed to by the policyholder, Allstate has refused judicial orders since 2004 that called for the company to release a PowerPoint presentation that contained the alleged McKinsey documents and has paid significant amounts for not doing so. In a release made public late last week, Allstate said that public criticisms by people with a vested interest in creating an inaccurate picture of the company's claim practices have been based unfairly on only snippets from the documents taken out of context. The company justified not releasing the documents in the past by saying that they contained trade secrets and proprietary information that could be used by their competition. It released the documents now for what it said is the need to address misunderstandings resulting from the growing misplaced focus by our critics on very small pieces of the whole. It also pointed to the fact that as a state-regulated company, it is subject to review by state departments of insurance, which act to police the industry. Furthermore, it referenced a recent legal case in Kentucky, Hager v. Allstate, in which a claimant unsuccessfully sued Allstate while citing the McKinsey documents as proof that the company violated the Unfair Claims Settlement Practices Act. In the case, 60-year-old Geneva Hager claimed that the McKinsey documents proved that Allstate failed to settle a claim in good faith for alleged injuries that she sustained in a rear-end automobile accident. She claimed that Allstate handled minor impact soft tissue injury cases or missed cases in an unfair and unreasonable manner and sought $475 million for mental anguish and $950 million in punitive damages. Allstate countered by saying that its claims handling processes help prevent and find fraudulent claims. It said the processes recommended by McKinsey expedited legitimate claims for measuring how quickly adjusters contact claimants and how long it takes them to close claims. A jury trial presided over the circuit court Judge Thomas Clark ruled in favor of Allstate in October 2007 after just 2 hours of deliberation. Allstate recently began implementing a new claims handling system referred to as the next generation. Okay. All right. Okay. So now I'm reading this. So it sounds like those McKinsey claims, now my heuristic says they probably aren't true at all. They're probably not actually even remotely true.
So
and
is
it
that
also,
because, let me be good faith here, is this because, like, because reading through this specific article, I probably should have found one that was more in my favor, but this one is kind of like saying, well, McKinsey says this, or Allstate says this, and, like, obviously they're going to have, like, let's, like, don't assume, but just for the sake of this quick hypothetical, if it was true, they would have a spin on it, right? So, like, that could be their spin, or, it could be a completely legitimate reason coming out. But specifically this case, too, I mean, like I said, the reason they targeted these is not, oh, we're so evil, let's save a bunch of money. It's, hey, there is a lot of fraud on this. And specifically this case, what was it?
Well, here,
Hager?
let's just going back to not even looking at a case. So it sounds like the initial guy that wrote the article probably does have a spin, right? David Berardinelli or whatever.
The From Good Hands to Boxing Gloves. Yeah, that's like essentially a sister book to Delay, Deny, Defund, which I did not read.
Sure. So it sounds like he has a particular angle. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's wrong or incorrect.
But he does, 100%, yeah.
Sure, but it sounds like he had some take on these documents, and it sounds like Allstate was ass-pained that he either got a hold of them or something, or was making claims about them. So then they dumped 150,000 pages of everything publicly that was on their website that you can now look through. And it feels like if this was something that was sourced from those McKinsey documents, then why hasn't anybody just found that in the document dump and then just
look,
there's the evidence of what this guy was saying.
I thought you were saying that like maybe it's like not necessarily a bad claim, but if you're talking about that, where's the specific page? Oh man, like I'd have to find that specific page. But like I thought it doesn't even look like they're contesting that specifically, right?
It does. Well, that's not even brought up as a claim in here, but it sounds like that claim of like they are, well, first of all, you wouldn't have to find it. Literally anybody else that's looking through anything would have found it, right? Mm-hmm. And then two, it sounds like that quote or that claim of like, oh, well, we're going to deny people things because it's too expensive to buy a lawyer. Sounds like that was conjecture from David. It doesn't sound like that's the actual recommendation from McKinsey.
Okay, maybe so. That could be the case. I could be completely misled. Like I said, I've been reading these books, but it would still seem to me that like the fact that they're fighting these tooth and nail, and then it comes out and it's, if it is all just innocuous, like, hey, this is kind of how we do stuff, like, why would they fight it so hard? Unless, like you said, oh, like,
hold on, you keep saying why would they fight it so hard? No business is going to dump any competitive document like that ever. Right, you know that, right? Or do you would acknowledge it?
Most documents wouldn't dump most stuff like this, but when it's like, hey, we are accusing you of this sort of fraud, and like you're losing certain cases because of this sort of fraud, where it shows that you're acting in bad faith. Like, can you show us that this isn't the case? That this is just
you still would never do that. If somebody would accuse, that's like rule one of anything, right? If I accuse you of doing something, like I think that you, I think that you called your mom a bitch. Are you going to leak every text message that you've ever texted on the internet to say, look, I didn't say that to anybody? No, of course not. You would never leak stuff just to leak stuff to disprove a claim. They would have to provide proof first, right?
So then your claim is that because they're the way that they try to disprove that, releasing all 150 pages, we do not see the slides, because again, I wasn't looking for these specifically. Maybe they are there, maybe they're not, that they are trying to do this on a massive claim. Because the reason I believe it happened is only because I read it in the book, not the David one, the Feynman book, but maybe they're exaggerating. I just assumed, like, why would they lie about something so obvious? But it could be a totally fabricated. I acknowledge that. I just don't think they would. That's kind of a weird thing to crux an entire chapter of your book on without properly, because they source them as the documents and show like, oh, it's on this slide or this page, but that link's dead.
Oh, wait, what is
the same article? So if you click, if you looked in the Kindle book, it's like, hey, the source is McKinsey documents, and it's literally like a URL, and that URL is similar.
So we can
to
spend like,
but we can't click on this URL. Like,
no,
if you go,
well, but then there should be an archive or something. If that, like, I
and
would just
there
want to
is,
see.
and I linked it.
I would just want to see. I just want to see something from those documents that demonstrates that McKinsey gave this advice. That's all I would want to see. That's a really strong claim. That's a really big claim. And I like any type of evidence that it came from a McKinsey document. That would be an interesting claim to see validated or verified.
Let's give it like 5-10 minutes, and not longer than that, because it's a lot. But let me link you it's in this thing. McKinsey. So it's this NickMailNet. I put it to you in Discord. I don't even know if this is comprehensive or complete. This is just something I found through investigating. This could be completely like fabricated. It could be not all of it, but this is the closest I could find to, hey, this seems to be what it is.
Well, sure, but you said you looked through this before and we couldn't find it, so we're probably not going to find it now, right?
Right, but like I didn't look incredibly hard because I was doing all this other research. I was like, my entire argument doesn't hinge on this, and it's 100 bajillion pages, because they said 150,000 pages. This is 1,200 pages, so like there might be way more. I guess if we want to, just in the interest of time, just read the affidavit from, let's see, a current employee of Allstate Insurance, Christine Sullivan. That's the first link, I believe, and it's only 7 pages. And this is what she is alleging is in the rest of the documents.
Wait. First link of what on that website you sent me?
Here, let me just link you the direct PDF to the one I'm looking at. Let me know if
No, that's fine. In this one. Okay. This very first link, this affidavit. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, do you, just before we even like spend too much time with it, like, because I know you got into the whole January 6th stuff, all the fucking Giuliani, like, oh, I have sworn affidavits, like, but technically this doesn't prove anything, right? This is just a.
Oh, it's a sworn affidavit of an employee. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
So, lawful agent being first duly sworn upon my oath, depose and state the following. I'm currently employed by Allstate Insurance Company as an assistant vice president in the Property Casualty Claim Service Organization of Allstate. Airlines. Had a top to bottom review of Allstate's automobile bodily injury claim handling practice and procedures. Okay. McKinsey and Company. Okay. Chairman fully below. Allstate and its consulting thereafter worked to redesign those process procedures. The redesigned process procedures were then tested in certain markets beginning in 95. Certain redesigned claim handling process and procedures were implemented nationwide as claim core process redesign, utilizing Allstate still uses as of the date of this affidavit. Most of the claim handling. Okay. Significance and confidentiality of the CCPR development process. Reports analyzing that existing.
you can popcorn to me at any point if you get tired.
Yeah, it's only you said 7 pages. So okay, to the extent that Allstate retained copies of documents that were generated by it and or McKinsey, they represent a set of approximately 12,929 pages of documents. This is the set of the documents, to the extent they still exist, while the final reports and presentation made by this team. After the presentation, it's not. Findings the internal fact-finding review, including reviews of close files and documents. Describe the extensive research analysis from real amount of CCPR. Do you know particularly on like what page I'm looking for on this, or
no? That's why I'm scrolling a little ahead of you. So if you want to also scroll ahead and find the specific thing I'm looking for, give me a sec here. Okay, so I do have obviously they implemented this, or at least the claim is that they did, but let me find the missed stuff. So it says right here on point 14, that's on page 4, in the 5th phase, beginning in early July 1995 through December 1995, Allstate progressively implemented the first 4 categories of CCPR, that's the name of the system, claim handling process changes nationwide. So that's just, hey, they did do what McKinsey advised. So, but let me make sure that this is specifically talking about the missed stuff.
I will say that in this affidavit, these documents contain a wealth of proprietary ideas and information of significant value to Allstate. So it also makes sense why they wouldn't release these all publicly.
No, that's fair. Again, that's like the conspiracy brain that I'll admit, where it's like, all right, why are you fighting so hard to release this? It's like, well, you know, even if it was not malicious, that's they just do that. So does this, if I just say missed, whiplash, minor impact. Yeah, so this doesn't even mention missed, which is not going to be in here probably. Maybe it's not there. At the very least, they implemented it. I would be interested, because again, I can't find this, but interested to see why so many books and all these courts like to claim that, like, hey, you did this specific practice. Like, part of the CCPR is massive denial of missed claims.
No, stop saying that. Wait, when you say massive denial of missed claims, you're loading that normatively a ton. What does that actually mean? Do we even know the denial rates of missed claims?
So the claim is try to fight literally every single one of these, as per the book. I don't know if that's true, right? So that's why I'm trying to look and see if that. So if both books lied about it and the courts are saying, like, yeah, we add that one case where it's like, okay, this is clearly a bad faith denial.
Just to be clear, also, since I got that email, now I have like a better understanding. Missed claims are literally things that you have absolutely no evidence for.
No. So you can, some of them are harder to prove. It's a big spectrum, right? So some of them it's like, hey, this doesn't show up in an X-ray. This doesn't show up in a
What sounds? Hold on, wait. It sounds definitionally like none of these would show up on any scan. That's why it's called a minor injury soft tissue thing, right? Like if it was the case that it showed up somewhere, it would be either a fracture or a contusion or a lesion or something, right?
Maybe.
It sounds like definitionally none of them will show up on any scans ever, right?
Which again could be lying, but missed minor impact soft tissue, that it's a range, and some of them are undetectable, which makes sense as to why they would target these, but it's not always the case. Let me see. Oops, I should do this in the window I am streaming in. Whiplash, yeah, no, so okay. Whiplash, sprain, bruise, contusion, or any other injury that can qualify as a missed, it seems. Wait, no. It's one that involves a car accident that generates minor vehicle property damage due to its slow impact speed and results in soft tissue injuries rather than broken bones or worse. It is likely your car did not suffer damage and therefore it can be difficult to prove that you were physically injured, but that does not mean you should not bring a claim to court. This is not helpful because this is for telling people how to fight it in court and not how to show that it is actually impactful. Symptoms? Diagnosis. Whiplash diagnosis. Not even the name.
Here's a question, not to sound conspiratorial, but is MIST, is this even a real thing?
Minor impact soft tissue?
Yeah.
Like
is whiplash, is that a real injury?
So,
is that a real thing, or
sort
is this
of
like,
no?
oh,
Like
just
that's like the kind of the point is like it's kind of a misnomer that they say this in the book. It's like a misnomer where like everyone just says, oh, I have whiplash because my neck hurts, right? But like it's a range of things that it could be. That it's not like I don't think whiplash is a medical diagnosis, right? It's hey, like there's a whole category of shits that could happen to your neck, right?
Okay, wait. So then if I go back and assuming everything said so far is true, I don't even know if this is the case, but then it would make sense that you would literally deny every single one of these things, at least to start, because it sounds like you can, like, it sounds like I could call my car insurance company and say, hey, I got in an accident, there's no damage.
Yes.
But like I have severe whiplash, I need you to cover me, but there's no scans I can show. Yeah.
Right. So denying all of them, right? Okay, but the problem is, it's not about just denying them. It's also about like playing hardball, right? So first of all, people that are coming to these people, to the insurers with, hey, here's my doctor notes. Here's my like scan that says this part is hurt, are being denied, right? And like there are specific delay cases, like so delay, deny, defund, like they segment them into these three. A delay case is, hey, I'm going to try to prolong this in bad faith, like the specific one I showed you. I don't know if this is the crackle one.
Yeah, but this is
like,
all still like hypothetical.
No, this case is like the court alleges and the jury determines you are being bad faith, you know this person deserves a payout, and you are saying no. Now that does not establish that this is company-wide practice, I agree, but the point is this is clearly happening. This is like,
but that bad faith wasn't an allegation that their like claims process is bad faith. It said that it didn't seem like they were negotiating a good faith during the settlement phase of this, so they'd already lost a court case, and they were in the process of settling this. This isn't just like paying out a claim.
Let me find specifically the one on the Kindle that is requesting the denial after they already have the documents, because I remember the chapter and I wrote it down specifically, but you can't control F written notes. What a stupid fucking invention. Tell me when I lose you, because I don't want to be looking at this too long.
Sure.
Thanks for taking the time, by the way. If I haven't already established that I am very much trying to do this reasonably, I hope I have by now. Moral hazards, cycles. Oh, you kind of mentioned this before the debate, but just because I'm scrolling past it, it's worth bringing up. So apparently, I don't know if this is still the case, but there's these kind of 4 to 6 year cycles of insurance soft and hard markets where they're trying to get as many people into the, increase their market share, reducing premiums, reducing underwriting standards, getting all those people in, and then realizing, okay, now we need more money, and started playing hardball, making more of a profit, charging more, increasing premiums. And the reason I bring that up is because there's these huge shocks in the market where people who are already in the system are now experiencing these much, much, much greater premiums, and then it goes back down, and it's just kind of this weird 4 to 6 year like non-intuitive, you wouldn't say like free market cycle, but like I said, it's not a free market, but just thought I'd bring it up. It's not trying to prove anything. Pearson Ferguson Act. Deny. See, if I control F, deny, it is 100% not going to find it. If it's not in chapter 5, then I don't know where it is. How about this? I don't want to completely move off of this McKinsey point, but there are a couple incentive structures that are different and potentially something that might convince you, if we want to look at those real quick.
Sure. Wait, just give me like 1 minute. Hold on. I'm sure you're saying. Okay. I'm getting stronger opinions on this now as I read more. Okay.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think that MIST is real.
Are you about to blackpill me?
Actually, no, I think that this is like a chronic Lyme disease type thing. I don't think that minor
chronic Lyme disease not real? My dad had Lyme.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. Like, this is
Lyme disease is a real thing, but like people who say they have chronic Lyme disease, it's not a real thing.
What's the difference?
Untreated. chronic Lyme disease is just a catch-all for some sort of like chronic fatigue stuff that is not like recognized as any like real medical diagnosis. People will usually say they were bit by a tick at some time and now they've got chronic Lyme disease for the rest of their life, but that's just not like a recognized medical thing ever. You can have untreated Lyme disease or some long-term things related to like an untreated Lyme disease infection, but like chronic Lyme disease, every single time that's brought up, that's like it's not a real thing.
Okay, gotcha. Because my dad never called it chronic, so I mean, I'm assuming he's not lying.
Yeah,
I saw
you can
him
have
get the
Lyme
fevers
disease
and all
for
that
sure.
shit, but
But,
yeah, okay, just checking. Cool. Okay, so
yeah,
mist is not real.
Just
So
real quick, yeah. So I feel like these minor soft tissue things, I don't think that these are like real injuries. So I understand why they would probably fight on these. It sounds like somebody gets in an accident, then they think more about their neck, and then a few months later, like, man, I think I had whiplash on an accident. It still hurts or whatever. And then they're like, yeah, it sounds like I don't even because I'm looking through like a review basically of like the medical literature on minor impact soft tissue things. It seems like when it was very first hypothesized that there might have been like evidence for this, but now it feels like the current literature basically just says that this is a review I think from 2005, so maybe it's changed, but it sounds like it's just saying that like these are just like psychosocial things. Like people get in an accident, they think that like they've got
some
pain
of them
in their
are
body.
probably. I wouldn't even doubt there. Maybe majority of them. But my question is then, like, let's accept. All right, then it makes sense to deny all of these outright and then fight. In any of these cases where it's their policy to, again, this is loaded, this might not be true, but if it was their policy that hey, let's fight these no matter what, even if it seems like we should pay them out, just because as a whole, this is making us money, would that be what you needed to see?
Well, I don't even know. Do they pay out? My guess is they probably don't pay those out. They probably
You don't
pay
think
out
they pay
for
out like
injuries.
any missed claims?
I don't think they pay out for like I have a headache after my car accident. My
No,
guess
but
is
that's
they
not all
probably-
mist is, right? Like I said, it seems to be described as a kind of this nebulous range of like, yeah, this could be something where you just have a headache. It could be like, hey, my neck snapped back and forth and there's like a little tiny like something pulled or ripped in there, and if I don't get treated for this, it's gonna cause something later, right? Like
Yeah, polar rip. Like it, but there would be like evidence of that injury. It wouldn't be called a mist.
Exactly. There would be
an
evidence,
injury.
and so it seems in some of these cases, doctors will bring these cases, doctors will provide the evidence that this injury happened. They'll bring them to the company, and the company said, no, deny it anyway, or fight it anyway, or try to play hardball because we know those people are going to not have the money to pay for a $50K lawyer so they can win a $3,000 payout.
I would have to see that happening. But
Okay, then I really want to find this case. I know it exists. Then give me a couple seconds.
Okay.
Well, maybe a minute or two. Let me find this chapter. IST whiplash. There we go. Hardball litigation. Give me your anecdotes. This book's full of anecdotes that I didn't write down because I'm like, is this really it? But if this one comes up, let's see. That is not missed. That is settle for X. When someone in my chat is saying missed is actually a term made up by insurance companies, which would be interesting if that's like kind of how they categorize them. But this is in chapter. Okay. Okay, here we go. Claims involving thing, long amount of target. That makes sense. By the way, I will fully concede the way that this book talks about those missed claims does not include what your emailer had said to you, which in my understanding is true, that there are a lot of fraud cases from this.
Yeah, sure, I'm sure.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if this is true. Let me click this link. I'll read this to you if this link goes anywhere. Otherwise, you're just going to have to take my word from it because it's in a book. But 1 second. Come on. Come on. Oh my God. Here we go. 128. Ugh. All right. This is Grace Hess. I think, did we mention a Grace Hess before? This seems like a name that has come up.
Okay, wait, what am I looking at?
Grace says, here, I'm going to, do you have a Kindle?
No, I don't.
Okay, take my word for this. You can fact check it later. I promise you, I'm not just making this up because I'm not this creative. This is a quote from the book. It's from the source at the end says affidavit from Grace Hess. I don't remember where I'd find that because it's yeah. It's
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Hold on. Give me 3 seconds. 1 second.
Oh yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Cool. So this is from Grace Hess in the book. This is page 119, just stating this for the VOD in case anyone wants to accuse me of lying. It's in the book, Delay, Deny, Defend by Feynman. Okay, so this is page 119. Allstate has not been alone in the new approach to missed claims. Grace Hess, a former senior claims adjuster to State Farm, acknowledged that a similar missed policy permeated the State Farm claims process. She was specifically told by supervisors. She stated that the company was going to start forcing soft tissue cases through arbitration and trial for the purpose of sending a message to claimants, their attorneys, and the public in general that it is simply not profitable to pursue a soft tissue case when State Farm is the insurer. This policy was applicable both to third-party bodily injury claims and claims made by State Farm's insureds, the folks to whom State Farm had promised to be a good neighbor. So what I'm getting from that is, from insider testimony, which again may not be true, they are doing this because they know that they can establish, hey, just don't even apply any of these, even if some of them may be paid out. Now, unless your claim is none of these should be paid out, then I think this kind of establishes like, yeah, like this is a widespread practice within multiple industry
Wait, to be clear. So that sounded like that was his conjecture based on something that he read from her.
The author.
Yeah.
No, this is a quote from the affidavit. So she stated, quote, the company was going to do this to send a message, unquote. So that's from the affidavit from, I want to know what court case this is. Unfortunately, it does not say. But yeah, I mean, that could be taken out of context, but it like, do we think, again, this is where I'm starting to lean like, okay, I get the skepticism, but like, how many more of these are like enough to be like, okay, this seems even a little bit like, really, like this seems kind of bad, right? Even if it's
hold
not
on.
proven.
So just to be clear, like I will admit that I've come into this like not knowing too many of these details. Like the more and more I learn, the more firm I feel on the alternative ground that whatever book you're citing is like a Finkelstein tier book of horrible misquote. Like the fact that so much of this is even built on mist, which like when I heard about this before, I didn't even know that Whiplash. I didn't really think much about it. But now it makes more sense. These are just like fake. These are not real things, right? So the idea that we're basing so much of this around car insurance companies fighting these impossible to prove soft tissue claims is making me feel like more firm that these are probably not real injuries. There's probably a really high amount of fraud here, and I don't even know if I care that much that car insurance companies are figuring out ways to fight against them. So I don't feel like you're building up more evidence on the other side. Everything that I've tried to chase down or look at seems to be either misquoted, miscited, or is conjecture that's based on nothing that can be actually found, is what it feels like.
What would you need to see to make you think what I think? Because the reason I think what I think is like it appears, unless this, again, I'm taking this book on its face value. So if this book is, like you said, Finkelstein tier, I don't know if he's a bad author or whatever, I've heard things, then maybe this is just a misrepresentation, and that would be like my concession in the argument, like, oh, maybe this whole mist thing is completely bullshit. Maybe it's all just misinformation. But I would...
Do you agree that it hurts that like it's centering around one thing that's like the weakest of all the things to defend? Because like if we were talking about like wrongful death in terms of like car accidents or like fractures or other like big medical things related to it, these would be much more solid grounds to build like malpractice accusations on.
Yeah, but that's the thing is I think those are more explicit, egregious, illegal things that do immediately get called out. And this book is targeting the things that we kind of accept as status quo, right? Like it's like, hey, this doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. Here's why it is. Those other things you mentioned, like, yeah, obviously, of course, it just doesn't seem like that's the widespread practice of these industries.
Yeah, real quick, what's the name of this book again?
Delay, Deny, Defend, why insurance companies don't pay claims and what you can do about it. The only reason I've read this, by the way, is because the shooter brought it up in his manifesto, as well as the Blumenthal. I think he mentioned Senator Blumenthal's investigation. So actually that might have been part of it. And then...
okay. Give me...
You're going to get it on Kindle?
Second.
Or are you
Yeah,
gonna
okay.
see if there's like a major like debunking of it? Because I didn't look for one. There might be.
No. What is the okay? What page is this?
Which thing? The quote I just
The
brought
quote
up?
that you read me before.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is page. I hope this is the same version you have. 119.
Okay. What paragraph did you start from?
The first word is Allstate. It's with the citation 128, but this goes on before this for quite a while. I think this whole chapter is on McKinsey misclaims.
Okay. I'm just gonna read a little bit. Okay.
Sure. Where are you reading?
One of the largest and surely the most controversial segment of auto claims in which denial and aggressive defense are the keys to increasing profits is minor impact soft tissue claims. While some accidents cause catastrophic injuries like those suffered by Janet Jones, there are many more crashes at low speeds in which the damage to the vehicle is small and the victim's injury involves something other than broken bones, large lacerations, or similarly obvious harm. Missed injuries or connective tissue injuries or ligamentous
Yeah, I couldn't read that one either when I was
injuries. Or whiplash injuries, there is no neutral term, have a long and colorful history, both as a medical disorder and as an insurance issue. Their ancestor was railway spine. Real quick, I'm just curious what the 124 footnote is here.
I believe, I clicked on this before. I'm pretty sure this is like showing how this has been a potentially option for fraud as like far back as like the 1800s or something like that, where it's like, look,
Sure.
like,
Okay, so just real quick. So the citation is to a book called Accidentally on Purpose, The Making of a Personal Injury Underworld in America by Ken Dornstein. So I was just curious if he was like citing to like some medical review literature
No,
there or
no,
something,
not for
but
there,
it sounds
I don't
like
think
it's
so.
for another
It's like a
insurance book? Okay.
historical insurance book, yeah.
Sure. Their ancestor was railway spine, a syndrome first diagnosed in the 1860s. Charles Dickens reported his own typical experience following a train crash in Kent, England. Immediately after the crash, he was shaken and his hand unsteady. But days later, his ailment grew worse, not better. I am curiously weak. I begin to feel it more in my head. I sleep and eat well, but I write half a dozen notes and turn faint and sick. Doctors, lawyers, and railroad executives debated whether railway spine was a physical disorder, a psychosomatic response, or simply legalized depredations on the treasuries of railway corporations and a nice harvest to shyster lawyers and conscienceless physicians. Whiplash was identified and first named in the 1920s to describe injuries to airplane pilots and then to victims of traffic accidents. For decades, there was a lack of scientific agreement on how the injuries occurred. Did an impact cause the head to snap back and forward, or forward then back? Today, the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke of the National Institute of Health reflects the consensus that it is the former.
So
Okay.
so this book was written in 2009. So it seems that whiplash as a classification is not a completely fake thing. It's recognized as a category of injury by at least, God, what is that, 16 years ago? But, this could have changed since then.
Sure, let's find out.
Oh, we could look this place up right now, actually. Yeah, National Institute of Neurological Disorders.
What is the National Institute of Neurological Disorders?
Neurological disorders and stroke.
Disorders and stroke. I see. Okay.
Oh, wait, is it just the NIH?
Is it like a subsection of the NIH?
That's what I'm looking for. Because it's on the NIH website. Whiplash.
Okay, this is from 2007. I'm just reading a study to identify some of the most current data pertaining to the diagnosis and treatment of whiplash and related disorders. To report on relational search of articles under 6. Conclusions. Whiplash is a common injury associated most often with motor vehicle accidents. It may present with a variety of clinical manifestations, collectively termed WAD. Whiplash is an important cause of chronic disability. Many controversies exist regarding the diagnosis and treatment of whiplash injuries. The multifactorial etiology believed to underlie whiplash injuries makes management highly variable between patients. Radiographic evidence of injury often cannot be identified in the acute phase. Recent studies suggest early mobilization may lead to improved outcomes. Ligamentous and bony injuries may go undetected at initial presentation, leading to delayed diagnosis and inappropriate therapies. I wonder if there's any more recent research on what these are, or if...
Yeah, we could look more into it, but like the collective thing that we kind of talked about seems to be the case, which is a lot of it could be bullshit. I'm sure there are a lot of fraudulent whiplash claims, especially because it's hard to prove. But at the same time, the claim in this book is because it's hard to prove, it's easier to play hardball because you can't have as much evidence for it, and it costs too much to push back on it when the claims themselves being paid out are kind of small. That's the claim.
Sure, but I'm curious what the evidence for the hardball is. Okay, hold on, wait. Where was I? Whiplash was identified in first known act 20.
Again, I would say the hardball claim would be the testimony on. I mean, if you have the book open now, if you just go 2 pages more to the like.
Yeah, I know. I understand. I'm just reading up to it.
Okay,
so I understand the context. Yes, okay. Claims involving soft tissue injuries have been long a target of the insurance industry. The Defense Research Institute, the subscribed voice of the defense bar, mounted the attack in its 1960 publication, The Revolt Against Whiplash, a collection of scientific articles, discounted the likelihood or significance of such injuries and condemnatory articles by defense lawyers and insurance executives. DRI distributed the volume to more than 11,000 judges, public officials, and lawyers, and followed up 4 years of successive volume. Next paragraph, the attack on soft tissue claims notwithstanding, it became systematic with the redesign of its claims process in the 1990s. Misclaims were recognized as a fruitful segment in which new company strategies could produce large profits. The injuries can be serious but not catastrophic, so the amount at stake at any individual claim is relatively small, but there are many such claims, precisely because the amounts are relatively small. Changing the game can have a significant impact on claimant's behavior. The approach is a clear violation of the company's obligation. A Pennsylvania court explained that a claim must be evaluated on its merits alone, and the court specifically condemned using an individual claim to send a message to other claimants. So do you think that if I go to this footnote 127, do you think this is involving a missed claim, or do you think that this is an unrelated thing?
Let's see. I don't remember this one in my research. Can you click on it? Mine is being stupid.
Yeah, so this is Bonenberger versus Nationwide.
No, yes, I have this one in my Blackpill Destiny thing. Let's Control F Bonenberger. I remember it because it's so stupid. All right, so this is a quote from the link, but if you just Control F Bonenberger in the Blackpill Destiny document, you can have the link to the actual case. The court noted that Nationwide failed to conduct an independent medical exam and that its representatives were guided by the terms of its Pennsylvania Best Claims Practices Manual, which contains the company's overall philosophy. The court characterized this philosophy as, quote, encouraging unethical and unprofessional practices, unquote. This decision did not stop the widespread use of, this is me saying this. This decision did not stop the widespread use of these best claims practices. It just called out this specific case. The unethical and unprofessional practices were not isolated cases, but established as best claims practices manual from this company itself. So this was part of my...
Where are you reading this from?
Control F, Bonenberger, Bonenberger.
Oh, okay, hold on.
It's highlighted in blue. There you go. Got it. So I actually did look at this one.
Your bad faith in the handling of the UIM claim. What does UIM stand for?
Uninsured motorist.
Uninsured motorist benefits. Okay, this is an appeal from a judgment entered against appellant. Okay, and in favor of the insured. We affirm. Okay, suffered physical injuries in an automobile accident and recover the limits to the tortfeasor's policy, $15,000. Thereafter, Bonenberger sought to collect underinsured motorist benefits from his carrier Nationwide. In connection with this claim, Bonenberger sent Nationwide all pertinent medical records, bills, wigs, loss documentation, and a what? What?
What part are you on? Sorry.
Oh, I'm reading number 2, opinion by Del Soli, PJ. I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm on. Gotcha. It says paragraph 2, I think.
Yeah.
He sent him all the records and a detailed final report of his hand surgeon, Dr. Baratz, along with a settlement demand of $52,968. In response, Nationwide requested that Bonenberger undergo an independent medical exam to which he consented. However, an exam was never scheduled, and Nationwide made a settlement offer of $7,400, which Bonenberger rejected months later after Bonenberger supplied Nationwide with his sworn statement and authorization to obtain his workers' comp files and medical records, and after receipt of Dr. Baratz's deposition testimony, Nationwide made an offer of $10,400. A final offer of $14,700 was later made but rejected. Before the matter proceeded to a hearing before a board of arbitrators, they entered a unanimous total tort damage award for Bonenberger in the amount of $77,000 and a $2,500 award for his wife and her loss of concern claim. And then he later filed an action against Nationwide, claiming it engaged in bad faith in the handling of his UIM claim and in failing to adequately evaluate his injuries at the time of the claim. Following a non-jury trial, the court concluded that Nationwide's representatives had no reasonable basis for their evaluation of the 380-something claim and were not properly informed On the extent of Bonenberger's injuries, the court noted that Nationwide failed to conduct an independent medical exam, that its representatives were guided by the terms of its Pennsylvania Best Claims Practices Manual, which contains the company's overall philosophy. The court characterized this philosophy as encouraging unethical and unprofessional practices, finding of fact 56. In conclusion, the trial court ruled that Nationwide had not attempted in good faith to effectuate a prompt, fair, and equitable settlement of Bonenberger's claim, despite its clear liability under the policy, and this compelled Bonenberger to institute litigation to recover the amount due under his policy. Is this Best Claims Practices Manual?
Yep.
Is this a Pennsylvania state thing, or is this the manual of the actual company Nationwide?
Let's see. I believe it was
called?
used at least by the company in statewide practice, but
I think this is the company's manual itself, is my guess, but okay.
Yes. Where did you find that?
I'm just reading through the court ruling.
I'll look it up while you're looking at it.
Nationwide did not attempt in good faith to effectuate a prompt, fair, and equitable settlement of Bonenberger's claim, despite his clear liability under the policy, and this compelled Bonenberger to institute litigation. Was awarded punitive damages in the amount of $275K, attorney's fees in the amount of $89.2K and $14.7K in costs following the filing of post-trial motions and the entry of judgment. This appeal was taken. Okay, it looks like Nationwide fucked up really hard here, just reading on the first thing, and then the fact that he was awarded punitive damages. So these are non-compensatory secondary damages because the other side fucked up really hard, were awarded as well. Just from the reading here of what the appeal, it sounds like Nationwide was trying to fuck this guy over. Sure.
Right, but the only reason I even brought this case was because, I mean, not the only reason.
Well, hold on, wait. Yeah. The reason why I brought this up is because I see that he cited this here, but this doesn't sound like this was not a soft tissue case. It sounds like this guy's hand actually did get fucked up. He did go to a hospital. He did have to get like surgery or some type of medical treatment. He had a bill for it, like I'm guessing because he's setting his hand surgeon here, and Nationwide was trying to fuck him over, but this had nothing to do with
Okay,
I
even
don't
if it's
like
not
the fact
missed, it's like the point of, I mean, I didn't have this in the missed section. The reason I brought this up was because this is in the this is not uncommon section, because the court says, hey, look, this manual that you're using to tell everyone how to do things is unethical. Like, you are doing this because of what this manual is laying out, which I can't find yet. But like, the whole point of this is, hey, this is not just this case is fucked, because you admit this case is fucked, but it looks like, hey, you're kind of doing this on a more widespread basis. At least that's what the court says. And then also they don't do anything about it.
Yeah, I would have to see, I guess, what the manual was recommending here, if they made changes to it after, or what happened after that. I guess I'm curious, but I'm just looking in insofar as the book. It's just irritating. I would say that it's not the best citation to cite to this case when it's talking about these missed things, because it makes it sound like that case had to do with missed things when it doesn't.
Well, does it not have to do with them? Is it like obviously it's the hand thing, but like, is the book claiming that this is a missed hand case, or like, I don't even know. Again, missed might not even have been a thing that they used to define it here. It's clearly
so the
not
paragraph
whiplash.
that this is found in was, the attack on soft tissue claims was long-standing, but it became systematic with the redesign of claims processing in the 1990s. Missed claims were recognized as a fruitful segment in which new company strategies could produce large profits. The injuries can be serious but not catastrophic, so the amount at stake in any individual claim is relatively small, but there are many such claims, and precisely because the amounts are relatively small, changing the game can have a significant effect on claimants' behavior. The approach is a clear violation of the company's obligation. A Pennsylvania court explained that, quote, a claim must be evaluated on its merits alone, end quote, and the court specifically condemned using an individual claim to, quote, send a message, end quote, to other claimants. I mean, I feel like including it in this section makes it sound like this is related to missed claims. When
if it's soft
not,
tissue, but I guess it's not. Did you say it was a fracture of the hand?
Well, whatever it was, it sounds like he had literal surgery for it, because he's quoting a surgeon here on.
Well, whiplash can involve surgery on the neck. It depends on how intense it is. Like, that's the point. It's
I feel like that's not true. I feel like
really?
if you need surgery, I feel like you're gonna be like, it's to repair like a fracture or a herniation or some sort of thing that won't be called whiplash. There'll be a name given to whatever happened.
Let's see. Does whiplash? If you're gonna continue to the paragraph I was on, I'm just gonna really quickly look up if that's true. It might be not true. I thought I read it somewhere.
Like, they wouldn't say like the patient has whiplash. They'd say like the C2 and C3 vertebrae, or there would be
right.
like a
whiplash is not like
the
the medical term. Surgery. According to clevelandclinic.org, medications or treatments for whiplash can range from treatments, immobilization, medications, cold application, exercise, physical therapy. So like I said, a huge fucking range of stuff. Transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation, TENS, radiofrequency nerve ablation, or spine surgery. So unless this is some bullshit fucking med MD thing, like, apparently a whiplash can cause you to have surgery. It's probably not the majority or even close to like a majority of these cases, but it can happen if it's like a major whiplash. That's what I was trying to establish. This as like a spectrum.
Wait, can you link me exactly what you're reading?
Yeah, I mean, this
out
is
of?
just the first fucking thing I Googled. It could be wrong, but let me look elsewhere as well while you do that. If you scroll down to treatments. Yeah, and also the second one I clicked on, Health Central, says surgery is rarely required for whiplash, but it is possible. It's appropriate in severe cases if you have persistent neck or shoulder pain. This is Health Central. Also could be bullshit. I don't look at random Google links to diagnose myself, but could be. Mayo Clinic, I know that one. Let's see, does this say surgery? No surgery on Mayo Clinic. And it also says, this might be relevant, whiplash does not show on imaging tests, but imaging tests can rule out the other conditions. So it helps you narrow it down to whiplash. So if you get like an MRI, CT scan, X-ray, and it's like, oh, it's not any of these, I don't know, contusions, abrasions, blah, 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 blah. Oh, maybe you have whiplash. Yeah.
Hold on, I have to solve a puzzle to prove I'm not a bot. Oh, okay.
I had the same thing, yeah. But I am a bot, so I don't know why it let me through.
Wait, you sent me the surgery for whiplash thing?
The second to last one is whiplash neck strain. So that's the Cleveland Clinic. It says that surgery could be a treatment for it. The Health Central link, which is the puzzle one, I believe, says
Yeah,
that,
so like I'm saying, so like this is what I think that like surgery, so a ruptured or herniated disc would be a thing you would need surgery for. Spinal stenosis, I guess. But like these are things where you wouldn't go to your insurance company and say like, hey, I had whiplash. You would say like, hey, I have a ruptured or herniated disc, or I have like these types of
okay, so the claim is then like if they were mass denying a lot of these minor issue soft impact or soft tissue damage, minor impact soft tissue cases, they would be doing so, and one that required surgery would not be even in that category. It would be so far off.
Yeah,
that it's
this
not
is
even
what it
included.
sounds like. There's a weak claim being made to strongly support or to subtly support a strong claim, and the weak claim is like like they have issues with MIST, but like the implication is that they're denying people surgeries for like herniated discs. But like I don't even know if a company would call that like a MIST thing. They would say you got a herniated disc.
Well, this is where I would kind of combine it with the system that's telling them how they should diagnose these things, where it's like, hey, like this person says my neck really hurts, and they were in a minor case where their vehicle wasn't impacted. So the algorithm that we've applied says, deny this claim. It's probably bullshit. But that could be something that in 3 months, when it doesn't go away, turns into a long-standing, hey, this still fucking hurts. Hey, maybe my disc has herniated or something case. Like this, does that sound
Sure, but I don't
plausible
even know.
at
Is this
all?
like it may be, but is this a thing? Would I want it to go another way?
Sorry,
Like, should that be different?
Should it
Like,
be any other way?
Like if you go to a company, you say like, "Hey, my neck has been hurting. I need like chronic pain management and chronic and I need like
yeah. Like if they
overclaim
overclaim stuff,
because
should it be that way? I get what you're saying. So yeah, no, obviously not. But I would say if you go to the doctor and the doctor says, "Hey, like this looks like it can turn into something worse. I'm requesting this," and you still get denied, which is at least the case in that I think the Bonenberg one. Like, yeah, that shouldn't be the case. And the implication of the book, unless it's lying or
no, hold on,
exaggerating-
wait, we're complaining so much. The Bonenberg thing has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
Oh, because it's
had
the
to do with
hand
an
or whatever, right?
That was a serious actual injury, and it sounds like Nationwide was trying to fuck him over on that thing there, and they got, not only did they lose that case, they got punitive damages against him as well.
So again,
that was not a missed thing
that
at
would
all,
be
yeah.
then in the worst case that the book is kind of putting this out of context in something to imply that it's a whiplash case when it's not. But should we read further in that then?
Well, I'm just saying it sounds like these cases seem weak at best. I don't even know if this is a real phenomenon at most, but okay. Okay, what was that? Sorry, okay. So we got through the MIST thing. Okay, what part are we at now?
Do you still have it open, or do we want to, because I think the two other things that were really, really big to me, let's just scroll up, because if you're in the Bonenberg Blackpill Destiny document, the two big things to me.
I'm at the top of the document now.
Go to Control F Bonenberg and then just scroll up just half a little page.
Control F Bonenberger. Okay.
And do you see incentive structures? It's both green and blue because it's kind of testimony,
Yes.
kind of. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of talking about how there are profit incentives for adjusters in the system. So this is again talked about in DDD. I don't know if we want to claim that this is now not reliable thanks to that source, but at the very least, I read it. So adjusters are discouraged from reevaluating denials. So this is a quote. The reason adjusters were so reluctant to run a second Colossus evaluation, that's the computer system, when there was new information was because adjusters' performance evaluations would go down and their chances for raises and advancements would suffer. So what that quote is telling me is that as an adjuster, you're incentivized not to reevaluate a claim that may or may not now be proven to be worth paying out on, because if it is, you might not get the same profit as you would from saving the company money.
Okay, hold on, wait. One thing at a time. It sounds to me like that's just saying that if you have to reevaluate your claim over and over again, you're going to be hit with a performance penalty, which should obviously be true. No? Or am I misunderstanding that?
Why? Well, maybe that's the claim, but like, why should that be true? Like, if new
What do you mean?
information
Because you
comes
pay
out,
somebody, because you pay some. Wait. Hold on. What page are you at?
this is in the book it's page 146, but I'm reading it from the document. But let's go to the book. 146. This is it's after if you control F or
I see.
search
The reason the
Marinade.
adjusters were so reluctant to run a second Colossus evaluation when there was new information was because adjusters' performance evaluations would go down and their chances for raises and advancement would suffer. Okay, so if new information is released, they probably should do another evaluation. That's fair. I imagine they should. Okay, then before this is adjusted farmers insurance were required to have supervisor approval to settle a claim above the Colossus range. Linda Brown quit Allstate over its use of Colossus EAs as hard and fast figures after its first few months of use in Allstate to override the EA and offer a higher amount to an injured party. An adjuster needed permission from a claim manager 90% of the time. The approval would not be given. Jeffrey Mangoni, I don't know, an AMCO adjuster, testified that he had no authority to settle a claim outside the Colossus EA range.
Man.
The restrictions on adjusters' authority to exceed the EA amount can be reinforced by monitoring, reporting, and incentive programs. Shannon Brady K. Matz, formerly an Allstate adjuster in New Mexico, revealed the extent to which settlements tracked the EA were tracked by individual adjuster, specialized unit, and office, and good results were praised and rewarded. Adjusters were trained that the EA was etched in stone. Maureen Reed confirmed the practice elsewhere at Allstate. The reason the adjusters were so reluctant to run a second Colossus evaluation when there was new information was because adjuster performance evaluation would go down and their chances for raises and advancement would suffer. Farmers was the subject of a class action suit concerning its improper use of Colossus in government investigations for tying employee incentives to claim reductions. It ostensibly stopped using adherence to the Colossus EA in individual performance reviews, but the message did not always make it down the management chain to claim managers. What was the result of that lawsuit?
Which lawsuit is that?
4 of the 15 California claims. That was a widespread problems. Okay. It said farmers were subject to the class action suit concerning its improper use of Colossus.
This is 153.
I think so, yeah.
Let me click on that one. Book is being very difficult with me.
Farmers means, does that mean State Farm or?
Farmers is a different
Oh, no,
insurance.
Farmers Insurance.
Farmers
Insurance.
Farmers Insurance, exchange claims, representatives, overtime pay, litigation. Let me see if I can find fast again. No, this is a bunch of them. Oop.
$15 million settlement and TZ successfully represented plaintiffs in the class action and mid. Okay, alleging violations within the use of price acquisition.
Discord real quick so I can open it at the same time.
Sure. Hold on.
Thank you, sir.
Is Farmers Insurance? Is this a health insurance company or is this for other types of insurance?
I believe that is car insurance. Farmers Insurance.
Home,
auto, and life. No, excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, these firms. Group's likelihood to accept higher rates, which plaintiffs argued contravened the standards set by California's unfair competition law and California Insurance Code. Additionally, the actions claimed this constituted unjust enrichment on the part of Farmers Insurance, essentially arguing that these pricing strategies unfairly capitalize on customer loyalty and will pay more to the insurer's undue benefit. Settlement aims to compensate policyholders who have demonstrated loyalty with 9 or more years of tenure.
This is definitely not the case because this is from 15 to 17, so they've clearly had to do this multiple times, but that book was written in 2009, so I'll see if I can find this one specifically.
Okay, and also to be clear, it sounds like this is them just charging more for premiums. It doesn't sound like this has to do with them not paying out stuff or whatever, but...
Well, this case is not the one we're looking at. So
sure, yeah.
Let me real quick try one more time. INRI, farmers, I didn't type the whole thing. Exchange, claims, representatives, overtime, pay, litigation. I don't know if I look at the, I don't know if you know court documents more than I do, but this like 336F supplemental 2D 1077, is that a number you can Google or?
Fuck, what was the page of this on this book again?
Here, let me double click this. It'll probably be 140 something. 154. Okay, this looks right. Except Court of Appeals. No, this is, oh yeah, 2007. This might be the right one. Let me just link it to you just in case it is.
Sure.
Find this is an opinion
Overtime
of the
pay
circuit.
litigation. I don't know if this has to do with.
I think it was because they were arguing that the system was not to be argued with or used again. So again, just to like the back off for a second here. I'm claiming that, according to this book at least, the incentive structure of payment for these employees is tied to denying claims, because to get in new information, reevaluate that claim, which could potentially result in a larger payout, was not incentivized because they're not getting the overtime pay because it would take more time, at least specifically in this case. So if this litigation...
Okay, I agree that if that is the case, that would be bad, but this is like so much more hedged and qualified than the initial claim. Because
okay,
like,
hold on, let's go down because there's a much stronger claim
sure.
then.
Sure, because the stronger claim is that like when given new information, they wouldn't even do a reevaluation of the claim. That seems really bad to me.
Right. Okay. Well, hold on. Because that is the claim. The claim I think that they're making there is because the extra time it would take to do this in this specific case would not be paid for. They're not incentivized to go and actually do more work.
Sure, but now it sounds like we're just talking about like, well, how much work should an adjuster do? I don't know, like what is like the appropriate.
I guess the malicious conspiracy thing from the book is alleging is, oh, the higher ups are like, meh, if we tell them don't work too hard because we're not going to pay you, they won't take in new information and pay out claims, which will save us money and we don't have to pay them out. But the reasonable, potentially, neutral analysis of this would say, okay, maybe they just don't have a good overtime policy, and then people got lazy and it was just kind of.
I mean, like you could spend an infinite amount of time on any job theoretically, right?
Yeah.
Like if I was paid to clean a place, like I could spend 100 hours or I could spend 5 hours. Like you have to find out like, well, what is the appropriate amount of time given a job? Like for instance, so
like, would you
it seems to
someone...
speak derisively about the idea of them having like a policy guideline to follow, whatever. If I had to guess, every single insurance company in the world's adjusters are given guidelines for what they have to follow. I doubt any adjuster is just free to say, like, I think here we should have $500 billion.
Well,
yeah,
okay,
so
but you would agree that if they're saying, hey, cut this off, and those cutoffs are resulting in people not getting paid out because factual evidence comes out that says they should be paid out, but they're just like, hey, don't spend too much time on this. There is some limit there where it wouldn't make sense to cut them off. And there also is a limit where it's like, okay, you're spending too much time. This isn't worth it, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like there could be like where it's like, okay, real reasonably, you're saying like, oh, you've got 10 minutes to figure out like the payout of this would probably be bad. But if we're saying that like they figured out something and there are a few people who were able to sue because they feel like they didn't get a fair shake, I mean, I don't know if that's evidence that all of the adjusters are being encouraged or incentivized to fuck up their job. But
I think this next one is pretty bad. This is probably the last like really big thing. And by the end of this, if anything, I've made you more against me than towards me, I will think that's hilarious. But if you control F in the book, this is on page 98, North Dakota Department of Insurance.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
Sure. So what this claim is, so it's not the link you're highlighting, by the way, that's the Bonenberger one, but in the book, essentially the claim is that there are goals within the company to hit certain, let's say, quotas. So increase the number of fraud referrals, close a set percentage. So this is the biggest thing to me that's like, this screams like, actually, this is kind of evil. Close a set percentage of claims without payment. So to me, that's like, okay, so maybe there's like an average number of claims that should be, denied, but like the fact that you have a quota for it going into the next like financial year seems kind of scummy to me. Like, what if there's fewer that year? Like, how do you have to meet a quota of denying claims without payment? That seems insane. The other 2 points are estimate the condition of damaged vehicles at or below nation average, which is like, okay, you're purposefully driving down the payouts by not even ever going above the average of the national. That seems weird. And the final one saying they told adjusters to maintain indemnity cost, aka like what you pay out or what you owe, at inflationary levels. So like, don't start paying out more, even if that is determined by your adjuster what that person should get based on their injury. Like, we have a specific set guideline, do not go more than this. So like, these all together, just my claim before you speak is, this seems like an incentive structure to deny things arbitrarily. I'm going to use that word here because maybe not arbitrarily, but like specifically with profits in mind, that is placing profits over the health of the person or the insured.
So, I mean, it's going to be the same set of questions, and I'm understanding better like how this book is written. Okay. So it sounds like it's just like take a bunch of data and then like create like the most fantastic story possible. And I could very easily create like counter stories that, I mean, you would need evidence to further either one of these. So when we say like increase the number of fraud referrals, does that mean increasing the number of like claims that are made, increasing the referrals to like a district attorney for fraud, for criminal fraud?
I don't know for that one specifically. The way it's written, which might be misleading, is, hey, suggest more of these might be for fraud, right?
Okay, so that sounds like, because it sounds like even just reading this, that it sounds like they're dealing with what they feel are like increased amounts of fraud claims from customers, like fraudulent claims that are just not true. So it sounds like they're trying to increase the referrals. It says to close a set percentage of claims without payment. My guess is going to be there's probably like a market average for how many of these are fraudulent or bad. And if that's like 10%, and if you have adjusters and it looks like you're closing like 99% of these, with payment, then it's like, hold on, we're probably paying out like a lot of fraudulent claims if this is what that's the average is. So maybe it should be higher, maybe, or maybe it could also be evil too. But I mean, like, I just don't know. And then to estimate the condition of damaged vehicles at or below national average compared to what? I'm curious how that's written out or what that means. I would expect it to be at about the national average. I mean, lower sounds kind of shitty. Higher, I would never expect them to, but it should be at about the national average. Farmers adjusters told to maintain indemnity costs at inflationary levels. I don't know exactly what that means. Indemnity usually
is just what you have to pay out, right? So like what you're
no, I don't. No, wait. I'm sorry. In this case, I'm sorry. It might be actually cost at inflate, because when you indemnify somebody, it means that like I'm not liable for
or protection against loss or liability. Yeah. So like in this case, yeah, a comprehensive form of insurance compensation for damage or loss. That's my understanding of it, but.
Okay.
It does mean other cases.
Inflationary level. What does that mean? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or I don't even know what it's.
That you essentially, if you read it in the book, but like you can take my word on this or not. My understanding is if you let's say you paid 7% out. This is just a number I'm making up, or maybe it is in the book. If you paid 7% out last year, don't pay more than that, except for accounting for inflation, if that makes sense. So do not pay more out this year than you did last year. No matter what, which like that is like, okay, you're going into
you say no matter what, that's like a really strong claim. So even if they've got like a ton of very legitimate claims, they just don't pay them out.
Well,
like,
that's what the book is claiming. That might not be true, but it's like, if this is
what's the book citing for evidence?
This is the North Dakota Department of Insurance examination of farmers' practices from 2004, a 3-year investigation that ended in June 2007. Let me see if I can find this link. By the way, just to like recap, like what we've gone through so far, I think at best, like I said, maybe this book is incredibly misleading for your side. And like, I am just reading into it too far and I've been propagandized. And that was kind of my concession. Like, if you could convince me otherwise, the issue here is not insurance necessarily. It's that there's this massive, massive misinformation campaign against insurance companies where all of these allegations are coming out, and really all of them are spurious and exaggerated. And the people that are coming with these anecdotes are just misinformed as well, where they don't know they have better options, if that's the case. I don't think I'm entirely convinced that is. I'm not saying it's impossible, but at best, I'm not saying that possible.
I'm not saying that like I'm sure that like insurance companies like have engaged in bad behavior. I'm sure that, but what the question is like, is this really what's contributing to the high cost of healthcare in the United States? And is this like leading to significantly worse outcomes that can be solely blamed on insurance companies?
Because I don't think this is the major problem with insurance, by the way.
Because my guess is you could run this exact same analysis on private clinics, on hospitals, on pharmaceuticals, and we could find that all up and down the ladder, every single part of this system, there have probably been bad actors. There have been people that have lost lawsuits. There have been people that have like questionable practices sometimes. Like, I'm sure we can find this on every single thing. That's like been but up and down the ladder, it's probably the thing. Yeah.
Right. And so like the kill shot for me is like what would push me over the edge is, okay, all these whistleblowers are coming out and saying, look, we do this without just cause. We make up stuff. We try to go through loopholes.
Yeah, but this is like the weakest. This is like an industry that probably employs hundreds of thousands of people, and you're getting a whistleblower that's coming out and making the weakest claim ever with no evidence at all. That's just conjecture in their opinion. Some of it's been literally contradicted, and then it's like, what am I supposed to take from this?
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, first of all, I don't think that a majority of people would come out and be against this because, like I said, a lot of the more egregious stuff is immediately caught, right? So complete fraud, embezzlement, making up numbers, like that stuff's caught, that stuff's whistleblown. I think the smaller stuff, and you can get into the politics of like manufactured consent, but it's like the people that are already there in these systems, the people that work their way up and become CEOs, they see it as like, oh, this is fine. Like, this is just like, some people you got to deny, some people you don't. Like, in the similar way that you're justifying it now, I don't think you're justifying, yeah, it's good that all these people are dying. If it's happening, that's fine. Like, obviously, that's not what you're saying. It's, hey, like, this is how insurance works. You got to pick and choose who lives and dies sometimes. It's a zero-sum game. Like, that is how they view it. And when you're in this system, I don't necessarily think these people are looking at it like, oh my God, we're so awful. It's like, yep, this is how it works. This is the status quo. How can I do something about that? And then some people who are higher ups do come out and say, well, shit, I don't think this is the way it has to be. That's my
Sure, but I'm just saying,
yeah,
but I don't, but that's, well, is that really your position though? Like, didn't you make a video on this? If I were to look at the video that you made on this, is it going to be that position?
Yes,
or is it going to
yeah,
be
it is. If you look at
insurance
the video I
companies are
made on it,
uniquely evil and
no,
they need
it's
to
not.
be held accountable?
I actually recommend everyone go watch that video because it's actually less of a strong claim that I made in the debate, because my first big take is no, we should not be killing people in the streets. I think there's plenty of room for reform. There's so many things on the spectrum between that and what we're currently doing, which is probably not enough, that we can do to push this in the right direction. And the people like Brian Thompson, even if he is committing heinous evil acts, I don't think he's necessarily even this like unreformable monster. I think he's part of that system. It's kind of explained as what is to be done in that system. And I don't even think he sees if this stuff is happening. If you grant that, he doesn't see the downstream effects of it. He sees it as numbers on a screen. And I think that if you kind of take him or some like Northrop Grumman CEO who makes bombs or any of these people and show, hey, this is the downstream effects of your actions. Do you think we should change them? I think that's there's a much better argument for that than these people are like Nazi Hitler McGee's and we should murder them in the street. So yeah, like that is my position in the video.
Wait, so what is our disagreement then? So what do you think you and me have?
Okay, so this was the interesting part. We never got to this in debate. My disagreement, and I think you actually agreed with this, although with the caveat that you don't think the denials are happening on the same scale, is that let's say all this is
reasons, yeah,
sure, and that's fine. Let's say they are, just for the sake of argument. Please just grant me that. I know, like you said, you aren't convinced, but if they are happening, if you are one of these people who is going to die in the next week or month or whatever, or is suffering or essentially has their money being stolen out of their pocket by an insurance company, and you see that there is no direct recourse from the legal system or the current anything that we live in system that is going to punish these people, what do you tell those people? Because I don't want to tell those people go out and kill people, because I don't want to live in the world where that happens.
I mean, if that is the case, then I mean, like, I think you're basically most of the way there to justifying that, of course.
Right. That's
all the conversation.
That's all I kind of wanted to have. But I do think there are other options, right? Like you I think you said this in the debate. You said tough shit, right? And it is kind of tough shit, because I think what I have to tell them, and I guess what you're telling them too.
Wait, hold on. If I said tough shit, I have to go back and look, but it's probably to like something that you might perceive to be as like unfair. But if I'm granting everything that you are paying money to an insurance company that says they're going to cover you for condition X, and then you come down with condition X, you go to the hospital says, sorry, even though this might be life-threatening, we're not going to treat it. And then your insurance company tells you, fuck off, kick rocks. And then you try to sue them, and the courts are like, nope, we're protecting them because of lobbyists and blah, blah, blah. At that point, fuck it. I mean, if you're going to go fucking postal, like, knock yourself out. Like,
but that's farther than I would go, right? Because what I'm saying is, I don't want to, like, would you agree that's probably, like, this killing is probably not going to change anything for the better? If anything, it might make things worse, right?
No, the difference is that, like, when you say, can you just assume this? I feel like you're at, like, 60% asking me to assume 30% more, and I'm at, like, 1%, and you're asking me to assume 98% more. That's the issue. I think you feel like in your mind that we're, like, basically at this point, we're over halfway there already. And in my mind, I'm like, we haven't even begun to establish this as fact.
Well, that's why I kind of wanted to say, like, clearly the people that are coming out with these anecdotes, they think this regardless of whether or not they justifiably think it. So let's say they're wrong,
but I would
right?
say that, but this would be the equivalent of the example you used earlier. Like, okay, I want to ask you an honest question. Do you think that we should kill all black people in the United States? I'm guessing you would probably say no. And I would say, okay, let's just assume for argument's sake that they are genetically predispositioned with warrior genes to kill us, that they will never integrate into society, that ultimately their goal is to purge all white people in the United States, and that they've already begun taking concrete actions to kill all of us. At that point, do you think we should kill them all? Like, you almost kind of have to say yes, but it's like, Jesus,
yeah, but
that's
it's like saying yes to that isn't saying yeah. No, I understand that. No, 100%. But what I'm trying to say here is, okay, like just addressing it in reality, like outside of the hypotheticals, if these people, like you see all these, it's not majority, but there's a large amount of support for this person. A lot of people are like, oh, good, that he fucking got him. Yeah, good riddance. A lot of people are coming out with these stories, which may or may not be spurious, that are like, hey, like this is happening to me. My stuff's denied. Like, and what it seems to be, if your understanding is true, I know you're skeptical and you're more in like the agnostic area, but it's like, hey, this hasn't been proven to me yet. And again, I haven't proven it to you. So unfortunately, the point is, if they think that, what do we do about that? Like, do we tell them, hey, Actually,
Well, the
your
first part
suffering
that
isn't
like
real.
literally
or...
the first thing you do is like try to like get people back to a more factual based world, right?
Right.
Like right now we're having the same conversation about H-1Bs. Is it true that Indians are invading this country en masse at the behest of capital owners who are using them as indentured servants to displace and depress like the white race, because Jews are ordering it? Like, how do you fight back against that? It sure as fuck isn't on the policy level. Like, that's on the information level. Like, I'm not going to say, okay, well, maybe to appease some of these people who think that Jews are controlling immigration, maybe we should immigrate a few less Indians. No, that would be insane.
Yeah.
Much the same. I'm not going to say like, okay, well, we need to have these huge penalties for insurance companies or, sanctioning the murder of some CEOs because a whole bunch of people are misled by public information about what's actually happening, especially when it seems like the book written on this, like, mainly cites to like car insurance stuff or pre-ACA stuff, which I think are like substantially different environments or insurance markets. I would say like, okay, well, we should probably fight more on the insurance, or not on the insurance, we should fight more on the information level, because even if we came down as harsh as possible as we possibly could on insurance companies, it would change basically nothing about healthcare in the United States. And what's worse, it might change nothing, and people might feel better about it because they saw something happened, even though nothing happened, which I think would be bad.
When you say it wouldn't change anything, what wouldn't change anything? Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't be sanctioning CEO killings, but like
coming down hard on like insurance companies, I don't think would change basically anything in the United States. It wouldn't fundamentally alter any of the engagement we have with healthcare. It wouldn't really do much of anything.
You don't think if, for example, we said it's mandated that you release your claims data like the Chubb does, that might make it a little more transparent and say...
I don't think Chubb is even remotely... Chubb is not remotely comparable here. I don't even think they do...
throw them out then. Let's just say we say, hey, you guys have to release your claims data because we want to see whether or not you're unjustly denying people. Maybe they're not. What if we just said, hey, government mandated, you have to do that?
You could say that, but at that point, my guess is every insurer would probably just abandon that market, and then it would just have to be the government doing it anyway.
You think
because you're
they'd
already
all leave America?
No. They would abandon the Medicare Advantage market. They would just leave that market.
No, I'm saying literally every single health insurance, like every number, not just Medicare Advantage.
Oh, if all of it had to be published, then you would probably just destroy all those markets because nobody would be in the health insurance market anymore. You'd have no competitive edge or advantage because you're publishing literally every single thing proprietary that you've discovered.
No, not everything. Just your claims data. Just, hey, these are how much we pay out. This is how much. Like,
it can't be just our claims data. It has to be everything. Claims is everything, right? You understand that the whole point. That's a whole insurance company's business, is figuring out how much do we pay to which people. That's the data that your entire market is based on, right?
No, maybe I'm confused, but I'm not saying like, hey, like, why do you make these decisions? I'm not saying what is your company policy. I'm saying go through these numbers and say, okay, we have this many clients. There are this many claims. We find this many to be fraudulent. There are this many payouts. This is the average payout for this kind of claim. Like, is that not something you can release, or why not?
Not satisfactorily, because then you get people gaming those systems. So let's say you say I only have to release the amount that I pay out, but I don't have to release any other information. What if I get my actuaries to run the data and I find out, that like Chinese people and Native Americans have some of the most like higher like appeals rates or whatever, and we're just not going to sell insurance to those people. And all of a sudden now my claims data looks better than everybody else's, and I've got like the least appeals and the least denials ever. But it's because now I'm engaged in like bad business practice to try to bring those numbers artificially down, because these are the only ones I was forced to release, and now that's what people are judging me on. Like a lot of people are sucking off Kaiser because they have low denial rates supposedly, but like Kaiser is one of the most like locked in network providers in the US. It's not even true that just because you have Kaiser you're gonna have a better experience. It just means you're gonna be super ultra locked into their in-network providers versus going out of network.
Right. They have got a big like kind of conglomerate industry. I had Kaiser at one point. I know exactly what you're talking about, where it's like, oh, we have the hospital, we have the psychiatrist, we have everything. So it's harder to deny because you don't go out of network. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that like all of this effort and all of this is like a waste. Like we should be looking to like expand Medicare, or like try to fight for some kind of public option that might be like Medicare. Like if we got everything released about these health insurance companies in the perfect way possible, maybe we're saving like 2% or 3% when we go to the hospital, but like it's not helping much at all. Like
and what's the claim that like 40,000 people die a year from this? Which let's assume that's true. I mean, that's the same as car accidents. That's the same as gun deaths. Like it's not that big of a number. Maybe the non-death issues and the stealing is a greater risk, but like I agree, it's literally not the biggest thing, and I do think it would be solved by expanding Medicare. I'm just kind of trying to speak to the point of why is everyone so fucking happy about this? And like I don't know if I agree with you, but like it does seem to be that this is a massive misinformation problem on your side. Yeah.
Why do you think that most people think that UFOs were flying over New Jersey? Because they're actually aliens up there?
I don't know. I'm not trying to appeal to the masses, right? Like,
you literally are appealing to the masses.
Well, I'm not, because I don't agree with them. I'm just saying, like, I think...
Okay, let's say I can show you that 40% of people think that the election was stolen in 2020. Or let's say that I can show you that what percentage of Republicans believe in QAnon or hurricane machines or anything else. Like,
Yeah. Again, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not just, oh, well, a bunch of people think this. It's a question of why they think this. That's like a little more
well, why
important
do
to
they
me.
think it then? Do you think it's because of the actual practices, or do you think that
that's my I mean, that's what I am understanding from this book. And like I said, it could be a misleading, it could be bad, but like
Sure, but
based
like,
on
doesn't it hurt that when we think we understand this from this book, that one, this is an old book. It sounds like this was 15 years ago or 10 years
there's
ago
newer
it was
books.
written at least. Or I'm sorry, not 10, like 15 or 20 years ago.
16
so one
years.
is 16 years. Okay, so one is that it's old. Two is that most of the examples cited are not from health insurance markets, and then it's pre-ACA, which dramatically changed the health insurance field.
That's
like
the one
if these
thing,
were
actually, can you talk about the ACA dramatically changing? Because I think the 80-20 rule you brought up was the one thing that was like, yeah, that does make sense, as like this would be one of the things that might have prevented this stuff. But what else in the ACA, other than the pre-existing condition, would have
So I
done
think
this?
that like claims were changed. Like I think that there's a response period for claims now. Like it has to be within 12 months that you respond to a particular claim. The pre-existing conditions thing was a really big one. The market's changed a bit, and that people aged up 25 or 26, I think, were able to
Stay on their parents' insurance,
stay on parents' insurance, or So this is all like stuff that has probably changed these markets like pretty dramatically. Also, things like when you talk about like a lot of the issues that we're having right now, like that whole 90% denials, are all based around Medicare Advantage plans, which is like a bonus insurance you can get on top of Medicare just for old people. So this
But
is a whole new
it
market
is
that didn't
also a
even
replacement,
exist.
right?
I don't believe it is. No.
It's both a, hey, this can wrap around what your already Medicare Advantage or your Medicare basis is, but I believe you can use Part C as a replacement for A and B, and because of that, you look in the stipulations and the regulations for Part C, it has to cover everything comparably that A and B does, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that like, that Medicare Advantage plan will never give you less than what Medicare gives you. That will never happen.
Well, I mean,
shouldn't.
I think actually in the Senate report, it said that it did, and they need to correct it. Like they're like, hey, you need to look into this because you're supposed to do this and you're not, which would be an example of the regulation working. Again, this is just me trying to remember. Let's see if it's less. I don't. Fuck. No, hold on. It might not be in the report. It might be in the stat investigation. Sorry, but let me double check this. Medicare Advantage. Okay, yeah, at the very end, the last page. This is particular. Oh, here, let me just read the whole thing. Although the subcommittee's recommendation in this report are targeted at regulators, this should not distract from the fact that it is insurers who are using prior authorization to protect billions in profits while forcing vulnerable patients into impossible choices. This is particularly troubling when recent analyses indicate that Medicare Advantage is more expensive than traditional Medicare, with one assessment concluding that, in 2024, the government spent 22% more to fund Medicare Advantage plans than it would have had those beneficiaries been enrolled in traditional Medicare. There is a role for the free market to improve the delivery of health. Okay, blah, blah, blah. This is just their opinion. But it just says...
Wait. So what did that just say? What are we even talking about here?
I was saying that even though it's supposed to be the same, it would appear in recent analyses that they're actually spending more on traditional Medicare. Like it's costing patients more than it otherwise would have.
But what is it saying here? It should not distract from the fact that insurers are using prior authorization to protect billions of profits while forcing vulnerable patients into impossible choices. What does that mean? What does this have to do with traditional Medicare and it like not covering things that traditional Medicare covers?
I don't think those are necessarily two related sentences, because this is a summary of the fact that they're using the AI system to replace administrative costs. It's saving them billions of dollars thanks to denials. And also it's particularly troubling because, adjacent thing, Medicare Advantage is currently seen as more expensive than traditional Medicare. So that's how they're related. I don't think it's like, hey, by the way, this is also bad because of, and then third thing that is not completely related to the first sentence.
Sure. But I don't see what is like. The original claim had to do with whether or not, like, if you were enrolled in this plan, that you're getting like less than your Medicare thing. But that's not the case, right? These are usually like bonus plans, right? I think there's almost always bonus plans. You're not paying for this and getting less than what you would ordinarily be covered by Medicare anyway, right? Like there's an additional.
Well, this seems like you're paying more and also sometimes not getting it because of this specific plan.
Where are you seeing? Wait. Where are you ever seeing not getting it in this last paragraph or any part of this? You're not getting it. It sounds like
the denials.
did the denials denials happen under Medicare ordinarily?
Yeah, but the claim in the Senate report is that they're happening at a massively larger scale than they should be, or at least
Yeah, but
that's what they say. It
bonus
seems to be
yes,
happening.
Yes, but if it's for bonus insurance, that means it's also trying to cover things that Medicare ordinarily wouldn't cover. Even if the denial rate was 100%, which would be extreme, but even if it was 100%, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're covering or that you're missing things you would have gotten under Medicare.
Right.
Right.
And this is where I'd have to break down, okay, what part of the Medicare Advantage is supposed to be the supplement to Medicare A and B, and which part of it is supposed to be the equivalent of Medicare A and B, I don't know the breakdown of that off the top of my head. I mean, or at all. I'd have to read about
But
it.
I feel like if it was the case that there were things that you were entitled to under ordinary Medicare, which you don't have to pay for at all, or I'm sorry, at the very least, you don't pay much. I don't know, there might be copays or something.
Yeah,
but
there's some copays.
if you've already paid your taxes into Medicare, if there were things that you had a Medicare Advantage plan and now you're not even getting covered for stuff that Medicare covered, I feel like that would be like a headline for this report. It wouldn't be buried into like a random paragraph here, right? That would be like one of the biggest things that is like, if you didn't have this Medicare Advantage plan, you would already be getting this from Medicare. Now you're getting fucked over. But I don't think that is the case at all. No, this is just for bonus plans, right?
Wait, I'm actually confused. It sounds like it is what you're saying. So this plan, like when these people get denied some sort of post-acute care, they can't just immediately jump onto Medicare and get the replacement, right?
But I don't know if they would have ever even been approved for that under Medicare.
Okay, but like, then what does that say? Because if some of these people need this, right? Like, I guess that was established.
Well, we've said that it would be nice, but I don't, like need it. I don't think that's ever been established.
The stat cases that show, hey, this person, okay, well, hold on. There was the one that you said was medical malpractice for sure, but like, what about the
Hold on, I don't want to claim medical malpractice. I'm saying the story you suspect that a guy got discharged.
Right. It could be. I'm saying like, that doesn't prove anything. I'm agreeing. Yeah, gotcha. And what I'm saying is the other one where there's the claims from the employees that are saying, hey, like it appears that the people we are denying are going to die within weeks or months because they're not getting the care, the daily care, the injections, whatever that they need. That is the claim made by the stat investigation, or at least that they reported.
If this was the case, this would show up somewhere than just an anonymous testimony and an anonymous thing. There would be like mass people dying as a result of infection or something.
That's the thing. It doesn't have to be mass, right? Like this isn't that many people. This is a small sliver of a smaller sliver of the insurance.
If it's a small sliver of a small sliver, then that shows far more that it was either due to some employee negligence or something than a rule. How have we crafted a rule to make billions in profit that's only covering a small amount of people that's undetectable in any larger statistical survey?
The rollout of this system, right? Maybe they would have applied
I would need to
this
see evidence for any of this. I feel like this is a
Well, this is in the Senate. I know this is in the Senate, but they're testing the rollout of this AI system on the Medicare Advantage plans.
Yeah,
That
but you're
is in
saying
this
that,
article.
No. That's not what your claim is. Your claim is that they're testing the rollout of a system that is meant to specifically deny coverage to a sliver of people who would be entitled to it otherwise under Medicare. I don't think that's the case at all.
What would I need to show you in this report that establishes that?
Literally anything at all, ever. Anything.
Right.
Does
But
this report even claim that?
Well, the report is claiming that they're overly denying people. It is harmful and is with intention. I don't know what specific.
Well, they said that it suggests that. I don't even think they make that claim, which is why most of the recommendation, or every recommendation, I think, was just to like regulators, basically.
But does this? And I'm not claiming you're being bad faith because you're not. But like, it feels like this is setting up the dominoes, at least in this Senate report. Like, look, this seems like what's happening. You can look and there's like internal documents where they are very aware that this is saving them money, way more money.
No. You keep over assuming the strength of your evidence. You haven't shown that anywhere ever.
Okay, yeah, sure. I have the graph. Yes, let me show you.
Because wait, I'm just saying the fact that you keep saying these things casually means that you think you have proven it, and that's why you keep uttering these things. But to me, if anything, I'm just getting more and more evidence in favor of the other direction. I never saw those McKinsey documents at all. It sounds like those McKinsey documents were just being paraphrased by the author of that book, and all of the examples are from like car insurance markets and everything else. So it sounds like the evidence is way weaker even than I initially thought it was. But then you just like, you'll casually say, because I understand why you think I'm asking for an ungodly amount of evidence if you feel like you've already shown that there are internal documents that have leaked that have proven that they're acting in bad faith.
I agree. Let me grant you this. I don't know if you've ever taken like a college course, but like professors who are really bad at explaining things, it's not because they're not smart. It's because I don't even want it. This sounds pretentious as fuck because I'm not trying to compare myself to a fucking professor. But like once you like read a bunch of this shit and like you forget how much of it is like, oh, that's just a given, and how much of it is like, oh, I really need to establish this. So I read this thing like a bajillion times, not all the way through, but like to me it's like, oh, duh, this part. And that's why it was so frustrating in the conversation, because it was like, oh, like I didn't know that I would have to establish the denials are happening. I thought that was just a given, but clearly it's not.
Well, so yeah, but you wouldn't have to establish it, but the book would have to establish it. But it seems like the book doesn't even do a great job.
And it's not satisfactory. I think the specific graph.
Oh, wait, no, not that it's not satisfactory. Is that it doesn't even seem to try to establish these things. It gives you some quotes from people that are working in like other unrelated insurance markets, and then it's trying to set
Well,
like a
hold on.
pattern.
Unrelated, all I tried to establish before we even get to any healthcare stuff is, hey, insurance companies sometimes unjustly deny you. And so if these quotes from these people are true, they are claiming it happens. They're like, this is practice, this is common in this
Well, yeah, but
industry,
this is
right?
such a soft claim. We would never argue this ever. Like, I would always agree. Like, you could give me literally any industry, government or private, and I would
It's
agree that they
widespread,
probably
though?
try to.
I feel like the quotes they're saying,
Well,
like,
no,
this
no,
is
no, no, no.
industry
That's not what
practice.
you just. Hold on, that's not what you just
Okay,
said.
but that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying the quotes from the people that are saying, hey, this is industry practice, or hey, like, we're all doing
Oh,
this.
industry practice? Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't agree with that necessarily. No.
Right.
But I
So
don't think
like
we
they
can
could be
come
lying,
close
but
to
what I'm saying
establishing
is
that.
like I'm just assuming.
No, wait, no. You just said they could be lying. Even the quotes themselves, those people don't allege that. Just the author of the book does, based on the quotes. Not like that affidavit that we read earlier. Nobody is making that claim in any affidavit or in any signed testimony or any sworn or anything
about
else. Doesn't seem like any of
the-
that's made ever.
The like reference 127 that we were in the book where she says this playing hardball on the missed claims like seems to be industry practice. You kind of said maybe that should be the case, but it is definitely like, hey, we're trying to discourage anyone from pursuing any of these.
Hold on,
like,
wait. On what was the page that footnote was made? You said
let's
footnote
see.
127.
127. I don't know if my autism's working right now. Let me see.
Hold on, I can find it on close.
128. Excuse me. This is from Grace Hess. Like this one again. Page 119.
128, page 119. The
Paragraph
company was going,
starts with,
oh, but
"All
this
state
has to do with the missed. This has to do
You're
with
right.
one, it's auto
So-
insurance, which is okay, but this has to do with the missed claims. This
right.
is a very,
So
very,
what-
very specific
and
thing
what
of
I'm-
things I don't. Yeah,
Go ahead.
this is not like this is nothing. This doesn't get me anywhere in anything. Like even if everything she was saying was true, this doesn't get us anywhere in this other. Like it moves me literally 0.0% in any direction.
So like
These have to do with like soft tissue injuries that are unprovable on a scan or anything else, and they're just saying that like the companies are going to be like a lot more hardball against these things. And based on a review that I just read, and there may be more information out there, I don't even know if these are like real injuries. They literally
sure, but
definitionally
the
seem to be
idea
things that
of
are.
forcing arbitration because they want to send a message, does that not seem at least a little bit like not sit well with you at all?
I don't know. It depends on if they feel like the majority of these things are fraudulent claims or not.
Even if they are.
Like courts, then no. Then I think it's probably, then fuck them.
Okay, sure. So then let's say if this is your position, I'm not trying to frame this as bad. Do you think then, because let's say made up number, 3% of them are valid, 90% of them are false, they should play hardball on every single one, fuck the people that have valid ones because too many people are ruining it for those people. And then we kind of shift the blame over to the fraudulent claims because they're ruining it for everyone.
There's a type of claim where 97% are false. Yeah, I would imagine that the insurance company would just stop offering coverage of that completely.
Okay. All right. If that's the case, I don't know. I'm sure it's not 97%, but it could be a very high amount. I'm just trying to establish, like, when I read stuff like that, again, it could be the book framing it weird, but like, it seems to me like this seems like let's try to save money on this, but I have not properly
Yeah, they
established
are probably trying to save money on it, but it's because it's like a pseudo medical claim. It seems like it's not even a real thing.
Well, it's a real thing. It's just also very hard to prove, and there's lots of fraud with it, right?
Sure. So it seems like if you wanted them to do that on anything, I would want them to do that. I would, as a customer of an insurance company, I would want them to play hardball on that. I don't want to play more premiums for people who claim 12 months after a like non-identifiable car accident they have whiplash. I don't want to pay an extra $20 a month on my insurance to cover for people like that. I wouldn't want to buy into an insurance company like that. Fuck that.
You cut out for you guys too? I can't hear him.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be, if I knew a car insurance company was offering that shit, I imagine the premiums would be way more expensive. I wouldn't want to buy into that car insurance company. I would just never
especially
say
if
that
they
I'm gonna
weren't properly investigating fraud. I would agree. That's what I'm saying is like this could be, like you said, if everything you're assuming is true, like that's not something that's outside of the realm of my imagining a possibility. But all this stuff combined, all the whistleblower stuff, like this does point more to me that like, hey, this seems like they're being malicious about it. All these anecdotes come up. Yeah, they're anecdotes, but it's like I find it very hard to believe that every single one of these people are being properly denied coverage and also just did not know that they could do X, Y, or Z to fix their situation. That just seems kind of ridiculous to me. But like, it could be. I'm not saying it's wrong.
This would be what I would say. I would read 5 paragraphs of this. This is just how I feel about this entire thing. Okay, I feel this way about a lot of things. Okay, it's not anything you've linked to me. Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
it's better.
It takes a special sort of person to be a cardiologist. This is not always a good thing. Okay. You may have read about one or another of the quote cardiologists caught falsifying test results and performing dangerous, unnecessary surgeries to make more money end quote stories, but you might not have realized just how common it really is. And then link to Maryland cardiologist performs over 500 dangerous, unnecessary surgeries to make money. Another link to unrelated Maryland cardiologist performs another 25 in a separate incident. Another link to California cardiologist does quote several hundred end quote dangerous, unnecessary surgeries and gets raided by the FBI. Another link to Philadelphia cardiologist, same thing. Another link to North Carolina cardiologist, same. 11 Kentucky cardiologists, same. There's another link. Actually, just a couple of miles from my own hospital, quote, or a link to another thing, a Michigan cardiologist was found to have done $4 million worth of the same, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My point is not just the number of cardiologists who perform dangerous, unnecessary surgeries for a quick buck. It's not even just about and then another link to cardiologist insurance fraud, another link to cardiologist kickback schemes, or another link to cardiology research data falsification conspiracies. That could all just be attributed to some distorted incentives in cardiology as a field. My point is that it takes a special sort of person to be a cardiologist. Consider the sexual harassment. And then another link to head of Yale cardiology department fired for sexual harassment with, quote, rampant bullying, end quote. And then another link to Stanford cardiologist charged with sexually harassing students. And another link to Baltimore cardiologist found guilty of sexual harassment. And then another link to LA cardiologist fined $200,000 for groping medical technician. And then another link to 3 different Pennsylvania cardiologists sexually harassing the same woman. Another link to Arizona cardiologist suspended for 19 different counts of sexual abuse. And then another link to world's leading cardiologist fired for sending pictures of his genitals to a female friend. Another link to New York cardiologist in trouble for refusing to pay his $135,000 bill at a strip club. Another link to Manhattan cardiologist taking naked pictures of patients, then using them to sexually abuse employees. Another link to New York cardiologist secretly installed spy cam in office bathrooms just to shake things up. Another link to a Florida cardiologist was falsely accused of sexual harassment as part of a feud with another cardiologist.
Look, I don't know where you got my resume, but like, this is not cool that you're doxing me on stream.
My bad. Okay. And yeah, you can argue that if you put high status men in an office with a lot of subordinates, sexual harassment will be depressingly common just as a result of the environment. But there's also another link to Texas cardiologist who pled guilty to child molestation. And then another link to California cardiologist who killed a 2-year-old kid. And then another link to the author of one of the world's top cardiology textbooks was arrested on charges that Wikipedia describes only as, quote, related to child pornography and cocaine, end quote. Then it gets weird. Did you hear about the Australian cardiologist who is fighting against extradition to Uganda, where he's accused of terrorism, aggravated robbery, and murdering 7 people? What about the Long Island cardiologist who hired a hitman to kill a rival cardiologist and who was also, for some reason, looking for enough explosives to blow up a building? Like I said, it takes a special sort of person. You can, if you look at any sufficiently big industry, and cardiology is going to be a lot smaller than healthcare, you can get like a collection of 100 different anecdotes or stories or data points to try to prove a particular thing, but it doesn't, I need something. I don't even want to say like the smoking gun of like an insurer saying all of us in the insurance industry have widespread horrible practice. But when it's like 3 testimonies from a collection of markets of like across car insurance and everything else, where they say like we think that bad practices happen sometimes, like that's not even, you've moved the needle like 0.0001%. We're not even close to establishing. And the idea that like
we'll take
you can present
that.
like 5
if I moved
stories,
you even a little bit to the left, if it's 0.01%, I'm not consider it a win. But like if at the end of this, if it really did move you back the other way because the evidence seems more spurious, I will consider that stupid on my part. But if that is the case, like, what is your evaluation of why I think this? Is it just brain rot? Is it that I'm not looking into it hard enough? A lack of skepticism? Like, what is your take on that?
Well, I mean, I can't guess your mind state, but I mean,
I'm just assuming. I'm not trying to like.
Sure. There's a cultural moment right now where everybody wants to hate on these particular people. So we're selecting for any stories relating to hating on these people. And then there's obviously this book you've read that seems to be somewhat formative. You said it yourself that you read this book a dozen times or whatever in going through these things. Yeah. I thought you said multiple times.
No, the Senate report, I scrolled through like 2 or 3 times.
Oh, okay. If that is the case, then I can understand why you'd be like predisposed in this direction in feeling these particular things. I would just be like worried, like if we don't have, like I used to believe for the longest time that that lobbyists were obviously in control of the government. Yeah, this is the thing that just seems obviously self-evidently true. I can think of the mechanism for it. You lobby people so they do things for you, so you're more likely to vote for their policies so that you get elected. Yep. I can think of the everybody in the culture says it, right and left. Everybody agrees on this, blah blah blah. And I had somebody push me in one conversation once where he was like, "Can you think of a single example of a policy that's popular by the American people that lobbyists have like prevented from passing?"
Well, that's a very specific claim. I mean, have you read the book Dark Money by Jane Mayer? Because you can look at. Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to be like, read the theory.
I'm sure I can, but I'm just saying like that was an example of a thing that I firmly believed, such that like in 2016 I said that I supported Bernie Sanders on the sole policy of removing lobbyists from government. That was the sole reason why I would support him over any other candidate. Mm-hmm. And when I got pushed on that question, I didn't have a single response to that. I was like, okay, well, fuck me, I can't even actually think of anything like this.
Well, what's the criteria though to prove it?
It's not relevant to this conversation. I'm just saying that like it's possible that in a certain information environment you can come to heavily believe like a particular thing for a variety of reasons that seem like very justified. But then when it comes time to actually prove the thing, this is why like every time I bring up a claim now on stream, I've done this for a couple of years, where it's like I need to Google the thing to make sure that I'm remembering a real study and not just like some cultural zeitgeist moment where I think that this is a thing that I thought was a thing because somebody else said it was a thing. That's all I'm saying. Like, do you agree at all that it's kind of weird that that it's kind of weird that like a lot of the examples have to come from non-health insurance markets, or that a lot of them are like a dozen years old, or that it's like
no, that's just the only reason it's presented this specific way is because this is how it's presented. In the one book that I read, like I said, this is something I have not looked into until as of 6 days ago, which is why I'm like so willing to concede this, because it's like this could just be me being in a bubble. This could be that completely. I just think it's like seemed pretty convincing, still does. The only thing that I think, if anything, that you've moved me on here is that, like, yeah, if I'm going to come at you with this claim, if obviously, God, I mean, if someone was justified enough to go out and shoot someone, which again, I don't think they should, this is like, you're going to need a lot more stronger evidence than like, hey, these people said this happened, or hey, this book claims this is happening, but it can't necessarily 100% prove it with a smoking gun. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. So yeah, 100%. Like, this could just be me existing in a bubble and having read a couple books or articles that are already on my side, and it's just, well, that's what I wanted to hear. That's what the zeitgeist is kind of pushing me towards. Yeah, I'm not even going to deny that. Not even a little bit.
Sure. I guess that's all I would look at then. Like, if somebody says there's huge problems with healthcare in the United States, and then they bring up like infant mortality, then I would look at like infant mortality. My understanding is the United States does very poor in infant mortality. I would need an explainer for that. That seems on its face very hard to explain. Why is this? Now I happen to know the explanations for this, but like that would be something where I would immediately wonder, like, oh shit, okay, maybe something's going on here. Why is our infant mortality so bad compared to other countries? But like, if somebody is making these claims, and this had a lot to do with the economic stuff, the recession, the vibe session, or whatever, where people say like, oh, like nobody can afford homes or nobody can afford this, and then you look at the data and it's like, okay, well, it seems like the data is tracking this perfectly. Something else must be going on, or people are emoting or saying a certain thing. That's what I would have trouble finding.
Yeah, where people say, oh, I can't afford groceries, and you look into it and they spend way more than they need to. They're shopping at Whole Foods. Like, yeah, like I'm not going to close out and say, yeah, every single anecdote, like we have to take this at face value and not look into it anymore. It just would seem to me, based on the collective totality of what I've read, pointing to this does just make more sense to me off the top of my head. The evidence, while not smoking gun, is pretty implicating, and like I am not.
Wait, hold on. You keep saying smoking gun. You have nothing. There's not even anything.
None of this is anything? Like, you don't think that, like,
no,
okay,
no. If the claim has to do, wait. If the claim has to do with like rules or policies or widespread bad behavior, you have nothing. Now, individual stories where some bad things might have happened, yeah, for sure, especially like that court case, for sure.
I don't like the claim of nothing. I understand that none of it is like dead to rights, but like if you look at
no, you keep saying these terms like dead to rights, smoking gun, like. What is a single example of anything that points towards industry-wide malpractice?
So, again, when someone comes out as a whistleblower and says, hey, this is wide practice, is that not, like, do you think it's completely made up? Do you think it's exaggerated? Do you think it's a lie?
What was our strongest claim of this again?
The biggest one was the first one I showed you, with Pino coming out and saying it in 1996.
What was the strongest claim that she had made?
She said, we are fabricating denials through loopholes or other reasons that otherwise shouldn't be denying it. We are doing this for profit. Yeah.
Sure, but then the thing that hurts the most is then that the strongest example, the one example that she gave, ended up being just wrong.
Well, first of all, I don't know if it's wrong. I just am assuming what Humana said in response to that could be true, and therefore I just won't even like hold my head against it. Because also it's like the appeal to emotion. That's her being like, oh, me personally, I killed someone. Look how bad this is. Like, I don't care if she specifically did it.
Hold on. Stop. Humans give the strongest example when they give an example of a thing. So if the example that you've given of yourself being a bad participant in this market for a problem that's widespread and is infecting every single part of it, and you got promoted for this, and your example is I denied somebody something that Havana come out and said that, well, this wasn't covered by their policy, it was just a simple question on the phone, that hurts, I think, your case a lot.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, maybe that's the case too. The other thing is I'd have to take, it's like a question of who am I believing more? Is Humana being more honest about this? Are they representing it fairly? Is she representing it unfairly? That's why it's like harder to say like, all right, I know exactly what this person is saying. I'm not saying it's dead to rights stuff. I'm just saying like, why is
what is her credibility here? Why are you giving her so much credibility?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, it's like with the Christine Blasey Ford thing where it's like, okay, like I have zero evidence of her ever being, sexually assaulted.
I don't like the comparison even at all, because that's over an individual behavior on an individual person and an individual instance. We're alleging like industry-wide behavior here. Why would we give her any credibility here? What is the, like, especially if she's not presenting any evidence?
Well, first of all, I don't know if she's presenting more evidence later in that case. I have the 5-minute clip. I have to go through the entire court thing, which again, I didn't have enough time to go through like every meticulous thing. I'm not an expert, but I'm assuming if she's going into court with all these claims, it's not just hey, I think this is happening, and she doesn't back it up whatsoever.
She wasn't going into court. She was just giving testimony before like a Senate subcommittee or whatever.
Sure.
Right?
Sorry, excuse me. But you know what I'm saying? It's like you're going in and going under oath and like proposing that this is indeed happening. Like, what I guess is your skeptical, reasonable explanation as to why she's doing this? Is she misinformed?
She might genuinely feel like there is like bad stuff going on. Maybe she feels guilty about the role she played. Maybe she genuinely does feel bad about like the state of healthcare in the United States. Maybe she's been captured culturally. Sure. Like is it Diamond and Rose? Was that the name? Like those two women, they went before Congress to allege that they were being censored and hunted by the fucking
my God, Diamond and Silk,
or Diamond and Silk or whatever. Yeah. So I mean, like,
hey,
those
one of them's
were
dead, so they might have had a legitimate claim. They got her. So
Jesus,
serious.
Well, that's sad. But anyway, yeah, I'm just saying that, it was just like a hearing. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So, because Candace Owens goes in front of fucking Congress and alleges something. Like, yeah, am I going to take that at face value? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I'm trying to say, like, I'm Destiny. I'm very skeptical of this. All of this seems very, very not so convincing to me. What would be like for you? Like this, not even this convinces me. This seems weird. Let me look into this. What's that piece of evidence?
I don't know, some sort of like percentage rate somewhere that's like diverging from historic norms with no like explainer, I guess.
So the Senate report isn't that exactly, right? It's like you said, it happened during COVID. Yeah. But like, okay. I'm sorry to belabor this point, but like, it's when it's up to 16 times higher than normal, like, do you think that's completely explainable away by COVID? Do you think I don't know, but that's why that's a good hypothesis. You don't have anything there. It just looks weird. And that is true. It does look weird. That's the only thing I take issue with this, saying nothing. Nothing.
No, because that's all a hypothesis is. It's a start of an investigation. You're treating it like a conclusion, basically, or like you're halfway there. But it's just a start. There's a lot of denials in a time period where the consumption of healthcare in the United States was more strange than anything ever. This is the same argument that people use when they talk about VAERS database reporting. Do you think it's weird that there are so many, vaccine-related injuries that are being reported now based on all the mRNA vaccines that came out? Like, yeah, it is. There's a lot of information there, but there's reasons why. These are like historically crazy medical environments. We've never existed in before. But to take like that environment and say like, look, this is evidence that healthcare companies are doing this deny whatever bullshit. And keep in mind that whole phrase has to do with denying people life-saving care. Mm-hmm. But this Senate report just had to do with like Medicare Advantage Plus plans or whatever. Right, Part C. Yeah, so it's not even like even the strongest form of like a Senate thing that we have is only targeting a hyper-specific sector of insurance that only impacts old people and coverage that extends beyond what ordinary Medicare would cover. And it's not even alleging wrongdoing. And it's only saying that the changes they'd recommend have to do to
wrongdoing. It's saying intentional and causing harm.
What?
It's suggesting they're intentionally causing harm.
Suggesting. There's a suggestion there. So that needs to be looked.
Because it's not proven.
No, it's not even an allegation. It's like saying that there's a suggestion here. That's a hypothesis. That's another word for hypothesis, right? These increased rates of denial suggest that some wrongdoing could be happening here. We need to look into it. It's not saying that we believe there is wrongdoing. We're alleging wrongdoing here. They have no evidence of it other than the fact that like some of these rate denials seem to be high. That's why all of the examples, or that's why all of the advice that they gave in that Senate report was for regulators and not for the companies themselves.
Yeah, and also because if they can't prove the company's doing it on purpose, they could just say, hey, we suggest you stop, which is kind of what they said. You need to do better. It's not like, hey, we're going to specifically tell you to cease this illegal action, because it's not that. And they can't prove that it is.
Well, they can't even prove that the denials are done poorly or that they shouldn't even be. They just said it suggests that they are. But they don't even know if there's things being denied that shouldn't be denied. I don't even think it says that in the report. Right. Not even criminal behavior.
Again, every time you say that, I have to go back in my brain and think, okay, every article I read from the stat investigation, every claim there, that must all be spurious or reading into things. Every single graph that is representing how much more this is denying the normal. Every internal document from CVS that says, hey, we say we're doing this for administrative costs, but we know we're saving actually 100 times that much on denials. Like that must.
Wait, where is that document? Show me that.
Yeah, sure. So that's in the Senate report. If we scroll up to. I think I have it open right here. Yes, I do. That's going to be on page 32. I think they also explain this. Materials from this time. I'll wait till you're there, actually. Do you see this on page 32? This, I think this is
materials from this time demonstrate that CVS new denials of facilities claims represented a larger source of savings than automation. For example, in an October 2022 automation update, CVS estimated that automated approvals of as many as 174,000 initial reviews of inpatient admissions would generate at most 13.3 million in administrative savings across all of the company's lines of business.
And the next line's under the graph. Yeah, okay.
And then by contrast, in that same presentation, CBS estimated that 225,000 denials of this type of claim had generated 2.5 billion in medical cost savings. Okay.
So this is alleging. So the only reason I said that was because this report is alleging, okay, you are saying to us, hey, you're doing this for administrative costs, but you're very, very aware of how much more it's saving you on denials. That's we can't prove it because you didn't say I'm doing this to save, on denial costs, but it's doing that and you're okay with rolling it out. That's kind of the point. So
wait, where is this thing saving on administrative costs, but they're saying another thing? What are we talking about? Where is that coming from?
If you go back to the beginning, it's like saying they talk about why they justify implementing this AI system. It's like, hey, it's saving on administrative costs. And this 2 paragraphs you just read were the ones that are saying, hey, it is clear to us using this picture is from an internal document. You are very aware that the amount you're saving from denials is much, 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 much higher. And that indicates that this is the reason you're doing it, although we cannot prove that.
Okay, hold on. You're saying that the initial claim is they're saying that we use an AI system just to save on administrative costs. I mean, it probably does save on administrative costs, but they're also saying, but they're also saving on claim denials as well. But that's true too, of course. But that's going to be true of like any type of denial at all.
Not
right?
Of course, right? Like if let's say you had a specific set of denials that was happening. Let's say there's probably a margin of error, but like you show, it's like, okay, we did 7%, then 8%, then 7%, right? And then you're like, hey, this AI is going to save administrative costs because it's going to come in and instead of all these people adjusting these claims, this AI is going to do 90% of the work. We just have to have a human reviewer at the end. And suddenly, instead of 7.8, next year it's 16, 17, 20, right? And it's like, okay, is this AI overly denying? It does, maybe it's not, right? But like this is indicating that were this to be done the way it was before, it would not be nearly so high. So the administrative cost.
Sure, but hold on. But then the question is like, because whether or not this will move you, is this analysis over the years of like 2021, 2022, 2023?
Yeah, it is. It's during the COVID
years. And then I think they say even
2020, 2022.
Yeah, so the utilization of these plans is massively increasing as well, right? Like they're bringing it, and I think they even say that, yeah.
Yeah, if you look at, there's actually a graph that's proving your point right now.
Yeah. Okay. I have to leave in like 1 minute, so I have to go really soon. Sorry.
Well, thank you for
but like we know, yeah, you're good. So we know that like there's more people that are coming in as well, right? I feel like I just need anything. Anything
so like
more.
if you just this last graph, because like you're right, there's a huge number of people applying, but I want to read this paragraph, and this is figure 3, page 26. Data from United Healthcare indicated that at the same time it was significantly increasing denials of skilled nursing facilities, home health used by the company's beneficiaries was increasing. The insurer's prior authorization denial rates for home health services declined during the period covered by this report, but there was a vast increase in the number of Medicare Advantage beneficiaries using these services. In NaviHealth's first year of managing post-acute care for United Healthcare, the insurer possessed more than 4 times as many home health prior authorization requests as it did the year before, far beyond the company's growth in enrollment, which, if I'm reading this correctly, is saying, yeah, there's a way, way, way more fucking people, and because of that, yeah, the denial rate on this specific thing actually went down, but far, 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 far more people are, if you're comparing year per year, who's being denied, are being denied than would be had you had the same number of applicants. That's what I'm seeing, but maybe not.
Wait, what?
Maybe I stated that wrong. So what they're saying is...
Oh, hold on. I know what they're saying here. They're trying to illustrate that, like, so they're trying to head off an argument that I'm making where they're saying that just because more people are enrolling in a particular thing doesn't necessarily mean that the denial rates would go up because it's being improperly utilized. Because here we can give an example of a type of care where even though more people are making these requests, as you can see that the chart goes down, the denial rate is actually falling for these requests. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to make the argument in the next graph, because this is up to where I read, that you can see that when the that when the enrollment in a particular thing or request for a particular thing was increasing, the denial rate was still increasing for this or something, right? Over the this 12.6% going up to figure two on page 24 or whatever. But then again, all of this is like a good place to start asking questions, but then you have to actually go in and it's like, okay, well, what are these types of requests? Why are they being denied? Like you can't just like point. This is like the most basic form of like correlation equals causation ever.
I just want this. Wait, hold on. I just want the one admission, and this is not a gotcha. Is it at least more than nothing in the sense of like, this seems like this shouldn't be happening?
No, it's exactly
because that's what the Senate says. It says this seems.
It's exactly what I said before, and that is a good hypothesis. It's a good part to start at. That's it.
Isn't that kind of like the same thing in different words? It's like, okay, this isn't proof of anything, but this seems to be like you're intentionally doing harm. Let's try to look into this.
No, I wouldn't say it seems to be you're intentionally doing harm. I'd say it seems like these numbers are like dramatically out of whack. We need to figure out what's going on.
Okay, so do you disagree with the Blumenthal assessment that it was this implicates you are intentionally causing harm? Because that's
I don't want to know anything about what Blumenthal said. I would instantly.
No, it says it right here. at the very bottom. Like it says like that is the recommendation intentionally causing.
Oh wait, sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
This is a different. This isn't like Blumenthal from the fucking.
No. Senator Blumenthal, right?
Sorry. Oh, my bad. 'Cause he's the one
So
who
if
did
just
it.
control F intentional. It suggests, like you said, so it seems to be Medicare Advantage insurers are intentionally targeting a costly but critical area of medicine, substituting judgment about medical necessity with a calculation about financial gain. Just a suggestion. And you agree with that suggestion?
It could. It's a thing. It could also suggest that during COVID, like increase utilization of certain types of care.
There could be another explanation. This is not a smoking gun. Just all of this every time I see it.
You keep saying smoking gun. Smoking gun is what you say when I go into a house and I find a dead person and another guy with a
smoking gun above him. Yeah, I got you.
No, with like defensive wounds. And I'm like, I think that guy did it. And you're like, well, we don't have the smoking gun. You're not even close to a smoking gun. You're at like probable cause. We have to get to that point. Okay. We're like building the hypothesis, but you keep saying smoking gun.
I'll step back all the way. I'll step back all the way. I'm sorry, I don't have a better vocabulary. So yeah, I'll step back all the way there.
Like, I'm going to reiterate what I said at the very beginning. And like, this is like a good hypothesis and it's a good start to like, oh, maybe there's something worth investigating here. And it's worth it to maybe like dig through things. Sure.
Okay.
But we're not even at like any circumstantial evidence or anything suggesting anything whatsoever.
It seems very plausible to me. Maybe it's not true. I know you like making bets. Can we put like a 5 to 10 year, $5,000 bet on whether or not this comes out as something really fucking scummy?
No, because you and I aren't even going to agree what that means. Because it could be that in 5 years you have 10 cases of an insurance company fucking somebody over, and you think you've won.
I'll
and I would
let
say,
you
no,
set the criteria.
This doesn't prove anything. Whatever criteria we set here, we don't even agree on what we've just discussed today. How could we possibly set a criteria to a thing like that?
You could, this is an easy 5,000 for you, buddy.
I would automatically take a bet on the other side of that just because I know that this particular industry is so insanely regulated that you should be asking for odds for that they could somehow escape all of the regulation around this industry to engage in like criminal malpractice here. That would be possible. It would probably be almost impossible in this industry to do it, would be my guess.
Real quick, just on the regulation thing, the reason is the most regulated is a good reason, but like you got to understand is quotes from people that come out of the NIAC says it's like overcomplicated, overly bureaucratic because it's not a federal thing. It's each individual state then comes together as this like conglomerate on this weird non-governmental, but also working for the government with private and public employees. And they all have different rules, all from different states. And yeah, there is a lot of regulation on all these things we talked about, like licenses and education requirements and all that. But I don't think just because it's the most regulated means that somehow they wouldn't be able to get away with something like this. But I understand that point.
I think it just reduces the ability to get away with stuff like this, especially when the markets are so huge and so like looked at. It would be my guess. But coming out of this, thank you very much for listening to my fucking schizo rant, apparently. And I appreciate it. And I know I didn't move you much, but I want to say I appreciate that you saw me as much more good faith. At very least, in that conversation, you called me a liar. I think at worst now you can call me stupid. So thank you very much for giving me the yeah. Okay. I appreciate the conversation. Have fun.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Well, I was going to say type 1 to enter the deep state because we got to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Hey, did you delete your VODs in Amsterdam? Because we ran into each other and it was on VOD and I can't find it anywhere.
It's possible. VODs get deleted for a variety of reasons. You're not the guy that sold me drugs over there, are you?
No. My friend and I recognized you from across the street. We were not like trying to find you. I was actually on the search for the most delicious waffle. And I was like, hey, that person looks familiar because he's the guy who put me onto you back in 2017. And then you guys saw us seeing you and you were like, I think those guys are talking to us. So we're like, all right, let's just not even engage. And we just kind of like brushed past you instead of stream sniping you. But I was just curious because I wanted to show that, you know, I'm not bad faith because like I could have attacked you then.
I feel good. The only reason I agreed to have this conversation is I don't think you're bad faith. If I thought you were bad faith, we wouldn't have had this conversation.
Hell yeah. Well, I'll take it. Thank you very much, Destiny. I hope we talk again in the future. Have a great day.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye. Well, that was that. What do you guys think? I don't think I moved him much, but hey, in my document, I got him to at least a certain point. I'll take at least some of that. Let's close this baby up. It was a nice debate. Oh, man, watched Destiny since before the John Chan debate. I think the John Chan one was the one to put me onto him. So because Soy isn't able to compel effectively, and the assumption is that Destiny needs to put forth evidence justifying being convinced. Yeah, I mean, that was frustrating, but not nearly as frustrating as the conversation. He took me in good faith. I really appreciate that. I obviously didn't convince him, but he just is very skeptical, and I hope that the people listening at least viewed some of that as pretty fucking shitty. Just got here. What happened? Destiny conceded everything. He got on the floor and begged me for forgiveness, and I said no. Turn your face back on, Soy. Can you see me now? Shilov? 1. Hell yeah, 1. Caught the ending. Thought it was a much better conversation. Of course, yeah, of course, because now we don't have people shouting over each other. I think you did the best you could. Never going to make it right. Yep, I didn't assume I was going to win. Soy failed as he titled this Blackpill Destiny. True, I did fail. But you know what? Try your best. Is it your stance that you believe that this is easy money? If this is your stance that you believe in this is easy money, I'm not sure I follow you, Vladimir. This guy isn't serious, I think. I'm serious, but unless you're talking about Destiny, I don't think he's unserious. Destiny made good points, but it felt like he was being very stubborn. Yeah, Unboxing USA, subscribe. Thank you. The yelling every time you said smoking gun. Yeah, but I get what he's saying because he doesn't like the implication of it. Devin, I love you. I see you in chat. Good convo, bud. I subbed and we'll check your long form stuff later. Thank you, Seraphin Puebla. Soy, what evidence other than the one book do you have? That's the only book I read. I have you can look up the STAT investigation. That's what spurred the Senate report. I thought that was the other big thing. You can look up the Pino whistleblower testimony. I'm hella behind in the VOD. I think we're having a side chat. Oh, okay, gotcha. This video made me question my bias against the health insurance. Hey, if that's true, if I'm wrong, that's probably a good thing. All right, so let's not worry too much about it. Don't worry, Soy. Lots of DGs in here. That's fine. And if they want to agree with them, soy seeds ground for 3 hours. MP4. Oh, fuck you. Good effort, though. Hey, I tried. This was a great one, boys. Thank you. It's easy money for the 5 to 10 year bet. Yeah, for him, if I let him set the criteria, he doesn't even want to do it. But you know, whatever. Destiny just retreated to hyper skepticism instead of engaging. To me, good faith is honest. I think this was way, way, way more good faith. But hey, Soy, if you were happy, good for you. I'm happy that it is much closer to where I wanted to be than we were in the debate, which was a shit show. Destiny sounded like a higher pitched Ben Shapiro. No, he just talks fast. If you would have matched his tone, he would have treated you like you were unreasonable. Probably, but that's fine. That's why I hope I come off as reasonable. Oh, can I share the doc link? You know what? If you guys fuck with this, let's see if you guys can fuck with this now. Where would this be? Documents.google, switch to my... I'm so scared of sharing stuff. I'm going to dox myself eventually, but man. Where do I post this? In the chat. Let's see. Where do I post this? Chat. Bam. Oh, shit. Now I've doxed myself. Now you found my other channel. Oh, no. It happened so fast. All right, well, go enjoy that one, you fucks. At least that's out of the way. I knew that shit was going to drop at one time. That's my other account. Good enjoy, you little shits. All right. No, I love you all. Destiny sounded like a garbage thing. You broke your rule of triggering words because I felt like you were very close. Yeah, no, I did. I really did. But it's, yeah, it's just part of the thing. Vladimir, it's a win-win for you, Andrew. Thank you. If you would, you did great though. Thank you, Vladimir. At least you know what palliative means. I've already forgotten. Simulacrum. He's just being stubborn. He's giving a great degree of benefit of doubt that is far too lenient. Yeah, I really do think he's being overly skeptical, but you know, it happens. I'm happy you're happy. So hey, I got to talk to Destiny. You know, that's cool. Veef, blah, blah, blah. Just kiss already. Mwah, I'm kiss you, Veef. Mwah. I think the debate would have benefited if y'all slowed down 20%. No, in fact, you have to watch this at 2 times speed. Senate reports. I don't see what you're correcting. Make sure it is a view-only link. Ooh, access requested. Let's see what I can do here. Oh my god, everyone's requesting to be editor. Oh no. Oh, quickly, someone not malicious, tell me how to make this view-only. Restricted. Anyone with the link can access. I don't want to do that. Guys, how to make view only. How to make Google Doc view only. Oh, cool. And you are also just randomly getting my window capture. That's Neato Bandito. Boop. What else have I doxed today? How to make Google Doc view only. Using view in mode when you're alone. Edit viewing. Share viewing. PP, Devin PP. You broke the rule of triggering words. Yeah, I saw that. Make sure it's only you're so nice. It's to me, it's important to see what evidence we expect to see. I can't see it. Yeah, give me a sec, guys. Femcell Manifesto. Yeah, I'm releasing the document. Like now, everyone will know what I think, and it's just fucking. You must have permission. Fuck. How do I do this? Crap. People with access. Change to view only. Come on. Viewing. Shared. Access requested. Viewer. I mean, I can... I can do this one at a time. I don't want to do that to you guys. Oh, God, there's got to be a better way for this. Shut up sharing is view only. Change variant to view only. If you've already shared your document, you can change permission to view only. You click share at the top, then to the right of the person. I don't want to do it with one person. I want to do it with everyone. Howtogeek.com is fucking awful. Yeah, Destiny's gone, guys. I'm sorry. Click share at the top. Click the editor dropdown in the general access. Here we go. Share at the top. Click the editor. I'm such a boomer. Editor dropdown. Editor dropdown. Where's the editor dropdown? General access. Anyone with the link. Oh, fuck. Viewer. Oh! All right. Copy link. Okay, we're good. I was a little scared there. I'm going to copy the link into the chat again. Boop. Scared there. I'm going to copy the link. Boop, 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 boop. All right, what I was saying. Smoking gun. Smoking gun is Destiny's new trigger word. It's a trigger word. Words people write about subjects who may not be intimately involved. That's me. I'm not intimately involved in this. And some healthcare expert, especially more than likely from Destiny's audience, will come out and probably, tell me I'm wrong. He's autistically number and data focused. He needs hard data to believe large-scale trends and just denying that it's harder for young people to buy homes. Has Destiny left? When do I elect you president? Never. I'm not going to run. Systemic things are seen in data. Yeah, and we just don't have the data to back this up. Are you going to continue doing debating and whatnot now more? I'm going to try. If people invite me to stuff, I'll definitely do it. I'm not going to be President Chebik. You expect people to accuse the whole industry based on a few anecdotes. Not the whole that's the whole point. The whole point I'm making is that it is not the whole industry. It is like a sliver of the industry. It is a sliver of the people in the industry, but it's still nevertheless part of that problem. That's all I'm saying. All right, it's a problem. It's not the biggest problem in the world. Let me put this in the description too for people who can't scroll through chat doc. Bam, bam, save. I don't think Destiny presented any numbers of data. Well, yeah, because I'm trying to prove a positive. He has to prove a negative, and you don't need to. Me when my gun is smoking. Could you walk for president? I could roll for president. I could be like an FDR. Run for a rep seat, because I can do this. Unless I thought I could really do good stuff. Who won? I don't think it was a debate. It was more just me trying to establish something that I couldn't, and that's fine. So if you want to call that a loss, I guess so. But hey, I made it a lot more farther than the debate. Group debate that has low tier god. He's just going to tell me to off myself, right? People that are running defense for health companies must love the taste of boot polish. Indeed. What is Obsidian Vault Shriegel? I don't know what that is. My little soy couldn't win. It's unwinnable. Oh, I didn't even talk to him like Trump. Maybe that would have convinced him. Sorry, Destiny, that's not wrong. I have several facts and data to back it up, and you're not so right about that one. Why does the link show all this data like SSN and name soy? I hope I'm not doxing myself that bad. Has your opinion changed at all after this conversation or not really? I mean, at best, instead of it being like, yeah, this seems pretty obvious to me, it's like, okay, yeah, I guess we could be overly skeptical of all of the claims, and it's not that true. I don't think there's reason to be. This is like, this could be fallacious, but Occam's razor to me, but it really does seem like they're doing this, so there's no reason for me to believe they're not. They don't really come out with good counters, but that's the thing. That's why this is an easier conversation for Destiny, because all he has to do is find one or even several wrong things with what I'm bringing up, and if it's not crystal clear dead to rights, then it doesn't matter. That's how it works. Rom Dom, $20. Thank you. You may or may not remember me from doting. I do remember you. I remember every single name. Random. And that's why I said it wrong. Destiny is my favorite creator, so I was shocked to see y'all talking. Loving the massive growth. I expect more quality stuff from you in the future. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. I'm gonna make dog shit from now on. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I liked your conclusion from this, which is why I stay sub. Oh, thank you, Ann Arthur. Yeah, because I see you, or Ann Arthur, Anthony DC, you clearly are disagreeing with me a lot in chat, and the fact that you respect it is good. I respect that. Thank you. Devin, the data is very bigly in my favor. Is this a black woman, Bananas? Is this because Destiny is a black woman's name? You do need to, when you present counterclaims. If you say the earth is round, I say no, it's not, then it's fair to ask, why do you think it's round? Kind of. This is very balanced, correctly speaking. Didn't feel like either of you appeared to have the high ground that you could use some assertive. I'm a very assertive person, but when I'm against someone who is going triggered to react back on me on every single thing, if I do any sort of yelling, you'll notice it happened a couple times. I was like, wait, I'm like, okay, wait, I don't want to escalate this. This was my Destiny is a offended out, just crazy homeless person just weaving around on the street, and I'm the cop because there's no social worker that's been called on him, and I'm trying my best. Hey, okay, like, let's calm you down. Even if you are right, that you are Jesus Christ and you're going to, come in and change everything, like, I need you to stop attacking this Chinese tourist family at the bottom of Nob Hill. All right. We'll read a few more chat messages and then I'm going to take out because I've been sitting down for about 4 hours. Bro, I got rickrolled. Yeah, go fuck yourself. He didn't click on that, but you did, She-Love. Don't spoil which link that is. We need a Trump-like slogan for Destiny. Dubious Destiny, maybe? I don't know. Or debate Destiny. That's all he knows how to do. He doesn't know how to have a nice conversation because he's not very nice to me. No, he's more than good faith, at least in that one, at least comparatively. I think you didn't successfully make your argument, but you were good faith. Thank you, Max. I tried. I'm a DGR. I'm siding for you on this, Mr. Spill. Hey, look, if there's one of you here, I win, okay? I stole you. You're mine now. Denial Destiny. Oh, that's a good one, yeah. Denial Destiny. All he says is, no. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He needs the evidence, but he doesn't have any himself. He's Denial Destiny. Did I win? Also, love to see your channel grow. I think you've gained 300 subs from this stream alone. Yeah, because Destiny was so nice as to plug me. Thank you very much, Destiny. I was confused about his point. Where'd you go? I was confused about his point on lobbying. Okay, so his point here, and this is kind of true, it's very hard to prove that, like, lobbying changes a law, right? So I brought up dark money, but he didn't want to talk on this because he had to go. In Dark Money, it explains, yeah, this is not so simple as, hello, I'm Mr. Lobbyist. Here is this bag of cash. You change this law now. It's more about getting people in smaller races who already agree with you to get higher up. It's about putting a bunch of money into super PACs, having those PACs run ads in those smaller races, grassroots campaigns, and house races across the world. Like, it's not so simple as that. It's very hard to prove as well. So I still think lobbying is an issue. I don't agree with Destiny. I would have to prepare a whole video on that. But Dark Money by Jane Meyer, again, another book that may or may not be misleading, but worth a read. Thank you, Max Espinoza, for subscribing. Can't wait to stand outside the court. Luigi will stand trial wearing a Luigi Mario hat. Yeah, a lot of people are going to do that. I think there's high priors. If it happens in any other insurance industries, the legislation has no way to blend it completely. That's what I missed. I wanted him to say, look, I kind of did. If you have the positive, you need to give a positive of, okay, what is preventing people from doing this if you think it's not happening. But I didn't even bring it up really that way. Kanklemore, hey, how's it going, buddy? There was a really good impression of that guy on SNL impersonating Trump. That's exactly right. That is how I got my cadence, was listening to James Austin Johnston doing that. So, I'm pretty good at impersonating an impersonator. When will you make the capitalists and profit motives healthcare video? Probably not. I'm so done with this. Destiny is a soy pill name. Yes. YouTube hates free speech. Hey, buddy, I know you. Since you couldn't make a convincing argument to Destiny, does that make you question your stance of, no, the actions of Lulu were immoral? Absolutely not. I don't think I would have been able to convince him, even if I had, how many times in that conversation was he like, yeah, this seems terrible, but it doesn't, represent widespread. It's like, yeah, it's like, to me, all of these claims in totality, with the whistleblower claims, with the allegations in this book, it's like pointing in the direction, like, yeah, this is probably happening. Like, I can't 100% prove it, but he is much more skeptical than me. So there's no way I was ever going to prove it to him. I don't think. I think sometimes a deep breath from both of you. No, I refuse to breathe. Homeless fent man with cops. Exactly. The issue is, oh my God, how far behind am I in chat? Jesus. You guys are chatting too fast. Was Destiny respectful? More than he needed to be, yes. Destiny is a soy pill name. I think sometimes the issue is crystal clarity, and the internet debate bro sense isn't real. Yeah, true. Did someone say sitting? Shut the fuck are you? Get a fucking glass of water, you thirsty bitch. I'm cracking up over that metaphor. Yes. Cuts out. Am I cutting out? That example is way too specific to not have been something you personally witnessed. True. Dubious Destiny. Soy. How much soy do you consume per day? Probably none. Talking to Destiny for 4 hours is a fate worse than death. I had a fun time, although this was not the most fun conversation. We were just reading through a document. Dying Destiny has never worked at. I'm not going to call him that. Denial Destiny. Yeah, that one works. The Trump impersonation is 10 out of 10. Love that. Throat action. No thirst. You're so thirsty. Are you a bot? You have like a bot ass fucking photo too. Dark Money mentioned. Yeah, read it. I know he was talking with his hands. True. D's nuts to me. Killing Hope. Oh my God. Do I have that one? I feel like I bought it already. I don't have it yet, Captain Bucket. Sorry, I've got a bunch of books I need to read. Elon threatening to primary Republicans kind of shows how bad lobbying can be. Yeah, like it's not like he's giving them money. Say my name in your next video for Prosperity Rich. I'll say it right now. Luke Harrison at 413 Elm Street, San Marino, California. Sorry, I have all your information. The healthcare guy wasn't the last. Maybe not. You can't convince someone if they aren't open to being convinced. Sort of. My first full stream. Oh yeah, you were here the whole time? Thank you, YouTube Hates Free Speech. I love you. I gotta come visit you, buddy. Hey, you did great. Hope to see you on again. Thank you, Volt. Something in binary. Missed the whole stream. Who, facts, and logic 2. Dastardly Destiny. What is a reasonable denial rate for insurance claims? I have no idea. I mean, it could be 90%. It could be 99%. You checked a lot of boxes, though. Yeah, but to be fair, he probably already agreed with those ahead of time. But that was kind of the point. It was because we were establishing that he didn't check those boxes in that debate we had. And then we got to a certain point, and then it's like, okay, like I can't prove that it is widespread, that it's not uncommon. From what I saw, the rejection rate of UHC is exceptionally high. Yes, but that could be, if Destiny is correct, that could be completely reasonable. I have not read Democracy in Chains. I have been meaning to get it. No offense, but I think Elon only speaks and threats and hops like a bunny. I did not ask for the full docs. Well, that's what you get. What's next in terms of videos? Oh, good. Yeah, because I'm going to wrap up here. I could stick around a little bit, but I'm going to make my video on Matt Walsh's Am I Racist? I already bought a book that is relevant to it that should be fun to read. It's actually a workbook. I think it's called Do the Work. No spoilers, but you guys get a little taste if you want to go look into that. But yeah, I'm going to make that video. Hopefully it will be out in the next 2 weeks. I don't want to promise that, but I'm going to the inauguration on the 21st and I'm flying on the 18th, which means I want to get it out before then. So I'm going to stream probably on Friday nights. We'll maybe do a little gaming, a little discussion, and then I'll release the Am I Racist video hopefully before the inauguration, if not after, and then inauguration's next. I want to apologize for my software making you laugh after such a grueling endeavor. Get some rest. Thank you, R. Don't you think that's important to know? No, because if it's higher or lower than whatever the number is, it doesn't matter. It would appear that it's too high. It's compared to previous rates, but I don't know if it's true. How could you do a whole talk about health insurance and have no idea about normal rates of denial? Because it doesn't matter what the normal rate is. It matters if we're going above the normal rate, and that's what is alleged from these people. I will do a collab with anyone who wants to, who is fun to talk to. Why don't we base our political system on giving all money to me? Yes. Hey, so I'm from Destiny's community. Sub to you. Thank you, Z King. We already figured out the best system. Switzerland. Yeah, and everyone gets guns. Baldur's Gate 3 stream. I'm bad at that game, so I don't want you all to see how cheese my stupid fucking bard build is, where I make people dance. But maybe. I know Matt Walsh personally. He wants a podcast with you. Are you serious, Luke? I don't know if you're memeing me, but like I met Michael Knowles and his producer, and if that's the case, I'll do a podcast with him, sure. Although I'm going to go a lot harder than I would before. Live streaming your inauguration. No, I'm not even live streaming the inauguration. I'm going to the inauguration. I'm going to film people like in those other Trump rally videos. There's no such thing as a reasonable denial rate. The circumstances that would lead to an increase or decrease in certain types of industries or even false claims are so diverse you can't quantify. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't know like what it should be. Could be reasonable, but is it plausible to think that? It doesn't seem plausible to me, but if it was, then it's like, oh, okay. Like, it's like this. When someone's like, Bush did 9/11, I'm not going to be like, yes, 100% definitely. But I will say, okay, like, if it came out and it turned out he did, I wouldn't be surprised. So if it comes out and it's like, hey, United Health's times 100 million healthcare denial claims are actually 100% justified, okay. I didn't think that was out of the question. I thought it implausible. I really didn't think it was happening, but you proved it to me. And like I said, like they could prove this at any moment if they release those claim numbers. Destiny seems skeptical of that. When next Greedo Corpse upload? I've been waiting for 2 years. I've abandoned that channel. Matt Walsh has a Pampers fetish. Killing Hope be like communism mentioned in third world countries. CIA invades, burn down villages, puts in dictator, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Sounds about right. I have a can't prove it fetish. Hey. Look, if anyone has a cock fetish, it's not me. President-elect Soy would go to his own inauguration. Luke, you said you knew Matt Walsh. You're not even going to follow up on that. All right, the denial rates are always similar, specifically because corporations have quotas on how many cases should be denied. Yeah, I thought that was such a kill shot. I can't believe you really didn't hang on that too long. But the fact that they have internally saying, hey, we need to have this many denials, like that's insane to me. I think one thing I do need to get better at is at the end of that conversation, I know why I didn't do this. It was like, hey, let's reiterate what I thought was the strongest evidence, and you don't see it, because every time I said, like, yeah, it's not a smoking gun, he would just cut me off, and it's like, okay, I get it, but like, dude, like, What do you think it is when they say, hey, we can't approve more than we did last year? How can that be a goal? That doesn't make any sense to me. The whiplash segment, I knew you meant, so it sucks that it was in the weeds. The loggish, the whiplets was in there. Yeah, I know. But dude, are actually shredded. Cervical injury, cervical fracture, all cervical fracture. Kill shot. Oh no, I said the trigger word. I've been memeing, but why do you think running as a candidate in the US compared to running as a YouTube channel? Is it too much of a commitment to do both? I'm sure you could do both. No, Matt Michael Walsh? I don't know who Matt Michael Walsh is. Where did the quote come from? Which quote, Sheilov? He tried to be good faith, but I think he needed to do more firm on drawing concessions and making him defend his counters. Yeah, maybe. I guess it's also like the power dynamic. Like, I know there's like 10,000 people watching me, and I'm trying my best. Why else does he ask, what is a woman? Oh, dude, you are actually shredded. I try. Although I'm on a bulk right now. I'm a little fat. I'm a fat little boy. And everyone said my legs were small, but it was just the angle. Where's the claims denied quota? Oh, look in the DDD book if you have it. I believe it's page claims denied. From the North Dakota. Yeah, look up in the book, North Dakota Department of Insurance found, and then it talks about how they have quotas in farmers insurance. Yo mama, good evening. Right, well, that was 4 hours. I don't own a Bugatti. I don't have a fucking Bugatti. I don't listen to Andrew Tate enough to be able to impersonate him, but talking from the back seat, you're in the Super Bowl, I'm on the bleachers. She's cheer captain, and something Taylor Swift song. Both of you misunderstood missed. Possibly. I'm not going to review this one, though. So this is a lot. Denying all of your claims, buddy. Damn. I'm asking why you think running for president is too high, because I don't want that responsibility, and I don't think I do I might be doing an okay job, but I don't want to know whether or not there are aliens and all the horrible things we do that don't come out. You just joined. What did you miss? Everything. Termish. In DDD, North Dakota's farmers insurance. This is health related. This seems super strong. This is not health related. It's farmers insurance. I mean, it kind of is, but it's both. It's like claim. It's PC. What is that again? Something and personal injury and something. I forgot what PC stands for. Favorite NFL team? I don't watch sports, but if I had to pick one, it would be the Steelers, because that's what my dad's like, and when they do well, he is happy and doesn't yell at me and hit me with his belt. Not that he ever has, but when they win, he also doesn't hit me with his belt. Trump showed even a moron could do the job. Well, yeah, but like just because the bar is so fucking low now doesn't mean I want to do it. Politically correct. No, that's a different PC, Luke, but thank you. It's to personal and claims. Let's see. PC insurance. PC insurance is property and casualty, which I do think involves some sort of health. If you become president, you could tell what happened to Kennedy. Hey, Trump said he'd do it. I mean, the world didn't end, but he definitely made things worse. Yes. Trump has the gift of gab. Yes. PSA, hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, thank you. I am out of all of the things I placed here knowing I would not get up. Oh, wait. There's a little water left. Thank you for reminding me. All right, guys, I'm going to sign up. I will probably, maybe even say Thursday. Maybe I'll do finish Beyond Two Souls tomorrow. Maybe talk about something interesting. Love you all. Thank you all for joining. Thank you new people who joined me from Destiny. Unfortunately, I also have to go to work tomorrow, which sucks because I still don't do this full time, but I would love to. So please, 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 if you can spare it. God, so many poor people keep telling me, I'm going to donate to your Patreon soon. Do not do that. But if you can spare it and you like my stuff and you want me to do more of it, because I will do more, please go consider going to my Patreon or any other thing that might support me. Just viewing and watching helps a lot. Liking, subscribing, all that dumb fucking bullshit stuff they do at the end of YouTube videos. I love doing this. I love talking to you guys. I love engaging. I want to do it more. And it pains me that if I ever grow bigger, I apparently will not be able to read every single message in chat because I looked at Destiny's and it's flying by so fucking fast. And that is resentful, but I love you guys. So thank you so much. Have a good day. Type 1 to end the deep state. And thank you to Soy Sauce, some ones for Soy Sauce too, for moderating and making me all my little drawings. But maybe you'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah! Signing off.